Hey, everybody. Nice to have you here. If you're here, we're gonna do the Reverie Roundtable in just a moment. It's gonna be great. We got people. We got white people, so they're here on time. And we'll have a lot of fun. Have a lot of fun. Okay. Getting moving things around. Putting headphones on. Speaking pointlessly in a sing-song voice.
Crap.
Fucking licensing and inspections and Jesus, just oh my god. But yeah, that's been my Monday, and towing a truck around. It's been a delight. How's your Monday been?
Oh, pretty good. Lots of teaching. But it sounds like your food, like, this is a recent purchase, and like it sounds like you're looking like for approval to, like, for food, and like, I guess I don't know how it works in the food truck.
I bought the truck like, I want to say 6 months ago. I've been just working on it here and there. It's fucking it's just a money sink, and so yeah, I've been working on that, filling up, and then now we're ready for inspection. So it's just waiting on inspections, and yeah, I'm already food management approved and all that bullshit.
Oh, that's cool.
Sorry, go ahead.
Go ahead. I was gonna say has this like pretty much been in your plans like for a while, or this like a spontaneous thing, or like you've been saving up for a while?
It was spontaneous. Me and my mom had a house we bought. We flipped it, sold it, and then I used a little bit of the money to get the truck, and yeah, kind of a spontaneous thing. I found it was 15 grand. Right, you kind of don't pass up
doing a food truck.
Yeah,
Nice.
I couldn't pass up the price. So 15K, bought it. Had to put some work in. I put like 5 into it so far, but a business under $25,000-$30,000 is pretty elite.
Yeah. Well, good luck with that. The food trucks can be very
Thank
profitable.
you, I appreciate it.
And they're a lot of work, more work than people realize. And I'm sure like you realize how much work, but yeah, they can be a very solid, honest business. So I got my support. I really hope it works out for you, friend.
I appreciate it. Gibbs is having the best time.
Yeah, I'm living the dream.
So okay, you can see this sometimes with Gibbs' camera, like it freezes in humorous positions, which is fun, right? For the whole family, especially when he's rocking out. But the person I wanted to call out with, don't shake your head, you FQ, with your 20 FPS camera, like what is going? Like this has been like for a while. Your camera's been like this. I've been hoping it's going to be improved.
Actually, that's her. She lives in 20 FPS real life. That's
Are you crapping on my camera? What's wrong with it? You can see me, can't you? I'm visible, right?
I mean, we could.
Prime, I'm so happy to have made it to all black everything.
Yeah, absolutely.
This is the blackest panel you've had.
Indeed, I'm black enough for the world, right? You don't need anyone
That's
else.
your stream title, by the way, just so you.
Okay. Actually, I did. Yeah, I knew I was doing something. Fair enough. But yeah, FQ, get a do something about your camera.
What's wrong with it? Like what?
It's
What do you
20
mean?
FPS, like what I just told you.
Yeah, you're like kind of like I don't know. I can't stutter step it like you're doing.
Yeah.
I was gonna be like,
Okay,
but it didn't work.
I'll get on that then.
Like, watch. This is my.
I've seen you.
This is my webcam. Right, and then this is like a little shitty Amazon.
See. There.
It was just a shitty Amazon,
Yeah.
There we go. Okay. Just changed it. That should be a little bit better.
It's probably all that Stardew Valley taking up all your like RAM going on. Like it's just take too much.
Probably.
Can't stream.
It's so much fun, by the way. I love those updates. I've been playing the whole game all over again, and I love it to pieces. I've been having a blast with that game. And it's nice because it's the kind of game that you think you finished. Like there are some games that you finish and you can't go back and play all over again. But now I can again with Stardew. So that's my happiness for today.
Thanks, Ali, for reminding me on that. I knew I was forgetting something. It'd be like that sometimes.
Can't forget that we're not black.
Yeah, they were gonna take one look at this panel and be like, "Yeah, something's going on here."
It's a report about what happened to all the black people.
All black, everything. The revenge of the Caucasians.
This is what happens when cultural appropriation goes too far.
So okay, there's multiple things I wanted to like touch on for a free discussion here. But like the first thing, well, it popped off in our comment section, and I was unaware of this, so I just want to maybe it doesn't have to be a long thing, but Corey, what's with you and hypergamy? What's that about?
Corey doesn't believe in.
No, I don't take issue with even though, like, I would say the information is false, but I take issue, as Scott pointed out, of, like, that's a bad chart, doesn't reflect any reality, and just, like, a poorly made chart and poorly data representation. Absolutely. Hypergamy is not a thing.
Can we add the context for the audience?
Okay, please.
Okay, so if anybody here is a right-winger, which, you know, most of your audiences here on Twitch especially aren't going to be, right? You might not see sometimes on Twitter and different places right-wing infighting, right? You usually only see left-wing infighting because it's not really in your echo chamber. But like Lauren Southern and a couple other people are hopping on and like arguing with the quartering, and other people are arguing about like AI girlfriends and like whether or not this is a massive problem. And so you have a lot of like tradcon girls, and I use air quotes there because a lot of tradcon girls, I think they like the money. They like the attention. They like the simping from right-wing people. And then all of a sudden their audience kind of turns on them because they cultivate a red pill right-wing audience, and their egalitarianism, feminist beliefs pop out. And then all of a sudden it becomes this kind of like thing. It's been kind of happening in the last 6 months where a lot of these tradcon girls, you know, pearly things, or somebody will like call them out. And then all of a sudden it's like, oh, aha, the mask is lifted. I'm actually a feminist still. I'm not actually a right-winger. But they're all talking about AI girlfriends and like whether or not this is a problem. And like so many people are talking about the idea of like, oh, well, these people are just losers anyways, so it's not a big deal. Or like, you know, and I think it's, you know, you're seeing a lot of people ignoring the symptom here. And so I brought it up to like see like, well, what do you guys think about it? And then Admiral Gibbs, you put in that chart, and I said it's going to be funny because I knew that it's like it's not scientific at all, and it would just be hilarious to watch Corey be like, "This is fucking picture art. Like this is not fucking
wonderful
scientific."
picture art. What do you mean? It's fantastic.
Clip
Super
art,
accurate.
Okay.
I mean, to be fair to just pearly things, would you rather listen to Riley May and look at her talk about feminist issues, or would you rather look at just pearly things? If we're being honest,
gun to my head, I guess maybe pearly things.
Wrong.
Like, I'm not necessarily attracted to either of them.
Wrong.
This is the most anti-feminist way to have this conversation I can think of.
Riley
That's
May.
why we did it.
I'm looking.
Yeah.
Images.
She was one of the swimmers that was like with Leah Thomas or whatever.
No, not that.
I thought that was Riley
talking about-
Gaines.
No, that's Riley Gaines. We're talking about Riley.
What did you
Riley
say?
May, Riley May. She's like an Instagram model and like shit.
Yeah.
She's like.
Oh, I don't know who Riley May is.
She's like, here, I'll post her Instagram in the chat. She's like taking over the red pill like kind of thing, like from these fucking ugly bitches, like pearly things. I don't like pearly things, but she's just the worst.
We had pearly things on here one time.
I remember that.
Yeah.
Well,
I would absolutely watch pearly things any day over this bitch.
Before she blew a little bit before she blew up.
I trust this girl infinitely more than I trust the sack of potatoes that is the pearly things.
Why?
Wait.
It's so obvious that she's just a grifter, that she's found a way to be pretty and say the things that red pill people like.
That's why I trust her, because she's openly
She's
grifting.
pretty?
She's openly grifting.
Wait, do you think just pearly things is pretty?
No, absolutely not. I think
we're talking about Riley May.
Talking about the other girl.
Yeah.
Oh, okay. Like, what the fuck?
But yeah,
no, I can't listen to Pearly because every negative thing she says about women is just about herself. I feel like she's talking to herself in her tweets.
Her whole ID shit is like the most petty, like terrible, like gimmick I've ever seen. That'd be like me going every time, like I don't know, like Brad Pitt from Fight Club was shown without a shirt, or like what is it, Channing Tatum, and I was over here. I deem this inappropriate because they're hot in like a swimsuit. Like that would be the most like petty, stupid, terrible shit. That's like half her gimmick now. Is I deem. That's her thing. It's awful.
I don't think
I feel
she's
like
done
her
that in a couple
ID
weeks.
is a guy calling something gay, probably.
Yeah, I guess.
So yeah, go ahead, FQ.
So a couple of things. So number one, Prime, you had Just Pearly Things on at one point. Okay, I really want to hear that story, and I would love to know what VOD that is, so I can check it out.
That's way back, I think, like
Yeah.
2 years or something.
Yeah.
Is that a couple of years ago? Okay, well, I would love.
Yeah, I think
please,
she was just randomly in chat one day.
Where she got her start.
It wasn't random.
What?
I'll tell you very quickly.
She
right?
was
And then
randomly in chat.
It wasn't random. It was random because it was me and Fanatic. Right? Are you familiar with Mr. Fanatic?
I've heard of him. He has
know
a
you've
bit of a
heard of him.
reputation.
You haven't experienced the magic of my.
I'm debating
Ex-
on Thursday about O.J. Simpson.
Oh really? Oh my god! Oh, that's gonna be fun. That's gonna be fun. I actually really wanna watch
OJ's
that.
son did it. You cannot convince me of anything else.
Yeah.
OJ's son did that shit.
All right, so we're okay. Oh wow, it's gonna be great. Anyway, so me and Fanatic, it was a Saturday. I remember, cause like I wanted content and I was still streaming on Saturdays, and we decided to just get on together and do some React stuff, which I very very rarely do. And we end up reacting to like TradCon stuff, right? And we landed on Just Pro Things. I had never heard of her, and I had like I called her out like, look, this is horrible for this and this reasons and whatever. And Fanatic like left, right? I'm not sure. Can you guys hear that in the background?
I can definitely hear that.
Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
I am. It's okay.
I didn't know you lived in Detroit.
we're gonna ignore that for now. But in any case,
Fireworks.
someone I had a bigger audience back then, and someone from my audience like reached out to her, I guess on Twitter, and she jumped into my chat, right? And at first I thought like, okay, someone just like came up with the name of this woman, right? Like, you know, they do that all the time. But she's like, no, it's definitely me. It's definitely me. I want on, and I pulled her on, and then we had a debate. Right then and there.
Really?
It was trans athlete though, I think at the time, because she was a volleyball player, I believe.
Yeah.
I could be wrong.
She
Early Things was a volleyball player.
I think you can find.
Yeah.
Oh yeah.
It's all coming together now. The whole thing is making more sense to me.
I think our discussion is still on her channel. Like I think like it trended on her channel. So yeah.
Yeah, I mean, Pearly Things is an interesting phenomenon because, like, she's clearly stupid. But what she does is she just says things that are very obvious general statements, and she makes them into blanket statements instead of general statements. And then women online, for whatever reason, seem incapable of like not being triggered by this. And that's it. That's pretty much 90% of her content is like something that is generally true. She will just say is always true. Mm-hmm. And then every woman will come out of the woodwork and be like, not this fucking time though. And it's like, it's like the first time I get it, but how you're getting caught in this thing. Like for example, she'll just be like 18-year-olds are prettier than 30-year-olds. And then they'll be like, look at me when I was 18 and look at me when I'm 30. I'm so much healthier now. And it's like, bitch, do you not fucking realize that this is just a general statement that like, yes, obviously some people fucking have a glow up. Some people lose weight, right? But for the most part, 18-year-olds are more attractive than 30-year-olds. Obviously, like it would be retarded for you to say that isn't mostly true. And then just fucking move about your day and be happy. But they can't because that's what she does. She does toxic little shit on Twitter, especially. But she just does toxic little shit to find people to get them mad.
Yeah.
Well,
yeah, because I mean, if you're
apparently it's pretty smart.
negative
You know what
engagement.
he's saying. Yeah.
Well, that's just it, Prime, and that's why I wonder, like, how much of this is just how much of this really is idiocy, right? Because I agree, like, I think that a lot of her statements are pretty dumb. But I mean, there, as Prime has mentioned, it's a lot of dumb statements that's making a dumb fuck amount of money, right? There's clearly some kind of a strategy that's being employed here, and I don't think it's as simple as like simply grifting. Because let's face it, there are lots of people who grift, right? Not everyone is like wildly successful at it, though. Is it just because her parents have like a ton of money and they're probably financing and backing her up?
Well, but this is why
is that
she's
really the
bad.
reason why the
Cameras in a
channel is
nice-
successful, or is there some other like
She has
5D
cameras in a
chess
six
strategy
set.
being employed here?
She had
yeah,
a
but
six
it's
set
very,
in
very
London. It was
can explain it.
obviously going to pop off.
Yeah, but she's also she also is like actively doing like nefarious shit, right? Like, let's take this like newest thing with like Nala Ray, right? Like that, like Nala Ray.
Nefarious, but okay.
This is actively nefarious, like what she's doing now. Like Nala Ray is like giving up her thing. She's even her OnlyFans is like done. I guess she's like got like wait 3 months after whatever. She's got like one picture that says I gave my life to Christ on there or some shit. And like she like is actively like misrepresenting what this chick has done, right? For like saying she's come to Christ, like whether or not you believe she's come to Christ, or you think this is Nala's new grift. If it is, she's like cost herself a shitload of money. But like if you are a TradCon girl and you've been advocating for however long that you want to be coming to Christ or whatever, you want people to come to Christ, you want these traditional values, you should be happy that maybe like the biggest OnlyFans cunt ever has now moved on over to do this, and it's now become one of y'all.
Dog, like literally like a couple months before this, she was talking about how she excitedly likes to fuck married guys because the idea of the like you don't do a 180 that fuck. I mean, it's possible, but you know what real people do? You know what real people do when they come to Christ?
The Holy Spirit touched
right?
her
Or
heart.
they come to Allah. You know what they don't do? They don't go on a fucking social media campaign about it. What they do is they fucking look inward and fucking look at all of the shit that they've done and reevaluate their lives.
No, I mean, didn't Jesus like associate with prostitutes or whatever?
Yeah, and why wouldn't
Notorious
That's like
not only hold on, but that's like a whole Christian thing, right? Is Christianity thing and evangelizing religion. If you truly gave your life to Christ and you had this giant social media platform, you would almost be required within the religious aspect to go on the social media campaign to like witness to other people.
Is she required to also make money off of the people? Like she's her own personal church and she's gonna have her own personal subscribers. So she's a you can't. That's the issue with it, is that you gain all this fame.
Is she doing that? Has she done that?
And then all of a sudden you find she's going. She already started. Yeah, she started a merch brand. She's done the social media tour. She's still posting on social media. Yeah. No, I mean, listen, good for her, as in make her money, if that's what we're talking about. In terms of like the grift, obviously, like she made she claimed $9 million off of OnlyFans. Finally, and then she's like, okay, I can just do something where everyone isn't just looking at my tits all day. So let's just switch to the religious grift. And she'll make just about
like 90% of money. You think she'll make the same amount of money?
Space.
That's the question.
Listen,
over time,
90% of the entire 90% of
the religious
TradCon
wife grift is insane right now.
More than OnlyFans users.
Listen. 90% of all of you, left wing, right wing, TradCon, whatever your favorite streamer is that you're currently watching. The statistics are in, all right? I'm making them up in my head. I'm purely anecdotal experience, but let me tell you, 90% of all of these fuckers are fake. Okay, they're fucking one way in online, and then they're a different way in the back ways. Once they get somewhere, they fucking gatekeep. I mean, your favorite right-wing centrists are getting paid by progressive fucking outreach groups along with Destiny. Like, these people are all fucking fake, all right? Like Counterpoints, for example, right? He's a lying sack of shit, and we all know it.
He's
like, you know, fucking
exactly the same as Nala Ray. That's what I think about with Connor and Nala Ray. One to one.
I'm just saying, like, this is
I'm also a socialist.
This is a community of fucking. This is a community of people.
I'll believe you, Scott, when you show me the same chart as Gibbs.
This is a community of people that are so fucking narcissistic because they're in the entertainment industry. Right? Like that is what this is. You're talking about the entertainment industry in a different fucking form. Most of these people are full of shit. You want to know why people like Pearly Things get famous? It's real fucking simple. Okay? It's just a distribution of the bell curve. Once you realize that almost everybody sits either within 15 points of the mean of 100 IQ, you realize that there are essentially two core audiences for all forms of entertainment online. Okay, there's the 85 to 100 group, and there's the 100 to 115 group, and then there's some combination in between. And what people like is they like people that say what they're already thinking, but because they don't have all day to sit online, they say it a little bit better than them. They say it ever so slightly better than them, or because they're a little bit more experienced, they put into words what they're already thinking, and they go, I was thinking that, and then you fucking said it. Hell yeah, that's who I behind. And so that's why you have mid-wit fucking fame like Hassan or DGG or Destiny, and then you have retard fame like fucking Pearly Things, because those are the cohorts where most people sit, and that's where the most money is to be made. And that's why you have people like Nala that come out, and you have to be fucking retarded to believe her goddamn grift. And if you accept it and just believe it, you're probably in that fucking cohort of 85 to 100. I'm just saying. And that's where the money is.
Who is Nala?
Sorry,
And I mean,
it's entertainment.
So Nala's
Okay,
the,
don't worry,
redhead that was on the
got
whatever
it.
podcast with the
Yeah.
with the
Give me some
cosplay.
more
Wait, but to Lactoid's point,
I
so
have no idea what that is.
it's not so much. Okay, I maybe misspoke when I'm saying that she'll make more money, right? However, she's already made $9 million, right? That's what she's claimed that she's made. So for her, like, to drop from making, like, she has that 9 million in the bank. She sold a bunch of her shit apparently, so she has more money from the things that she sold. And I mean, if she continues to, like, maybe she won't have 6-figure months anymore, but if she drops down to like a 5-figure month, that's not a bad month for her. And it's only stacking onto her money, right? I mean,
I think what I do is whenever I'm like suspect somebody, I'm looking for, you always look for the money, right? You look for how could they profit off of this? And that's could probably be the
TikTok.
answer of what they're doing, right?
TikTok is going to be how she's the religious grift on TikTok is insane. To like Fabian's
I'm
point,
sure, but I actually
the reverts to Islam. Like 3 years ago, there was this guy who reverted online. He was just like a random white dude, reverted. All of a sudden, started saying his dad was in the hospital and his dad needed money. Started a GoFundMe. All the Muslims that he gained in through his revert story, all through money at the GoFundMe, he has $40,000. All of a sudden, he just goes offline. Right, like it's really easy to grift off religious people because you're kind of targeting people who want to believe that you've turned this new leaf, and therefore they want to support you. They want you to be included in this religion. They don't want you to leave. They don't want you to badmouth it.
But you got to look at this like from where she was coming from, right? So we got millions of dollars off of poor, sad people paying for So all this fucking money. Now. I do think you could probably make an argument that, well, perhaps she's savvy enough to realize that the porn industry, your time is a little bit limited, right? Like you're going to get older and then you're not going to be as appealing. And so maybe she sees she's trying to time this where she shifts over to a more long-term grift. That could be the case, but she's definitely going to lose money in the short term. I mean, that's 100%,
right? 1,000%.
But hold on, is that not the same audience though? Is that not the same audience though that the religious people should be targeting, right? Like, what is if you've ever gone a church that's not non-denominational? One of the big things that they always talk about is all these reasons you're sad and your stuff is your lack of having the Lord in your life and all, etc., etc. So this is literally she already has this whole thing cultivated, right? So yeah, you could take it from the nefarious standpoint she's grifting, or you could take it from the religious standpoint of, hey, this is the market that needs to be reached by Christianity, right? Wouldn't that be an argument you could make?
So I think she should make that argument, but I think Pearl exists kind of in a good way here in terms of showing the potential grift of actually you be suspicious. You should always be suspicious of people, especially religious people, asking for your money, right? Because these mega churches exist for a reason and they're not funded off of their own private wallets. That shit comes from outside.
She's only mad because it's hurting her money. That's the bottom line. Why would you watch
fucking Pearly?
It absolutely is. Why would you watch Pearly things
That's so
when you
stupid.
can watch it? No, honestly,
she's jealous.
No, this is a real thing. This is a real thing. I know that you're acting like a memeing, but there is a real point to being a better looking person gets you further, right? There is a thing called pretty privilege, right? So why would you want to watch your trad con who looks like a sack of potatoes when you could watch someone that's saying the exact same thing and at least is appeasing?
Nala isn't going tradcon. Nala isn't doing the tradcon thing.
She might if she does.
Well, wait, hold on. I'm saying she's not going red pill. So Pearly does red pill shit. Nala isn't going to go on, or at least they're different. They're different markets, right? So the tradcons, the red pill girls, which is where Pearly would fall in, hate the tradcon girls. And to your point, because they're getting all this following simply because they're hot. That's why that one chick got attacked.
That's why she's also
with the t-shirt. Yeah, that's why they're that. No, it is because they are taking followers away from them. Yeah.
No, listen, no. First of all, there is a competition for attention, right? Admiral Gibbs, I understand what you're saying, that there's a competition for attention, right? That each individual, attention is money in this market, and then what you do is you monetize your whales, right? The overwhelming majority of your audience is about growing clout and about getting you known and exposing you to new people. The people that actually pay your bills when you do online social media influence are like the 10% of people that are obsessed with you or that have big pockets. The other 90% are like, they're maybe watching ads, they're maybe getting gifted subs. Every now and then they might spend one sub, right? But for the most part, they're not doing much more than getting you, pennies on the dollar for ad revenue, right? And so, yes, I do agree that there is a competition for audience and there's a competition for whales. The problem with your analysis is that there is a competition within a giant space. And when you create drama and you create toxicity and you create bullshit arguments, and when you drum up all of the attention, right? So Pearly Things is obviously doing this and calling her out because she sees an opportunity to get a bunch of eyes on her for being the base chick that calls out Nala. The other problem that I have is that, yeah, sure, maybe Nala is genuine, right? Maybe this is all quote unquote part of her journey, but you have someone who had at least in part, some sexual harlot, whatever, however you want to describe her means of making money on OnlyFans, was about captivating attention, was about going on podcasts, was about this drive to make all of the attention on her, and as a means, because OnlyFans is all about retention, because dudes get post nut clarity and cancel their subscription. It's not like Twitch or YouTube or something where like you can kind of depend on a slowly growing audience. You have high turnover, so you have to constantly grab attention. She's getting older, right? The competition's going to get stiffer. And she goes on all these podcasts, and then she sees an entirely new window. It's very like she sees a new way to make money, which is, I was on the whatever podcast, I was on a couple interviews, right? Like there was all this attention on me, there was all this hate I got. It's very simple. It's a very obvious fucking grift. Now, could it be genuine that she's coming to Christ in some way? Yeah, I think she's just retarded enough to be that person that comes to Christ after all of that shit. But the idea that the entire process is like a genuine working, the Holy Spirit working through her, and not obviously much of her same fucked up patterns of thinking and fucked up ways of engaging in the world and transitioning one business into another business, where she's not actually doing a genuine introspective look at herself, is just duh.
I mean, Russell Brand just got baptized recently and is now doing he's now also running the religious grift.
I just want to add one thing to that. She also was used to, her dad's a pretty minister, right? So there's a very big aspect of rebellion that I think maybe had going on with Nala there. But yeah, I just wanted to add that in there.
That's interesting.
Prodigal son returns after 7,000 dicks.
So this isn't the first time that Pearl has made a comment, maybe not a comment about somebody from who used to do OnlyFans turning to Christ, but I've seen her on multiple occasions where she will attack another woman's appearance, she will attack another woman's history, and obviously because
they all do
part of the brand, right? But they all do. But so what I wonder, I know we're talking specifically about Nala. I think it's obvious that it is a grift. But I don't think the significance of Pearl attacking Nala or the conversation we're having about Nala is just specifically about Nala and her history and what her motivations are. It's a broader, more general question, which is, can you be an OnlyFans? Can you do sex work for a long time? And can you have this miraculous intervention where you choose to put it away? And maybe for some women, maybe they choose to become more religious, they go to Christ, right? They have a conversion. For some women, it might be that they get married, they change jobs. And usually this is not the only person I've seen who has chosen to stop sex work and has chosen to start their life doing something else. And tons of people will slam her and will criticize her and say, there's no way that possibly can be true. You'll cheat on your husband, he'll never love you, et cetera, right? So, yeah. I mean, we can choose to...
She loves that group.
That
group exists. You're 100% right.
You can have a miraculous change and become a religious person. I think the difference is you can run to the church or you can run to Instagram. And the people that run to Instagram is we can tell that it's just not. And the people who actually do revert or do whatever, find God, find Christ, they typically are just quiet about it. They go home, They
I
do
don't
their
know.
God thing.
narcissistic entertainers that go on a fucking
Yeah, like
No, I
world
disagree.
tour
I
on
actually-
their brand new
that's-
fucking
but-
Christ
I
revival.
disagree.
Oh wait.
But-
Can I pass this to Aiko? Isn't
I would-
isn't like
I do want to
fame
hear the rest of
and
what FQ had to say. But yeah, 'cause you
So,
were-
so Ali, I think you're right, and I think that both you and Scott are right. That I think that like if it's a genuine conversion, you're right that it's probably something that they're more private about, and something that they keep away from the public eye. However, like if we're talking about a person whose entire scheme of making money is working as a public entertainer, as somebody who is in the public eye, right? It would make sense that if you've had a conversion experience like this, why to a degree it would have to take place in public, right? Why you couldn't simply have like this be like a private conversion that you have by yourself, right? Because like if this is how you've been making money for so long, I mean, doesn't it make sense for you to discuss that publicly? I think it does.
So you can.
I would
There's
agree
a way
with
of
that.
doing it, but
Wait, you can tell people publicly that you converted. Sure, and this is talking like the specific context. You can tell people, but then also if you've amassed this amount of money, you would then turn around and do something else with that money, and you would.
No, you wouldn't.
You're
Why would
supposed
why-
to.
No, oh no. First of all,
You would
so
behave
I would.
differently.
I would.
Yeah, you would
I wanna push
100%.
back.
It'd be more
I wanna
towards
push
charitable.
back
You
against
wouldn't be as capitalist. Like
No,
You
you
can't have a
wouldn't be.
religion.
I
You
wanna
can't have a
push back
religious
against that
conversion
anytime.
and then behave exactly
That
the
is
same.
that
with
is
expected
bullshit.
justice.
Well, it is not exactly the same. And like, I want to push back against it because I can think of people that are like not nearly as famous, right? Like I'll give one. Jessica Soria here in San Antonio. She was really famous for like being very like outgoing girl here in San Antonio. Like she would go to the club. She had a very like a pretty big local following. And then like now she never goes to the club. She's like giving her life to Christ. And like she like wrote like a book about coming to Christ. And she's a realtor. And she talks about it all the time on her social platforms. But it's like not a grift. Like her like whole personality has changed. Every time I've talked to her like in real life, this is like a totally
Her
different
whole
person.
personality has
But-
changed.
But it's not like what you're saying, which is like, oh, this has to happen in private. Some people are just not like introverted. Like some people are extroverted, so they want to share the joy that they felt. Like I disagree with this entirely. This whole concept.
I mean, what kind of following does this person have? It's gonna.
I mean, it's not Nala Ray's side.
Well, she can serve an
Wow.
example too. You know, if you really want to defend her, you can she can make the argument. Well, I'm trying to save all these heathens. You know, they were looking at my tits before, but now I'm going to get them to read the Bible. I mean, look how good that is.
Yeah, sure. You can make the argument, but it's about whether or not we believe it. I think to touch on what Fairy Queen was saying, I think there is a larger conversation here that isn't about OnlyFans girls, right? I think there are parallels here, and this is why this is so sensitive to the red pill movement, is because there is a large portion of men who feel cheated in the dating market by these women that have these high body count, go through their hoe phase, find all these Chad alpha dudes, etc. And now they're like on the dating apps in like their late 20s, early 30s, being like, single mom must be 6 feet tall. Like if you don't respect me as a mom, then like you don't deserve me. Like right, and like there's like an entitled kind of like, oh, that was my past, and my past doesn't matter. And I think to a lot of guys, they're like, no, your past does matter because I'm the one that's expected to pick up your trauma. I'm the one that's
skill
expected
issue on
to
those
pick
guys'
up
part.
your
Sounds like
baggage.
they just weren't good enough, and now that all these guys,
I'm being
some of them wipe their tears. From
Admiral
the
Gibbs.
baby bottle.
Admiral Gibbs. I know you always have the ability to say the most retarded shit.
I mean, I'm sorry, it sounds like a skill issue. I'm just saying. Like, I mean, like, why should I be sad about
Can you
these
stop
lonely
fucking
men?
memeing?
I'm
Oh
not
my
memeing.
God,
This is
for
not a
just
meme.
5
I'm
fucking
sorry that,
minutes.
like, listen,
Are you
just because I
genuinely fucking
disagree with you.
retarded?
No, I'm not.
Like-
Here's the thing, Papa. Just because I disagree with you
in the
doesn't mean
middle
it's
of
a
what
meme.
I'm saying, I'm being descriptive. I'm not even being prescriptive. I'm not even adding a more.
Yeah, I'm being descriptive. I'm saying it's a
whom
skill
I
issue on
agree
this
with.
man's part.
No, you're not being descriptive because you don't even know what that means.
Okay. All right. So let's try Aiko, who is our religious expert here, and will tell us about religious conversions.
But I just wanted to respond to Gibbs because he asked a question. He was like, who is it to say that we should, that we have to do this stuff in private? Well, Jesus says that. He says, "Be careful not to practice your righteousness in front of others to be seen by them. If you do, you will have no reward from your Father in heaven."
What does Jesus also say though? He doesn't say
Where
go
is
tell it on
Jesus
the
getting
mountain
it
and
from?
everywhere.
Real question.
Doesn't he also say go tell it on the mountain and everywhere? Isn't there a whole song dedicated to that verse in the scripture?
Wait, Jesus wrote that?
I mean, somebody wrote it. It's from the Bible. Somebody quoted that and made it into a whole song. Tell
Go
it
tell
on
him.
the mountain.
I mean,
He
he
was
should
the
have
one. He was
you
the
play
one who
tit
told
for
on a
tat.
mountain. So he
No,
told
exactly.
himself to go tell him on a
Second
mountain.
verse was charge $9.99 to listen to it. That's the
There you
next
go. That's
verse
the
after that.
Right. I mean,
Yeah,
you could
it's
also
called
be not
tithing.
like
It's
the
called
hypocrites.
tithing.
And be not like the hypocrites, for they love to pray on the street corners and synagogues, for I tell you they've reached their full yield, right? It's not just one Bible verse that is describing the concept of praying and showing your religiosity, outwardly, as opposed to acting in a religious way and then allowing people to come to you because of your stability, because of your holiness.
Yeah, that other verse gets read every Easter and by the Catholic Church. Like, it considers that to be like critical to instructing on people how to practice. There's a name for it. It's called simony, right? It was when Simon goes to Jesus and says, hey, teach me all your tricks so that I can use it, in my act. And he says, and he, sends him away and rejects him. Using Christianity as a grift is as old as Christianity itself.
Is this coming from the people at the Golden Palace?
Yes.
Yeah, I mean,
no one can out-grift the Catholic Church historically. No way.
I just want to add, though, that the Great Commission was the point I'm talking about. He says, baptize in all disciples of all nations. You know what I'm saying? Like, that seems to me like he's telling people to go talk about it. I mean, how do you go to all nations without talking about it? And if you have a massive platform...
No, they didn't say talk about it. They said don't practice your righteousness for the sake of others, like to show them how good you are, how great you are. Absolutely, you're supposed to tell your message, but you're not supposed to use it for profit.
Yeah. I mean, we both just
speak when spoken to. You don't go preach your message, but people ask you, "Oh, how are you so this?" and "How are you so successful? How are you so this?" And then you relay it.
Yeah,
because of this, I'm so successful.
But why do you have you were married for 30 years? What's your secret? Well, we both believe that the Holy Spirit works through us because we both work.
No, that's not the same. How do you go to
wait, hold on. Let me try to bridge this, because it seems, and maybe I'm wrong. So, Aiko, you can help me out here, right?
Proselytation is.
Yeah, so there is prostitution, right?
Controversial.
But is that not in the Bible, right? Like, that you are supposed to go out.
It's about the motive. It's about what you're doing it for.
Yeah. So that's where I was going to touch on, right?
Yeah.
But the point is, there is a version of this in which is good, right? We're supposed to go out and get more followers, maybe through showing good works, showing what it is to be a Christian, whatever, right? But there's a good way to do this, right? And then there's the sinful way. And so, I think people are trying to just make the distinction here that, yes, you can baptize here, but that's not using your righteousness as a cudgel against other people, and to say that you're worse than them or whatever, right? Or using your righteousness to gain some sort of profit, being that monetary or social. So I think there are two ways of doing this, and I think Admiral Gibbs, what you're talking about. Now, I'm not familiar with this other person. I'm not familiar with Nala either. I just was looking at her pictures, and she's very pretty.
She's the worst. 3 months ago. She loved to talk about how she liked to fuck married dudes because just
or a cheap
the idea of ruining marriages was great.
Okay, so that sounds like a lot of fun. But hold on, but the last thing. But you also talk about that Jessica individual, who also I'm not familiar with. But just going off of your statements, right?
Yeah, that's maybe more.
If that sounds like that person was doing it the right way, that you're saying, right? That you can put this out in public. The point that I'm
making is why would, if you have this platform, right? You have a platform. Say tomorrow, I decided I wasn't going to be a hedonist, and I had a fairly decent following here, and I decided I was going to start doing Sunday morning sermons every morning, and we were or whatever, Wednesday night Bible readings, and we're going to start doing that, and I'm going to use my platform to try to bring people to Christ. And if you wanted to sub to me, great. That means I can do more evangelistic stuff, and and a tenth of my money is going to go to a local
West,
church.
Is that you?
Yeah, I'm saying Kanye, yeah, but this is kind of the same thing as whenever you see famous athletes come to Christ, and then all of a sudden they're on the circuit, going around with Tim Tebow, and people. The reason why they do this is because they have this platform and they're trying to share it. You would think, because obviously, I don't know, say Magic Johnson was on a circuit with Tim Tebow, he obviously doesn't need any more money. He's not doing it for the money, he's not doing it for the fame. This person's probably not. She's already rich. So I don't know that I'm buying that it's a total grift, just because Just Pearly thinks so. When I've seen Just Pearly things posting the most awful shit every week when she looks like a sack of fucking angry potatoes that are rotting.
I think we're calling them both grifters, but
yeah.
So
but I'd rather take
the
one grift over the other.
So let's say tomorrow, right? Because I did a rereading of Atlas Shrugged, right? Because I wanted to refamiliarize myself with it, having a better understanding of objectivist philosophy. As opposed to when I read it when I was younger. And so let's say I finish the book and I go, you know what? I had a realization. I'm no longer a libertarian. I'm an objectivist. I believe in a minarchist state, right? I'm purely believe in objectivist philosophy. And then I came out the next day and was just completely preaching against literally everything that I was saying the day before that, and saying, I've had a reawakening, I'm an objectivist now, listen to me, blah, blah, blah. Right? If I was truly an objectivist and I truly believed in the objectivist message, what I would do is I would at least take, I don't know, a couple months off to really know what the fuck I'm talking about. Like I would have to do some soul searching philosophically, and I would have to do like more than just like, oh, I made a new YouTube channel because my old YouTube channel was, libertarian. So this new one's going to be objectivist. Like, follow me, guys, right? Like you would have to have an internal process if you were going to change your entire world philosophy. And let me tell you, there's not a big difference between libertarianism and objectivism. Some would even argue that you must be both.
I want to lightly push. lightly push back against you, just very lightly though.
Or you're a socialist, isn't that right, Scott?
I think
Ayn Rand did famously hate libertarians, though.
Interesting.
She also came up with the nap. She was friends with Murray Rothbard. They developed their philosophy together. And then she hated him because Ayn Rand was a bitch. Like, love her to death, but she was a bitch to like literally everybody.
Yeah, I agree with that.
Interesting. People of that ilk rub people the wrong way. I'm just learning this. Okay. Anyway, back to it. There was I saw this this podcast, and it was one of those things where you react to other people's channels and like break down their ideology, right? And this is like an atheist leaning channel breaking down religious channels. So they did this one these two women, who I forget if they were both in the sex industry previously or not. At least one of them was, right?
Two girls, one cup. We got it.
No, they actually, I think they were like podcasts is like two girls, like one like Bible or something like that. It's like something like in that direction. You actually nailed it.
All right.
Are you talking about the YouTube channel, the two blondes?
Yeah. Like there's a religious two.
I've
you know what I'm
seen
talking?
Yeah.
I know this.
who you're
I know this
talking
channel.
about.
I've seen this channel before.
And so this woman was like breaking down this channel, and like I hear you when you say that like the best thing to do would be to go away, like learn a bunch of stuff about this new way of thinking, right? But not everyone does that. So like one of these women was like became a Christian before the other, and then when the second one had their conversion, she helped her along the way. But the second one doesn't know a lot about Christianity, period. She grew up Catholic, but like she didn't know how to
nothing will make you an atheist.
If I think it was like the word like Catholicism, like she was like reading it. She was reading this.
Catholics don't know shit about the Bible.
But no. Catholics know the word Catholicism. They know the word Catholicism. She didn't know that either, right? But that doesn't mean that I necessarily doubt that she is trying to be a Christian, right? She's trying to find a way, but she's doing it in public and fumbling her way across the line. But like she's like doing it, so that's why I might want pushback.
I think the thing here is when we say that someone changes opinions on something, that's one thing. But when someone presumably is saved under Christ, right? I think that entails a certain amount of soul searching, because I mean that by the very nature of the concept of being saved by Christ, right? Like if you are adopting, if you were a hedonist, especially like an extreme hedonist, right? Like Nala was, right? A philanderer, a cheater, a prostitute, a slattern, a famous sex symbol that went online and did everything she could to proselytize those things, right? Like if you're an extreme case, right? And then you're saved by God in the relationship with like this new boyfriend or whatever, right? I think there's a certain expectation that you have a lot of shit that you've compartmentalized. You have a lot of shit you probably need to talk to your pastor about. You have a lot of shit that you might need therapy for. You have a lot of boxes to check. It's like if someone is an alcoholic and then they come and they tell you, oh, I'm an AA now, and they have like their 1-day coin. It's like, cool, man, talk to me in a year. Okay. Because right now I don't fucking trust you. You know, like you were a drug addict. You stole from me. You fucked over my family. And I love you and I want you to get better, but I'm enabling you if I don't tell you to go fucking fix yourself and prove to me that you're fixed for like 6 months or a year. Come back to me when you've proven that you are someone that is healed and that you're not a drug addict. You're not going to steal from me and you're not going to use all of these young simps, all of these young people and drive them away from the very thing you say you're driving them towards, which would be, you know, in this instance, Christ.
So for me, I've
hold on. Can I just insert real quick? Because that gets me to the other half of what I was going to say, which was the other person who goes to Jesus and is rejected is the rich man, right? And he asks, like, what will it take? Like, I want to follow you. What will it take? And he says, give up all you have to the poor, then you can follow me. And the rich man walks away sad. So that's the other half of this, right? It isn't just that she's doing it for the wrong reasons. It's also that if she really wants to like remove herself from this, like there needs to be like the fruits of those things that she now considers sin.
Well, hold on, that's what
I'm not saying
doing.
she would have to
That's what
necessarily.
That's what she's doing.
I'm
right?
not saying.
No, she sold her things. She sold her things. She still has her money. She's not going to give away $9 million.
It says right now. I'm reading the thing right now from an interview that she gave.
I don't trust your research, Gibbs. No
Hold on,
offense.
I listened to the whole Michael Mullen.
If she gave away a shit ton of money, then
This is an interview right now. I'm reading from like the churchleaders.org that she gave to like some Christian website, and it says she like that. Yeah, she's donating a bunch of the money to like her parents' church. So
what does a bunch mean?
I don't know. I mean, what do you call
$10 million? She gives away 100,000. It's
so. But this sounds like the blood crime right here. So she gave away what if she gave away $5 million? Right? What number is going to be satisfactory for y'all? Do y'all want her to be destitute? And have zero,
hold on. Let me address that. Let me address that.
I know what you're going to say. Aiko. Like
What?
$8.9 million.
Did Jesus negotiate with that rich man when he said, "Give away everything you own"? Was the rich man able to talk him down and say, "What if I only give away 30%? Would that be enough?" Right? Like how much would Jesus compromise for in that?
Listen. I'm not religious, but I hold religion sacred, right? I think people that are religious, like I commend them. I think it's awesome that they're doing it. And I think when you come in, if you are already a religious person, people will read that from you. I don't personally like, and I'll talk for Islam. I hate all these fucking scholars that are on here yelling and doing all this bullshit because I see what they're doing. They're just saying inflammatory bullshit. They're saying, just like Scott was like saying, they're saying general shit, making it the fucking rule just so they can get their clout up, just so they can get their followers up. And I say this specifically because it's on TikTok. It's a huge fucking thing with like Muslims and like gaining a following just for being Muslim and having that relatability to a bunch of people here and the amount of money you can make off of these lives and off of these donations. I honestly think a lot of people realize that there's Christians online that are willing to do that too. And you see that with like Andrew Wilson, right? Andrew Wilson's page has been honestly hilarious. It's one of my favorites to follow because it's awesome watching the Christian kind of go hardcore and argue for Christian ethics, right? But also look how much money the guy's fucking making off of his one night stream. I watched him make $8,000 just so he can go down to Miami and do Fresh and Fit. There's a lot of money to be made with the
red pill stuff
grip.
too. Like,
he's anti-red pill. He's specifically like he's a far right Christian nationalist, isn't that the whole spiel? He's like, he does Christian ethics and morals.
I talked to Andrew. I've talked to Andrew a retarded amount of times. I've been on his show several times. I like Andrew. I consider him one of the few people I would consider a friend in this space. What I will say is that yes, he is against the red pill. What there's something that I don't think the left sees because the distinctions aren't that clear, because it's the same way as like most right wingers not being able to see the difference between like a Lysenkoist and like a Trotskyist, right? Like to them, you know, like that's like a huge difference. To us, they're all just fucking commies, right? Same difference. So the Christ pill and red pill community are like at each other's throats because like the Christ pill people are very much like, find you a 6 in church, get your shit together, be holy, fucking marry, have children, be devoted towards the church, get your shit done. And the red pill people are like, marriage is a fucking scam. Don't be involved in that. Get fit, get bitches, get money, get a vasectomy. Right. And it's like, and the Christ pill people are like, have a bunch of fucking kids. And then you have, you know, Andrew Tate, which is just like, you know, a grifter whichever way the fucking wind blows that day, right? Like, one day it's like white people are pathetic because they don't have 30 children and they don't like fuck random bitches with no condom, and then like the next day he's red pill and the next day he's Islam pill. But yeah, no, he's anti. But yes, he makes a lot of money. Andrew is special in the sense that he has been hosting a debate show for a very, very long time, and I think it is now the meta is changing in a lot of these spaces to where they want debate bros to come in and fuck up these feminists and fuck up these retard fucking red pill dudes that are obviously grifting and like sharing like their like masculinity course to dudes. They want people to come in and fuck them up, but I don't know that they're necessarily looking for left-wing people. They're looking for right-wing debate chads, and Andrew has been in that space for a long time, and it's his time to come up because that's what the new meta is.
I don't think necessarily. I don't even think Andrew's drifting. I think he's been pretty solid from the beginning. I don't mind that. I don't mind you being religious on the online.
He knows
space.
It's entertainment.
But I want to point out a double standard that nobody's doing.
He's an entertainer for sure.
We all know Steve-O, right? Everybody knows who Steve-O is, right here. Everybody knows Steve-O from Jackass. Steve-O is an avowed gone to AA. I think he might even have come back to Jesus. Nobody's doubting his commitment. Nobody's saying that he's grifting, even though he's going on talk shows talking about AA stuff all the time. So what's the difference here?
Because he's not making money off of
he is making money. They are literally paying him to come talk about it on their platform.
We watched him. Listen, we watched him go through a mental breakdown. We watched him go through a mental breakdown. We watched him climb on top of a fucking crane so that he could put a save the whales fucking thing. We watched him go to jail for that. We watched him disappear for months and months and months. And
there's enough of a resume for Steve.
Go to fucking AA meetings. He went to fucking like.
I see no difference.
Do you take Sneako's drift as seriously as now?
Admiral Gibbs, pause.
What, but do you take it? Do you take him legitimately?
Real quick.
This is the point of this is a double standard. We're like, there's a difference between like what Steve-O's doing and what everybody's doing with Nala here. Like y'all are sitting here saying one is bad, and it seems like it's a double standard because it's a woman only fan.
No, we're not.
Versus I think the Sneako grift is horrible too.
What I'm saying is
Sneako's awful. Listen.
Admiral
I'm not arguing.
Admiral Gibbs.
I was talking about
listen.
Steve-O's who I meant.
I know.
Reputation. Listen. It's just like the trans people that demand that you use their pronouns, right? It's that
not like the trans people.
Let me draw the.
Let me get there. Right? Reputation and respect is earned and is held in the mind of the individual. And one person does not own their reputation. They do not own their respect. Other people afford them reputation and afford them respect based off of their opinions of that person. And so when people demand that you accept them and their grift, you, Admiral Gibbs, have every right to go, I don't fucking believe Steve-O. I think he's full of shit. And other people have every right to say, I think it's good.
People too.
Well, hold on, wait. So
I think that there are going to be biases, sure, but I don't think I'm particularly in a double standard here.
For Sneako, I relate Nala more to Sneako than Steve. I haven't seen Steve-O, so I have nothing.
Significantly more change out of Nala in a way shorter period of change than I have seen any change from Sneako, who actually complained about these changes.
Unquote change. Sneako's been doing this for a while, right? He's actually he's in Mecca, he's in all these fucking Arab Muslim countries. But we see time and time again that behind the scenes, the guy's gambling, he's drinking, he's doing drugs, he's a fucking bum, right? And now with Nala, right? She did that whole thing. She went on the Michael Knowles podcast. Then what happened on TikTok 2 days after the Michael Knowles podcast? She has a video release where she's tripping on shrooms in the middle in Santa Monica, riding around Longboard.
I don't know, but
I could make the argument too. But however, as we understand the scripture today, right now, drugs are bad.
I know a lot of people talk about the mushrooms.
So I don't know. I don't want to argue this the entire time. So I think we've made our points. But I'll say one last thing on this is that I'm
actually coming out pro Nala now. She's trying to find Jesus through shrooms.
But okay, here's the thing. Even in and I don't know this person, Nala. Literally, this is my first time ever hearing of her. But a person's path to recovery or redemption or change, whatever it is, right, is not linear. So if this person has made a change, right, or is genuine about it, I don't know if she is or not, I have no clue, right? That doesn't mean that she won't make mistakes along the way, right? You'll hear Christians talking about, the born again ones that it wasn't just that one moment, right? That spark of godliness, and they were
True.
done. Like
Yeah, it's
they were
two steps
butt
forward,
fucked
one
with it.
step back.
There's a
yeah, I
problem when you're going on there and you're saying that the only way you're going to be the only way you're going to be able to have a good life is if you find it through God, and if you're preaching this word, and this is what you're now like getting your clout from, and then in the back end you're having all these mistakes. Now for Muslims, for example, you're not supposed to publicize your sins, right? You have your sins, you keep them private. It is what it is. However, if you're going to be someone who's preaching the word, if you're going to be someone who's a role model in a community, if you're going to be someone who's a leader in these communities and kids are looking up to you, well, I mean, you're a public figure. All of your sins are then going to be publicized because people are going to try to sit here and disprove you, because everyone wants to disprove the religious person, especially when they're famous. Right? No one wants to believe that this.
Yeah, but I don't think
famous person
anybody
is
would
now
consider
also-
Sneeko to be a religious leader. Right? So like,
No, not a
I think
religious
that,
leader, but
I
he's
think-
but for Muslims, right? Like I said, he gained a large Muslim following, right? So for these kids that are watching him, they do look at him as a like an influencer in Islam, right? And so for them, when they're seeing him, that's why you have those kids that are like, fuck women, kill the whatever, all that shit, right? When the kids were doing that, and he's like, no, don't do that. But that's the message that you're pushing, that they're seeing on the back end. They're not seeing the quote unquote love of religion and God. They're seeing is your fuck ups on the back end. So you aren't a religious leader per se, but you are a large influencer in that regard.
No, I don't think that happening to be Muslim while you're an influencer makes you like an influencer within Islam or something, right?
No,
that's part of his brand.
No.
He's an influencer for the other shit he does. He's not like a religious like figure in any context. I think
he's not a religious.
Like,
okay,
he does.
He
I don't
is
think,
a religious
so
figure right now for
the
these
only
people.
time
His
the only time I
conversion.
ever hear about no, that's not true. The only
It
time I
is
ever hear about
100%
Sneeko is
true.
when he like fucks up and embarrasses himself in some way, right?
True.
But so
No,
far
he's
as I
been,
know,
he's been
It's when
pushing
you.
a
That's
religious
when
thing for a
you
while.
hear about
and
it. You're
like-
not.
and
You're not a
like,
14-year-old,
he tried to
15-year-old
teach
Muslim
people
kid.
about and try to okay, well then you tell me. You're not a 14-year-old Muslim kid, I think, but maybe you know more about this than I do, right? So does he like go on his stream and like talk about the Quran and talk
Yes,
about
like
Yeah,
like
kind of
regularly. He wears the thobe.
Regularly,
He
yes.
goes to Mecca. He's speaking to religious leaders. He's speaking to
He's
sheikhs.
all
He-
over Muslim
He has a
Twitter.
sheikh regularly on with him.
I would say what he's doing is actively worse because, like, at least
Okay,
with
wait, hold
Nala, it
on.
doesn't seem like there's like
Wait,
a
hold on.
nefarious
Oh, God.
intent to it, like there's with
Yeah,
Sneeko.
Gibby,
So
what
when
do
he's talking to these people, is he asking them questions? Is he trying to learn, or is it more like he's trying to like
They
he's
speak.
like,
He
they're, like,
agrees.
teaching the audience?
He's trying to like.
Okay, so
he's
he's
trying to learn.
learning.
He's basically trying to
he's
learn like
from
talking
them.
points. He's trying to learn talking points for debates, so that when people question him on shit, he has like good rebuttals. Because he wants to
Okay,
push that
so
he's
he's
a
somebody
Muslim
in
and he
the
has this
process
large
of-
Muslim following. Because he has a Muslim following.
Well, okay, but I think that from the perspective of these the Sheikh and all these other actual like influential religious Muslims he has on, they don't think that he's doing this. They think that he's learning, right? He's trying to learn and he's asking them questions and he's trying to clarify things for himself.
Well, to be fair,
And
I
he's
think
doing
they're
this- and
grifting
he's doing
as
this in
well.
public. Sure. So everybody's great. So
I mean,
and he's doing this in public, which you might disagree with, but I don't think that makes him like I don't think this is even bad, right? And you can say, yeah, well, he fucks up. Well, as Brandon Sisson famously said, okay, sometimes a hypocrite is just a man in the process of changing, right? So he's in the process. Clearly, he's not all the way there yet. Because you become a Muslim, you don't need to know like everything about Islam and be perfect overnight. And you can say the same thing about this Nala lady, right? So she had like a life-changing revelation, and now she's in the process of working this into her life and rethinking things, and she's just doing it publicly. I don't think it's a big deal.
Yes. I don't think anybody here has said unequivocally that they know for a fact that Nala isn't changing. And vice versa, I don't think anyone here has stated in the original context that they think that Pearly Things isn't a grifter. I think the more meta conversation is about the concept of individuals that move from hedonistic lifestyle into this religious conversation where they're not really speaking from experience and they might be full of shit and they don't really know what they're talking about and they could be grifting, and there's a high likelihood that a lot of them are grifting, some of them maybe being genuine, and the damage that might have on the overall community of especially kids and people that get taken in by this, that are basically fighting against accurate information, fighting against their pastor, fighting against what they need to learn from family and church, and learning bullshit and getting embroiled in this money-making grift that is full of toxicity and full of all kinds of bullshit and drama, which is what brings them in at an entertainment value to begin with.
And then wait,
that
Doobie,
might be problematic.
Let me just jump in 1 second. So like I said, for Andrew Tate, right? Andrew Tate was this huge, like he had this phenomenon. He was popping off crazy. His following blew up immensely after he did the whole Muslim Saudi Arabia thing. He had so many people sending so much money, letters, whatever it may be. Having that Muslim specific community supporting you, especially the online Muslim community, is fucking relentless and insane. And if you have them on your side, there's a huge benefit. So like, no, I don't believe that these people are just finding God and then doing it online. I think they're realizing that there's a large religious community online, and they're willing to donate and give money to people that they feel like they relate to, that are speaking the word, that are sharing this fucking religion. Christ is King. That's why Zerka blew up so much. The whole Christ is King thing. That was a majority of his thing while doing coke, trying to have sex with mad girls, hanging out with. That was his whole spiel.
So, Doobie, you can respond, and then I'll get to FQ.
I don't
like Shere Khan with MAGA communism.
You think that he could be doing, right? Because I think that most people who watch this kind of content
you
are probably not going to turn it
Doobie.
off. Okay, let me fix that 1 second.
And just repeat everything that I didn't hear anything.
Yeah, you could keep going and then just fix it later. But yeah,
is that better? Hello. Is it better? It's probably not
a little bit.
I didn't do anything actually. All I did was move the mic slightly, so it's probably not better.
So you did do
I'll just say.
He was giving. He literally gave us a placebo and was like, "Oh, is this?"
Yeah, I did.
Go ahead.
Yeah, I did.
I mean, I turned you up, and then I didn't say whether or not you're.
Okay. Well, fuck. Oh yeah. So I think the kind of people who watch this content probably wouldn't be watching like an actual like religious teacher of some sort, right? If they weren't watching Sneeko, or they weren't watching this OnlyFans lady, or they weren't watching fucking Zerka, whose content I think before that whole meme about him being super religious was just him being on like coke binges and shit, right? So like I think those I don't know what kind of damage he could be doing that isn't already being done to them, right? So I feel like if you're watching that kind of content, you're a type of person that is attracted to that kind of like.
Well, it's the new following
kind of
that you're getting. You are gaining a new following of people, and you're tricking them, and then those kids end up learning a different ideology. So the new kids that started following Andrew Tate that believed he was a Muslim while he's pushing red pill ideology are like, oh, this is how Muslims are supposed to act. All right, cool. We should have 5 wives or 4 wives, and we should do that. And then it becomes a whole thing. So like that's kind of the negative.
Well, but if you're gaining this new audience,
so if you do that to Christians too,
if they're actually religious in some way, in either case, if they're actually religious in some way, wouldn't they just like go talk to their imam or something and figure out that, hey, actually, this guy's probably not a good representative? Like, I feel like if that's important to them, they're gonna go beyond the influencer dude.
So I'd say the majority of people are unfortunately culturally religious. So it's just that they relate to this person says he's Muslim by name. I'm Muslim by name, therefore I relate to this person. He's speaking for me.
Yeah.
Boom.
Let's go to FQ.
So there are a couple of things that I wanted to say regarding like the Nala thing and like the more broad conversation that we're having. The first one is, I think we are assuming that this is a grift because like she might be purely doing it for money, or because of the fact that she's not giving her money away. There's something in Christianity, not all Christians believe in this. It's called the prosperity gospel, which is the idea that, you know, the financial blessing and physical well-being are always the will of God for them, and that faith, positive speech, donation to religious causes will increase one's material wealth, right? God wants you to have that Bentley. God wants you to have that private jet. God wants you to have.
God does not want OnlyFans.
$1 million yacht.
I'm glad you
right?
brought this up.
Well, I'm just saying, like, so I'm not sure that I understand that, like, for some Christians and for some denominations, having a lot of money and not giving it away immediately to the poor, very publicly, like for some denominations and for some, like I think for most people who are genuinely religious people, find that to be distasteful. But it's worth mentioning that there probably are some denominations of Christians for whom the vast and gaudy display of wealth and power is something that it acts as a kind of proof that this person has actually been blessed by God and is actually like received divine favor in some way.
And those people are apostates.
So I'm sure that I'm sure that even people who like agree with the prosperity theology probably aren't happy with the idea of Nala having $9 million like from working at OnlyFans, but they're probably I don't know that they necessarily would think that she's a hypocrite for, you know, not dumping all of that money into public charities like right now that she's like had her conversion experience, right? So I think that it's true. Like for some people who are Christians in some denominations, like your conversion experience and you stating your belief in God is not a private affair. It is very much a thing that happens in public and it should happen in public. And to the point, like that's why like some denominations, actually not the primary reason why, but I think it's a subsidiary reason why, which is you have your conversion only like when you're an adult. You are baptized only when you are of age so that you can completely understand like the significance of it. But it happens in public, right? Like I remember like when I was younger, when I was involved with a lot of Christian youth groups, and when somebody said that they were saved, it was not a private affair that they kept to themselves and they went to the woods. It happened with their with their friends. They would go to their group of friends and they would say, I was saved by Jesus. And they share their conversion story and they talk about the religious experience that they had. Like sharing of the like being very public, like out like on public with this is true for some people in some denominations. It's not a good thing. I don't think it's a positive thing. It's not a religious principle. I think that it's a positive thing to be embracing or to endorse, right? But it definitely exists.
The issue is like if the drug dealer finds God but keeps the Bentley and keeps the mansion and keeps the bling and keeps the everything, it's like, I mean, you found God after you got all.
Now he's a religious man, and now he's a religious
works
man
in mysterious ways.
And now he can use his Bentley, and now he can use his mansion, and now he can use all of these resources to help you.
But if they don't,
but you're banking that they will, which is why you do.
Would these people that you're describing, would they say that Jesus was unreasonable to demand that the rich man give up everything he had?
I don't know enough about like the background of the gospel, but like I would assume no, like obviously, right? But I mean, I mean, like I don't
individual.
think, right?
Like it was like I mean, they would quote, "It is as easy for a rich man to get into heaven as it is for a camel to pass through the eye of the needle," and then they would say, "Well, it's difficult for a rich man to get into heaven because the eye of a needle is really just a bar that like camels can't get in." That in this instance, Jesus, like you could have said, give up some of your money, not all of your money. But Jesus was speaking matter of factly, like if you really want to truly be saved, give it all up. And they would say that doesn't necessarily mean that you have to give it all up, that isn't a demand from Jesus to every rich person, but rather that is Jesus simply saying, oh, you want to be saved? Well, then change. And the best way you can prove to yourself and you can go through a real change right now is to give it all up. Like, don't compromise with faith, like go into it full force. So that, I mean, representing the fucking
she literally hasn't had a chance
Christians
to do
here,
that
I'm a
yet,
fucking
though.
atheist.
She had like 3 months so far.
Let's let Lactoid in.
I don't give a fuck about Nala at this point.
Oh yeah, we're not talking about Nala anymore. I thought we were just talking about like in general. Go off.
So, well, I'm okay on Nala. I've been like researching this person. The Twitter is
which part of the research?
not the bad stuff. Her Twitter's taken down, which is a point against the idea of her grafting. But on her YouTube channel, her description is, and I'm gonna butcher this because I'm not a fucking weeb, so Prime, please help me. Ahiago,
the Ahiago face.
Ahiago,
Ahego.
Okay, so her thing is Ahego Queen / cosplayer / God's girl. So we have her porn identity juxtaposed directly with God's girl, and immediately after she apparently
what God wanted.
Apparently immediately after she came out with this, there's a video of her dancing with no pants, advertising the new clothing line for her Christian brand. And when you go down to the comments, a lot of the comments are "God is good, God bless," and they might just be naive. I think Scott's actually right.
Religious people naive? That is out of this
world.
I think that when you're looking at it all together, and
everybody loves a comeback.
Yeah, I think it's pretty clear. I think it's pretty clear that at this point, we should believe that it's for money, even if it's not. It's for money. It's a grift. And maybe if her clothing line actually, oh, I donated all the money to charity, and here's proof. I'll take back what I said. But until that day, the fact that she has her porn and her Christian thing, like she's appealing to both audiences still at the same time, pretty obvious.
Well, let me ask you this. Hold on. So, like the Hago thing is pretty big in the cosplay realm, which is like a thing she likes to do, right?
And to explain, I just want to explain to them what it is.
It's overtly sexual.
It's your eyes crossed and your tongue out.
Yeah, like the eyes crossed, the tongue. You've seen that, right? The eagles do that. Yeah,
What?
yeah. But
This
Yeah,
sounds like
man.
from a horror
A
movie.
Hago is a form. A Hago is
It's
a
like a
face of
hentai
like
face.
common-
yeah, hentai.
Yeah, it's like it's a
So,
hentai
the
face.
thing, though,
that
is
the concept is that they're gooning and that they're so hungry for cum that their brain is leaving their fucking ability to do anything other than want the cum on their face.
Yeah, that's pretty much
Yes.
it.
That's
Yeah.
what
So,
the
like-
Hago is.
So, like, I mean, the point of this,
Today I
though,
learned.
right, is if you so you said the Twitter's taken down, right? Like the only thing she has on OnlyFans right now, apparently, allegedly, I don't have any.
Allegedly,
OnlyFans.
Gibbs.
Allegedly.
Allegedly.
Hey, listen, why would I pay
Allegedly.
when I could just Google the leaks? But the point is, that's a true capitalist right there. The point is that I'm making, with that is apparently, allegedly, the only thing she's got on there is a video talking about her coming to Christ, which I think may or may not have been taken down since she was leaving it up for tax purposes, and tax day just passed a week or two ago. That was the whole thing that was.
No, that one is real.
Yeah. So
I'm with Admiral Gibbs on this one. That one is real. Like legally, you can't just like cancel your OnlyFans thing immediately because of the contract that you signed with them or whatever.
Yeah.
And so like she like quadrupled the payment as she was like taking down photos, and then like she was doing.
Yeah.
That.
So my point is with this, right? Like whenever we brought up like Sneeko earlier, and we brought up I brought up Steve-O, is like there seems to be like steps, right? If you're really like trying to transition, right? All right, your brand may be in her case the Hago Queen or whatever, right? And then she's the cosplay, so maybe she's gonna switch it to Christian cosplay. We don't know, but to me
Christian
it seems
cosplay.
like, hey, listen, what, you can't have Christian cosplay? What's wrong with that?
I don't think
What kind of cosplay? What kind of
I
cosplay
think
did
the
you do
whole
before?
point is
Gibbs?
modesty.
I mean,
yeah,
not
you're supposed to
Christian
do
cosplay,
like
but
there's
like
gonna be a slutty priest
Well, I
or a
mean, like,
slutty
no,
nun.
you
I was
have-
going to suggest that earlier. Like, how do we
you
know?
don't be
Like,
slutty though. Like, what if I was like to dress
In
up
the
like?
the
video-
conversion is the cosplay. She's
But if
cosplaying
I
a
went got
conversion.
like really into fitness and I wanted to be Conan the Barbarian, and I also had like decided to be Christian, would it be like, oh, this guy's doing promiscuous because he's walking around as Conan now that he's swole? Like, no, that's ridiculous.
No, it is. No, that's what it is. Yes.
Absolutely wrong. I
It's
disagree.
absolutely correct. You're not gonna walk around. You can't walk around shirtless, baring your chest,
Yeah.
trying to induce lust in women
Nobody's
or
trying to
men
induce
potentially
lust.
around you. You can't do that.
That's not lust. You don't have to
It
be
is.
lust.
It's also it's
dress up as
They
a
break up
barbarian
just
when you're
for
buff.
me.
it's different than for women. I'm sorry, there is a difference.
Is there a difference?
Yeah, there is. We can talk about that. But when you watch the TikTok video of her dancing, she's wearing like ridiculously short shorts to the point where she doesn't look like she's wearing pants. Like her shirt is like over her pants. She's advertising her Christian clothing line, doing this dance from her YouTube or like on TikTok.
Is
and
there
then her
something in
YouTube channel.
Christianity that says you can't wear like really short shorts?
It depends. There was a denomination back in my high school that if you wore booty shorts,
And
they
this
were gonna like
is,
try to
this
stone
is
you.
exactly why the religious grift is the Christian religious grift is becoming so strong, because in this denomination this and in this denomination that, and all you Christian
Well, yeah, but, like,
Christians
just
don't have
answer the
no
question, though,
fucking
like-
values.
I'm of the
And
denomination
now-
where we see the tits, but we also
Yeah.
go to heaven.
And
That's
now-
yeah.
And so now you have the bigger Christian religious grift where it's no, only God, and this is why. It's because this denomination this and this denomination that, and well, it doesn't matter. You can be a whore and be a good Christian. It's not a big deal.
Well, it's all the Catholics'
You
fault.
can-
That's
you
just
can-
wrong.
you can-
It's
you can
big
sell
problem
drugs-
that it's all
You can
the
sell
Catholics.
drugs and just donate the money to the church, and you're fine.
Why
yeah,
can't she
Jimmy?
be like a
Jimmy wants
like a
You should
model
bring back indulgences.
This is
and wear
bullshit.
like skimpy
Hold on.
clothing and still be a Christian?
Hold on, pause. This is you're being a little disingenuous, Ali, right? Like, yeah, there are multiple denominations with different opinions throughout the Middle Eastern world, and then of course there is absolutely grifters in
Oh, no.
Islam, as you've described,
Yeah.
and there's it's not particular to Christianity,
Hold up.
right? Like
Wait,
there are
no,
plenty of
wait,
people that are being haram as fuck in the West that are engaged in cafeteria.
I didn't say it was
religion
particular
that are
to
secular
Christianity,
Muslims.
but even within Islam, the different denominations, it's political. The religion is never disputed, never argued, and the people
Right.
that the people who are religious and non-religious get treated as such. With Christianity, it's become so just by name Christian that honestly, a lot of people that are either truly Christian have gotten pissed off and have decided they took a page from the Muslims book and they're like, oh shit, if we just get online and start yelling and just start fucking throwing it in people's faces and stand on our fucking business about it. Yeah, that's why you're seeing a lot more Christians online.
I will say you know we got Christians, if you will, because obviously
I always refer to Andrew. I always refer to Andrew Wilson. I'm not gonna lie.
Christianity is like 600 years ahead of you, right? And then of course there is a certain secularization that I think brings about this kind of like non-denominational utilitarian, like this watered down form of Christianity. So I mean, I think as you see, especially in the next 20 or 30 years, as you see massive Muslim migration into Europe, if Europe doesn't collapse, if Saudi Arabia doesn't
are
pump enough
to stand tall,
if Saudi Arabia doesn't pump enough money to build enough churches, and you see enough of the Muslims begin to integrate after the second and third generation, you're going to see the exact same thing with Islam in European countries, where you have people that are basically Muslims in name only, with like
cultural. We have cultural Muslims right now.
But like, but you're,
But
yeah,
no
I think
one
you're,
are-
I
but-
think you're right that maybe it's a little bit. I think I might have been a little bit unfair.
Listen, cultural Muslims still won't eat pork. Right? There's still that one thing. They might drink, they might have sex, they might smoke weed, they might do drugs.
Well, yeah,
but
that
they
is so
still
weird.
just
They'll
won't eat
drink,
pork.
but they won't eat the
That
pork.
one I
It's
don't
so
get.
hilarious to me.
That one got me earlier this week.
The argument for that, the argument for that is honestly, it's just it's declared as dirty, like no one is supposed to eat pork technically, but then two, it's like just the easiest thing to avoid. You don't like you really do have to go out of your way in order to like try and eat pork. Like
Well,
that's kind of like the
argument.
As opposed to alcohol.
Let me tell you're gonna like this. Literally this week I had this
I understand.
conversation. This girl told me the reason she doesn't eat pork is because she's Muslim and all the parasites. And I'm like, bro, you literally, I just saw you go to the bathroom and rail line off the dirtiest toilet I've ever seen. I was like, I don't want to hear about the parasites.
It's a cultural thing, right? They didn't grow up eating it. They find it disgusting, right? So that is majorly what it is. It's dirty. It's disgusting. Technically, no one's supposed to eat it.
Okay.
Like this was
I think ribs are better than crack on. It's better than cocaine.
Have you seen Ari Shafir's? Have you seen
barbecue
Ari
ribs?
Shafir's,
Come on,
I did a tour with ribbers and like smoked ribs, the whole spiel. I'm not a big fan.
Did you eat it? Did you eat it?
Yeah, I've eaten ribs before.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, I've eaten ribs. I've eaten pork.
In what states though? In what states?
Texas, Florida, and we stopped in Louisiana.
There you go, real ones.
Okay,
Those are good ribs.
Don't fuck with me. I'm a cultured American.
Can you eat shellfish, or is that just the Jews?
I mean, you didn't have Mississippi.
Jews.
You didn't have Mississippi, but I mean, you basically did all the best ones. Texas is the best.
Mississippi
No,
wouldn't
fucking
have
Mississippi
me,
counts.
okay? Mississippi wouldn't
and
have me.
Tennessee have their own kind of barbecue thing, all right?
Moving past this.
Put some respect on Mississippi and Tennessee. I'll put respect on Texas.
Did you have a last thing you want to say on this? I wasn't sure if you did. If not, I have something else I want to talk. Okay, I guess not. All right.
Fucking spit it out, brother.
Well, I did want to quickly answer Doobie's question, which is you don't even, the list is too long for me to go through. All you have to do is Google Bible quotes and modesty, and you'll see a zillion answers to the question that you asked, which is, does the Bible disallow short shorts?
Booty shorts.
I think you'll find your answer in that Google search.
You would think that.
Wait, does it? Just give us the spoiler. Does it?
Yes.
Yeah, it does not allow.
Yes.
It does not allow.
So Nala is breaking the Bible,
That's
right?
why there's
By the
a
way, you can't
Christian
even wear
section
pearls.
on fashion.
You can't have braids in your hair.
Those shorts
You
are
can't
way
have
longer than she
tattoos.
was
There's so
wearing.
much that you
Up
can't.
until like 10 years ago, they couldn't
She
wear
was wearing
jeans as a
nothing,
woman.
Gibbs.
Those are
you couldn't wear
those
jeans
shorts
as a
are
woman
about
until
3
10
times
years
as
ago.
long as the shorts she's worn like every other video.
No, those shorts are infinitely more than what she's used to wearing. Okay,
Yeah.
I get that, but they're still very short compared to.
Yeah,
You're saying the
it's
conversion
baby
added
steps,
inches to her minimum, like.
Yeah. Hold on.
Baby steps.
I was gonna ask you something. You said something's gonna ask you about the booty shorts or something. It'll come back to me. Anyway, So let's move past this then. Hey everyone. If you've been enjoying this content, you've jumped in here, like what we're doing, consider supporting the channel by gifting bits or gifting subs, using your Amazon Prime / Prime Gaming sub. Expert for donate in chat if you want to bypass Big Brother Twitch. Consider supporting us so that we can continue to provide you with this platform. We do need your help. So help us out. So I had something else I wanted to bring up, which is completely different from this. It was Christy Gnome's dog. Okay? All right?
Yes.
I want to talk about this.
Oh God.
So
I have been defending her vehemently for days.
So okay, here's what I was
She didn't
gonna
go
say.
far
Right?
enough. She should have done something else to the dog before.
So my position is that, like, well, my position, I believe that Doobie agrees with me, right? I'm gonna guess that Doobie agrees with me. I haven't talked to him.
Wait, backstory. Yeah, what the fuck are we talking
One
about?
second, let me finish, and you'll know. But I'm introing it, and you'll find out. Okay. All right.
So what happens when you don't write topics? It's on you.
No. I don't think it's big enough to be a full topic. That's the thing. I don't think so.
Yeah,
with this panel. Okay, all right.
So it's your chaos. It's your panel. It's your chaos.
So anyway, I'm gonna guess that Doobie agrees with me. And now Blackfoot has confirmed that he agrees with me, but I'm guessing he might agree with me for different reasons. So I'll take the W no matter how I can get it. But in case you don't know, Kristi Noem, all right, governor of North Dakota, right? North or South? North. Right. Anyway, she
who cares?
Yeah, fair enough.
Cares about the fucking Dakotas?
I think it's north or south. I got.
I'm almost certain.
One of the two, Prime. It's one of the two Dakotas.
One of the two out of the two.
South Dakota.
Because the
I just looked
South Dakota. Yeah, because the other one is that guy who ran for president. What's his face?
What is his face?
Exactly.
Nobody cares
about the fucking Dakotas.
He dropped out early.
Who ran for president?
Okay, fair enough. All right, South Dakota then. Thank you guys. But she wrote a memoir, right? And when when politicians write memoirs, especially on a year that's divisible by 4, that means they are boosting their platform for their presidential race, right? Or vice presidential race. And Kristi Noem is angling to, get Donald Trump to pick her. In this memoir, she talks about a dog that she had. Apparently a 14-month-old. I'm not exactly sure how old that is in dog years. I don't know. I think it's young.
It's like about a year. Well, I mean I think that's like 7 years old.
It's like right at the end of being a puppy, though. That's the
okay. So a 14-month-old.
It's like still a puppy, but like an older puppy.
Fair enough. So one that she had adopted, I believe, and she was apparently put some effort into training, and the dog was unmanageable according to her. And as a response, she kills the dog. Right? She takes it to a gravel pit and puts a bullet in the dog, and then gets a goat, which she also did.
Her bloodlust was activated. Yes.
Yeah. She goes out. She goes to get a goat, brings it back to the gravel pit, and she shoots the goat. But then the goat jumps at the last minute, and so she doesn't actually put it down. She has to go get another bullet and then shoot the goat again.
It's bad preparation, honestly.
Yeah, it's bad preparation, totally, right? Like a proper rifleman would have ammunition. But in any case, she puts this in a memoir, and it's she releases the excerpts from it, because that's what they do. That's all the politicians do to get buzz. And it blows up online, and not in the way that she wanted it to. And now people are just attacking her. Anyway, so
hold on. What's the deal with this goat, though? I saw reading about the goat. It was part of the pheasant hunt. It wasn't just some random goat. Yeah, it wasn't some random goat. It looks like it was an injured goat.
No, it was a mean goat. It was an old, sickly, and mean goat.
Oh, then what's the problem with shooting these animals?
Yeah, but
it's white suburbanites. That's apparently
my opinion. Is that it's fine that she kills the dog or whatever, right? It's fine she kills the dog, whatever. The reason why my problem with the whole meta conversation is that I saw this headline saying that Christy Gnome. We finally have a bipartisan issue, right? And it's Christy Gnome's the enemy for killing these animals, and that enraged me. Because Christy Gnome, like, continuously, she's part of a party that takes away people's rights, that wants to execute individuals, right? That immiserates people. But now we can all come together because people don't like when fluffy animals die, right? But their empathy can't extend past that. Their empathy certainly can't extend to the people who are dying in foreign wars, right? That we are financing. Their empathy can't extend to people of a different color across the country, right? In Chicago, right? Or in New York City.
Right.
Yeah, I know exactly. That's what my opinion on this is different than your opinion. That's why I'm gonna lay this out.
I agree that Democrats are unempathetic towards white people, but I don't understand what you're talking about.
Well, I also don't trust. No, I think liberals are awful as well. But you already know that, right? But anyway, my point is that, and most of this also applies to liberals. So I agree with you. Yeah, you're right. But we don't have this empathy for human beings, for actual human suffering. But like we hear that that Fluffy catches a bullet, and then all of a sudden we have all this outrage. Where is this energy for things that actually fucking matter? It doesn't.
It's very simple. It's very simple, right? Like it's like 101 when you're training soldiers to go fight overseas, right? Is like you're not fighting Iraqis, you're not fighting Afghanistan, people in Afghanistan, you're not fighting humans, you're fighting insurgents, right? Like you need to use words that create a friend-enemy distinction, and your own characterization of how Republicans feel kind of showcases the answer to your question, which is that when someone is on a different political spectrum than you, you have a view of them as an enemy. It becomes the friend enemy distinction.
Did I do that?
But an animal, well, you said that these people, they don't care about, blacks or minorities. That they want to kill people. Like, I think you're exaggerating the concept of like the typical
to be clear,
Republican
I'm saying that they have their policies immiserate others. And I'm saying that.
Well, I mean, that's an opinion. I would think that
I know. And you think socialism is the same as
that's what I'm saying.
Yeah, I get.
That's my point.
But
is that you have a view
I'm
from
not
the outside
viewing
that they're the evil.
This also counts for liberals. Like I said previously, this
no,
also...
I'm with you. No, don't get triggered, please. Promise, I'm not really coming at you in the way you think I am. What I'm saying is that you sit on one side of the political spectrum, right? Viewing the other with some level of negativity because of their policies, because of the way that you believe that they treat people, because of the laws that they want to pass. And they do the same thing from their spectrum towards you on the other end of the political spectrum. But a dog is not seen as a moral actor. A dog is seen as innocent by its very existence. A dog, by many people, is seen that no matter how it behaves, it's the owner's fault for training them that way and not necessarily the moral act of themselves. So it's very easy, I think, for people to come together, even though, setting the farm animal aspect and the fact that like suburbanites don't understand how fucking farms work aside, setting all that shit aside, they see someone kill Fluffy and they go, Fluffy's not evil. It doesn't matter that Fluffy wants to kill some chickens. You raised her that way, you bitch. Like, how dare you kill this creature that is what you made it? As opposed to looking at humans, it's very easy in politics to see them as an enemy or to see them as bad people.
Brent, I understand. I understand it. So maybe I guess we're just coming together. Maybe you're just explaining my thing, my words, using your own language here.
Right. I'm saying people on the right would say what you say, and you weren't very, like you were saying, look at all of the bad things that Republicans do, right? And the party does. How is it that they care about, right? And I'm saying, yes, and Republicans would feel the same way if they were framing the question about left-wing people, and that people don't feel that way about dogs because they're not moral actors.
Yeah. But I'm saying that, okay, and I hear you on
the cute, fluffy man's best friend
actors thing, but like this also counts to dead children. this counts to dead children across the world. Like there are some children that they extend their empathy to. I'm talking to conservatives, and I'm certainly talking to fucking liberals. I'm absolutely talking about fucking liberals. There are some children they extend their empathy to, and others that they don't. And so when I see this, like us coming together to bitch about the dog, yeah, it's a problem. But I hear you on the innocence of animals, and I remember it was
I do agree with you.
It was let me say one thing.
Linked.
Let me think.
Like the children with the political movements often are casualties of that same friend-enemy distinction.
Michael Moore.
Humans do. It's Michael not Moore, good, but it is what humans do.
I think it was. I don't think it was Bowling for Columbine. I think no, maybe it was Bowling for Columbine. It's one of those, right? And I've talked about this before on stream. He in I believe it was that movie. There is a scene where he's talking to this woman in the rural area, and she's skinning like a rabbit, right? Like a dead rabbit. She's skinning the rabbit. And he got like a ton of hate mail. Like, how could you do that? This animal cruelty that you're displaying to us. But in the scene, I believe it was right after, right before, it was like they were right next to each other. There was a man dying. He got like hit by a car, I believe, and he just like died on camera, and he never got any fucking letters about that. Like, that part wasn't a problem. It was the skinning of the rabbit, and how could you do that? How
vegans are crazy.
Yeah, it's not just vegans. It's not. I would like to like shit on the vegans, because why not? Like, let's do that every day, right? But it's not just the vegans.
Right.
Yeah,
people.
But it's the same thing. It's like people are not necessarily looked at as inherently innocent, right? You have to judge them by their actions. And yes, I do agree with you that sometimes empathy ought to be extended to babies. Let's say, for example, in Gaza, right, where people are very pro-Israel, right? But what people will do is they often compartmentalize groups of people, whether by ethnicity, by race, by political affiliation, by region, etc. And when they view one region, one group as the enemy, they will view others as they will cut off part of their brain because they're inexorably linked. Seeing dead children in Gaza is very easy for someone to go, oh, well, that's probably just Hamas faking something, or they don't want to believe it. Or if they do believe it, it's, it's very, very minimal, and immediately reacted with something else. So that friend enemy distinction is there, and there's an inherent desire to know the morality of the person and see whether or not they deserved it. That just doesn't exist with animals because they're innocent, because they're not moral actors.
Lactoid, Fairy Queen, Ali, and I want to hear from DB as well on this. I'm curious his thoughts.
Yeah, so this has been all the rave recently. In fact, some people are saying this might completely tank her chances of being Trump's VP pick if she was in the running because of the fact that she shot a dog. I think that there's a fundamental misunderstanding of how people view animals, or how suburbanites understand farmers to view animals. To a farmer,
pets versus work animals.
Yeah, to a farmer, an animal is a economic asset, right? And it is for their business. So if a pig is not profitable, they kill the pig. If a cow is not profitable, they kill the cow, right? This is how farming works. You're there to make money. These are economic vehicles. The dog, not only was the dog useless as a hunting dog and aggressive towards people, it also killed a bunch of her chickens, which is something that people don't talk about.
Yeah, neighbors. Yeah.
I thought it was her
someone else's chicken. Someone else's chickens that you had to pay for.
Okay.
And she had to justify, like, I have a violent dog that might kill your chicken.
All right. Well, arguably that does make it worse. I thought it was her chickens, but if it killed the neighbor's chickens, then that's even worse. I agree. Which is costing her money. It's a liability. And she's a farmer. This is how farmers take care of things in rural America. It's just how it is, right? Whether the dog be old and sick, whether the dog be a danger, whether it be an economic liability. I think that there is just this knee-jerk reaction that exists among a lot of people, of especially white suburbanites, of we love fucking dogs and we can't imagine a dog being killed. Oh my God. And it's well overblown. She killed a dog. It's so what? A farmer killed an animal. That's how life works. It's crazy.
Okay, maybe not so what.
Wait, can I ask you a question? Why do you think this is a white
Definitely
white
so
suburbanite
what.
thing?
Yeah, I agree. So what?
Well, it's a white suburbanite thing because Okay, this is anecdotal.
It
The
is.
craziest people that I've ever
Because
met
I remember
about
Michael
dogs.
Vick. That's
You know,
why.
about the craziest people about like dogs specifically, like
Just throwing that out
the pit bull mommies and like the people who are like obsessed with the dogs. They hold dogs on this altar of demigodery, right? Where they can do no wrong. Any wrong they do is the fault of the owner. They are actually perfect creatures. When in reality, like all animals, they have instincts. They can be violent. They have temperaments. You can have dogs that have violent temperaments. You can have dogs that are difficult
I don't
to
understand why
train.
you think this is a white person thing when
Because
Well,
no one, because overwhelmingly,
I said it's anecdotal. I don't see the black community freaking the fuck out about this.
No, it's not the
Are you
Hispanics. We like
sure? What are you
cockfights.
talking about? You think the average black person would be upset if someone shot a puppy in front of them? Of course they would.
in
Like,
front of
that's-
them.
I don't
I
think
think this is a
completely
white person thing.
disanalogous.
In front of
I
them,
wanna-
yeah.
I wanna-
hearing
Shooting
about
a
it
puppy
online,
in
no
front
one
of someone
cares.
is not the
Yeah,
same
I want to
thing
see
as
polls on
caring
this.
about the governor.
So
doing it.
this is anecdotal. I don't. If you have stats on this that prove me wrong, I'll take back what I said. But I bet you, if there's polls on this, or if they are done in the future, a much higher percentage of white suburbanites like worship dogs and care really much about this. And I think the black community is more like
They kiss their dogs on the
What the
mouth.
fuck?
There are people who let their dogs lick the inside of their mouths, and this
That's
is
crazy.
overwhelmingly like white thing that we see online. Is there going to be
No,
people of
come
different
on.
ethnicity that do it? What do you mean?
Please.
Come on. That is
That's so
100%
stupid.
true.
Like, why
How
would
is
you-
this stupid?
No, okay.
Those
so
are the videos
yeah,
online.
it's
That's
stu-
the
it's
that's
stupid
the
that you're
affected
saying that this is
man's
something
best
that's like common
friend.
among white people that they let their dogs lick them in their mouth. Like that's not common among white people. It's not common among anybody. It's something that like some people do, sure, but it's ridiculous for you to like make this racial in that way. I think it's so weird.
I mean, coming from an Arab background, I can specifically say like I've noticed as white people love dogs, love their fucking dogs to the point where if they hear something
Arabs
about
don't really like dogs, though, right? Like,
Here, I found a
we
Reddit
can't
post.
even,
Doobie.
we're not even
Wait,
supposed to really
Doobie.
have dogs.
Doobie, I just Googled, do white people like dogs more? And the first Reddit link, white people own dogs because they miss their slaves. What do you think about this analysis?
Oh, please.
The reason why Lactoid brought up race because he's a race hustler. This is what he does. And
True.
a chance.
True.
True.
Okay. Let's go to our friend FQ.
Yeah, I mean, this kind of reminds me of the opening scene of House of Cards, where a dog is hit by a car, and then Frank Underwood goes to the dog and holds the dog, and then talks about doing the necessary thing. And you can hear the dog squealing as he's holding the dog and choking it to death before, like, his wife and before the bodyguard comes out of his apartment, like in the background. Why does it happen at the beginning of the series? It happens to inform you of like Frank Underwood's character, to let you know that there is no bar beneath which he will not willingly go in order to achieve his ends, right?
Well, hold on.
And like I think, and I think that like it's a similar thing like with this, right? Like I've had this conversation with a few people before. Like, at least for me, the reason why I care if somebody is doing something inhumane or something cruel to an animal, it's not exactly because I really care so much about the animal specifically, although I do. It's more that if you see the kid who's frying ants with a magnifying glass on the sidewalk, or who is torturing cats, or who really seems to get a real kick out of setting frogs on fire, that means that kid is likely to grow up into an adult who's likely to do that to children, to elderly, to disabled people, to people who are in vulnerable positions. And so, like, when we see somebody who takes their dog out and shoots them, I think it's not unreasonable to think, well, if you're willing to do that, like to an animal that presumably sleeps in the same bed as you, that lives in your house, this is not like, I think it's worth mentioning that the family, I don't know, like, if this is less true on farms. I would imagine that, like, the family dog, it's a little bit different than the farmhouse pig that you know that you're going to kill and you're going to serve for bacon.
It's not, though. We
as
have
opposed,
it is. I have Rottweilers as work dogs on a ranch. We would never let them in the house. Like, these are mean, aggressive dogs.
Yeah, these are.
You're not going to have that.
This dog is almost certainly in a cage outside.
Yeah, I would like, or a kennel or something like, or letting them roam freely. Like, there's a lot of
with probably like 20 other dogs.
Yeah,
right.
I think that's the disconnect then, because like, at least I think for me, like, when I'm reading this story, I'm imagining this Cricket is the only dog that Christy owns. She walks this dog. She lets the dog sleep inside. She feeds the dog from the table.
Yeah.
Right?
It's very different.
It was a working dog.
it's
I
a
think it
working-
slept.
so-
I think
so
it
hold
slept
on.
outside, if I'm not mistaken.
I even take offense to like what kind of
Very
like.
clean.
I mean,
I
you
think-
immediately like infantilize the dog. You're like, this dog is the
No,
baby.
I'm not.
No.
Okay, I'm not trying to infantilize. I'm
but
trying to
when
say
we're
that
a
from a lot
working
of
dog.
people, their experience of having a dog, that is what it means to have a dog. So when you
Yes,
say,
I agree
I
with
took
you.
my dog and I shot my dog, you're not saying I took this animal that was my property and
shot my
disposed of it as my
baby,
right.
is what people
You're
would-
saying,
Yes,
no,
that is-
but even if they don't say baby, right? The creature that you let sleep in your bed, who you sneak bacon to, who you bought the special water bowl for, who you walk every day, who you watch Seinfeld with at the end of the day, then you're going to take this dog out to a gravel pit, tie it down, and shoot it because it killed your neighbor's chickens. Like, that's the reason why I think it
Yeah,
comes across
But
as
that's
horrible.
that's
Well,
not
so-
what
but-
that's not what I'm
Horribly as it
imagining.
does.
I'm imagining she's got Cujo, but trained up enough to go hunt coyotes. That's what I'm
Cujo.
imagining.
So-
But like, yeah,
so
like I
fair
feel like
game.
I would definitely shoot Cujo. Would you shoot Cujo?
Would you shoot
I mean-
Cujo? It's a great question, actually, Admiral Gibbs.
Yeah, I mean, like, would you shoot Cujo? Like, he's like rabid. He's like on top trying to eat people. Like, this is an angry
Yeah, of course.
animal.
If it's
So what's the
if it's-
difference here with this dog?
To be fair, this wasn't quite Cujo. If we're gonna,
Yeah,
if we're
that's-
gonna,
That's-
it
that's
was
just-
Poppy.
that's
If we're
just
gonna
it. That's
display
just
the
it.
other side of the argument.
That's
Oh, you're right.
That's
It's
just
baby
it, right? It's
Cujo.
not
It's baby
Cujo
Hitler.
is the thing.
Would you
right?
shoot
So
baby
fair
Hitler?
Queen.
Yeah.
Well, to be
Okay,
fair,
so-
that
okay, hold on.
dog killed
Fair Queen,
dog
fair,
killed
there's
my
two things.
chickens. I love my chickens. I have my chickens. My chickens give me eggs. I'm raising my chickens. Your, creature killed my creatures. Yeah, your creature.
Well, even when
deserves
you
to go
shoot
down.
So, Fairy Queen-
Would you shoot Old Yeller? Would you shoot Old
Oh
Yeller?
my god. We don't have to go
That's
through all
even better
movie
now.
dogs, please.
No,
No, but no, it's not a
Dogs.
movie dog. No, but this is
Well,
a
I
good
was just
point.
relating
Hold on.
creature to creature. Some people think their chickens
Old
What about
Yeller-
Marley for Marley and me? Would you shoot Marley, Gibbs?
No, hold on. I would. That's neither here nor there. But Old Yeller, right, is a working dog. That's like a family dog as well. That's closer to what you're saying. But even then, Old Yeller gets rabies, but hasn't gone to the far, gone that far yet. Do you?
Yeah,
do
but
you
my
hate he's got rabies
answer to that,
full on?
Gibbs, is that like, of course they
Tough
shot
titties.
him because there's no vet to bring them down to have him slowly put to sleep, which is, I think, like what most
So-
people, the suburbanites who we
What's
are all
faster than a shotgun?
trashing that's the answer that they would have for the dog, right? They would
So,
put the dog down,
Fairy Queen.
but they would take the dog to the vet and they would have the vet put it down as opposed to taking it out back and shooting it.
So-
That's the difference.
So two things.
I don't think that's more humane at all.
Two things. So
personally, but-
so hold on. Fairy Queen, I will concede. At which it's not really a concession because I felt this way in the beginning, right? I absolutely think that what she did was dumb, probably for a governor to do, as opposed to a typical farmer, and certainly even dumber to put it in a fucking memoir and then use that as like her fucking like, check out my book where I talk about the tough decisions like killing the dog. Like I don't know how out of touch you have to be with like, just as much as the social like urban socialites are out of touch with farm. If you're a governor, you're supposed to kind of be at least somewhat in touch with everybody and realize that that's retarded to fucking put as the advertiser. So I agree with that as well. I do think if you were a governor, you probably, I don't know, should maybe do exactly like you said, which is either find a way to give this dog up for adoption, or if it's too violent and that's impossible, do it in a way that is something that is probably more peaceful, even though that isn't how most farmers would do it, because most farmers would shoot a dog because it'll die instantaneously. It's mercy. But I want to say, so I agree with all of those aspects of what you're saying. But I think you do agree that this is a working dog. This isn't that type of thing. And what you're describing is how out of touch social urbanites view their pets versus working animals. They don't know what hunting dogs are like, right? Where dogs that are used to chase deer or to go get quail, or dogs that are used, the ones that are a little closer, shepherds, for example, are a little bit closer to the family. And the other thing that I would say is I think there's a false comparison you're making about the intent behind the killing, right? Like you compared this to like a child torturing ants. And I think, at least from my approximation of why certain things are morally wrong, is I view a dog as a moral zero. It's not a moral actor. But what I do view is the intent behind a human and the transferability of that behavior to other humans. And so when I look at slaughterhouses, for example, we need to reform that because slaughterhouses have a negative psychological effect on people that work in slaughterhouses. And it seems like they tend to be more violent and more depressed and have problems. The same way, a kid that tortures ants is showing psychopathy and early signs of what might potentially even be a serial killer. Whereas obviously putting down a working dog on a farm because it's problematic is just they're very different in terms of the moral equation, because they're doing so dispassionately and not in a way that they wouldn't do that to humans. Obviously, like Christian Nolan's not going to go out and start killing humans because they're not good working animals, right? Like, so they're not transferable. So I do think that that's a little bit disanalogous.
I know that like you're going to say that, and I don't think that like Christy Nome is going to take her shotgun and just start shooting people like in her office who are displeasing her. But I do think that like the reason why we care about like whether or not you're treating animals well, it's because I do think there is some transferability. And it might not be that like you view like your employees or the people that work for you as disposable people who you can just shoot at a whim, right? But it might be that but it might be that like if you are as used to dispatching of people or of living creatures as you are, right? Like, and that's something that you commonly do in your everyday life. It might be that you become dulled to violence or dulled to like pain and suffering and dulled, right? It might not be bad. It might not be bad, but it means that like I, when interacting with you, am therefore going to be a bit more reticent and a bit more scared about giving you like extreme amounts of power, dependent, because now I have to wonder what you might do, and that might not be a bad thing depending on the profession, right? But it's going to change the way I interact with you.
The way that I see it, and maybe this is just a worldview difference, but the way that I see it is that the most genocidal, tyrannical dictators throughout all of world history have been people that claim that they are doing the greater good and that they are doing things out of empathy and out of their love of the common brother and the love for all. And it is the dispassionate people, the Machiavellians, that seem to run maybe somewhat authoritarian states, but they're not the ones that round people up and put them in re-education camps or starve, millions of kulaks because, your brother, you must be your brother's keeper and we must all have empathy. I look at empathy as the most dangerous, most horrific, most terrifying thing to ever see in a politician.
I don't. I think I
just want to say, like, so I shot a deer. How different is that from shooting a dog, really?
It's only different if you had a relationship with the deer. So like there's another movie, since we're talking about farmed like movie dogs, like there's, I think, what is it called? It's called The Yearling. I think that's what it's called. And it's about a boy who raises a baby deer. He finds the deer, he raises it, but eventually the deer becomes too big. It starts eating the tobacco plants like on his dad's farm. And so his dad has to go out and shoots the deer, and then the boy runs off, and it's this huge, buildings romance movement, right? So like the real difference, I think, is your relationship with it. If you've been raising this deer since it was a baby and you've been taking care of the deer, you treat the deer as though it's special, and then you take the deer out and brutally shoot it and kill it in the gravel pit. That's different, right? As opposed to like just a deer off in the woods. The
urbanites feel about dogs, not about how Kristen Noam feels about dogs, because they're tools.
Rural people. Yeah.
Well, I want to ask
like in
let's go to so let's go to Gibbs, who's been waiting.
I just want to say
something, and then we'll go Ali.
Yeah, so FQ said something, and I think I might disagree real heavily with this. And the idea that, I want to know what y'all think's more humane, because I know Scott was like, bam, shoot it, it's instantly done. And she mentioned, we're going to go put it down. I can't think of something that maybe is more inhumane than that. Like, we're going to go take our dog. We're going to maybe not even be in the same room. This dog's going to be scared, stressed out. It's going to slowly die at the vet, a place where you smell fear all the time, versus, hey, come out here, boy, here's your favorite treat. I got you some steak today. Let me go out back. Bang! And it's done. And never again. I'm not taking my cats to the vet when they gotta go.
That's not how she did it.
No, and also like, okay,
sure,
so
that was animal work.
Somebody can, so I can be corrected. Somebody can correct me on this, but my understanding is that like the purpose of the reason why you go to the vet to have your dog put down is because it's more painless, because like they don't experience nearly as much pain and suffering as opposed to if you go out
getting any pain from a shot.
That dog, that dog didn't feel shit. 12 gauge.
Yeah, I'm telling you right now, you put a gun like to the back of his head and pull the trigger, it's not going to feel.
Is that true? They instantly die. It's not. They don't slowly bleed out over the next hour.
That's what they do.
If you miss the
shot, not an hour.
Well, then you put another round in there.
So like that's why kosher. That's why kosher and like halal food is like the way that they kill cows is considered by some people to be more inhumane because of the way that they bleed them out. Whereas in regular factory farming, they're in a cage, their head gets locked in something, and then a slug goes through their skull because
a
it's
bolt gun.
instantaneous. You don't feel bolt gun. You feel essentially nothing. Like
Temple Grandin,
like,
as an animal rights activist,
if
who
they do feel
famously-
something, it's like a half a
I
second.
think a cow rights activist. More.
Temple Grandin, well, kind of was a cow rights activist because she created, she wanted to take fear out of the experience and she wanted to take pain out of the experience, and she made it so that cows would sort of guide themselves through a maze where they weren't prodded by cattle prods, and the very end of the process was a bolt to the brain because they wouldn't feel that and they wouldn't see it coming. And that was the two biggest problems with the slaughterhouses at that time, was that the cows could see from a mile away what was happening to the cows that were in there. And so she had to make it so that all that happened out of view. And then the second thing was that the pain that they went through, because it took a while for them to die. Some of them were being transported by hook while they were still dying. Just really terrible thing. So yeah, that is an improvement in the process. That it's not the shotgun that bothers me. It's her motivation. And by the way, like we haven't seen the full quote from the book yet. But reportedly in the book, part of what she says in the lead up to that story is how much she hated that dog. So part of the reason she shot that dog was because she hated the dog. That's very different.
Because it attacked people and it ate chickens.
That's very different from I love the dog. Like what Frank Underwood did, right? It was the dog got mortally injured by the car, and it was a mercy killing. And he loved the dog. The dog, he explains in his explanation that this is the thing he loved most in the world. But he's capable of doing what needs to be done, and so he does it. So, Underwood was horrible, and was like his character got revealed more throughout the show. But that introduction for Underwood was what gave me hope for the character at first, because it was originally presented as something that was morally justifiable. Now, there's like no morals to him in the end, but it takes a while for them to get there.
He's a typical consequentialist, right?
Yeah,
that's why he's evil.
So
they're trying to make you justify him at the beginning, so that the audience, just like Breaking Bad, the audience continues to try to justify things on his behalf, but that show makes it harder and harder as it goes on.
Let's go to it. Oh, sorry, Gibbs, you're still going.
Yeah, I wanted to come back to that though. Does anybody here really think that the vet putting animals down is like humane? I'm pretty
not more humane than a shotgun.
Yeah, I think
it's more humane for sure.
I have my cats here. These are not like work cats. Can't imagine taking them to the vet.
What are work cats?
Like they're not. I mean,
Wouldn't they be more stressed out, like traveling?
They kill the mice and snakes.
Being at the vet, waiting for the medication to kick in.
And the actual
needle as well, right?
So I have a response to that. We put our dog down just like this past, not this past year, but like the previous year, like in January. And there are services where you can ask the vet to come to your house. They come to your house. They lay out a blanket. They quickly shave the front of the paw of the dog, and then they give the dog one injection that puts them to sleep. You sit around as a family, you say goodbye, and then they have a second injection, which immediately stops their heart. And it's instantaneous. They die instantly. And then they are taken out, under a blanket, under a gurney, like to the back of a car to be taken away and to be sent to be cremated. So there are ways of getting around, you going into the vet's office and waiting with fear. There are services where you can call them and bring them to your house.
Wait, so can I ask you a question? So do farmers just I feel like this characterization of farmers is, I hope, not real, right? So if you had a work cat, right, a cat that you put in the barn once in a while to clear out the mice, right?
Yeah, I would mainly
clear out the mice. You would never treat that cat like a pet. You'd never pet it, have it on your lap, nothing like this.
Sure,
it would just be like some creature. Okay, well then, at what point does it become like a pet, a friend?
Regardless, I would say even if it's a pet, I'd rather take it out back and put it down with two to the back of the head than ever take it to a vet.
Okay,
I'll give you an example.
I'm trying to understand the distinction between like a work animal and like a pet.
Yeah.
When it comes to like cats and dogs,
Dude, I'll give you a real world example.
You're gonna be playing with them. You're gonna be playing fetch and shit like this. I feel like they're just pets.
So Doobie, I'll give you a real world example. So my great grandfather and great uncle had a hunting club. I used to go there all the time when I was a kid. When they died, my grandfather took over the hunt club. And so there's a very, very large piece of property where like people, paid dues, etc. And like there were rules. There were rules, like, even though there were days that we were allowed to hunt doe, they would still be like, oh, this isn't a doe day because we don't want to do does or whatever, right? Like, they were very kind of strict about, what you did, how you took care of the land, et cetera. Now, in this area of Virginia, they would use hunting dogs to chase deer, right? Because it's not a mountainous region. It's a very flat region with a lot of brush, a lot of like swampy areas. And so deer will just hide during the day, during hunting season. They'll just hide when people are around. And then they'll wait for darkness to come, and then they'll go out and eat. So you use dogs to chase them from under the underbrush, run them, and then you would, as a person, you would take a stick and a couple other hunting dogs as tools, and you would run them from tree stand to tree stand. And then the people that were in the tree stands would shoot the deer as they're running by. Now, when my grandfather got these dogs, none of them had ever been to a vet, and most of them didn't have names. The dogs didn't even have names. Right. Like, so when he took them to the vet, because he was like, fuck, now I have all these animals, I want to make sure, like, I do something with them. He had to name like 30 fucking dogs that day because the dogs were just a blue tick. There was no name and had no the collar wouldn't even have a name on it. It would just have whose property it was. And so he had to come up with a bunch of names that day in order to get them like vaccinations and shit. Because my grandpa did care about animals more than previous. So that's kind of an example of how working dogs are treated in these. They don't even have names. They're just a tool, and they're fed, and they're given housing, and they're made sure. And if they get sick, they get shot. Right? You don't take a fucking tool to the vet because now that costs you money. That's losing you money. I invest in you, and then I kill you.
Your grandfather and his 30 dogs, or your great grandfather and his 30 dogs, just makes sense, right? Because if you have 30 animals, I can see why it'd be difficult to form like an
you're talking about like Poncho,
with any of those animals, right? But I feel like what's happening right now, and with the vast majority of us, is we're suburbanites criticizing other suburbanites with this like fiction, this fantasy of what we think that farmers are like, or how farmers treat animals or look at animals.
I literally just gave you a real example.
Okay, please. I said the vast majority of us here, Scott. I don't have an experience on a farm. I think most of us here don't. Right. So if your great grandfather did the same,
grandpa shot his
good
dog.
job. Okay, your great grandfather had that experience. I think most of us don't have any kind of understanding as to what actual farmers, view, how they view animals or how they treat animals. Right. So we're suburbanites.
I can answer that.
Suburbanites for thinking of animals the way that we think of animals.
I can answer that though to some extent.
So
I
feel like
first
some
question.
of this is like.
I gave a logical argument.
Yeah, but I own a ranch. I can tell you.
Some kind of like it's like this fantasy of farmers being like sociopathic weirdos who don't give a fuck about their animals because they're just tools. They view them like a hammer.
Yeah.
Even though it's a living thing that they're going to form a connection with, like you form a connection
exactly
with any living thing.
They don't.
Yeah.
No,
You're saying we're forming a mythology
Absolutely,
here.
dude.
Like,
What are you talking
Yeah,
about?
there are people. I can speak to that. Yes, there are some.
You can go on YouTube right now and watch videos of farmers crying because they put down a fucking cow.
But hold on.
Yeah.
Like, don't tell me they don't form connections.
You just dismissed me and then painted it like I was calling them sociopaths.
I wanted to answer your earlier question.
Like, that's such bullshit.
Yeah, but I
want
to
let you going, and then we're gonna Gibbs and Ali. All right.
Yeah, I can confirm what Doobie is saying to a degree. So my uncle is not he's not a farmer, but he does work at a vet clinic with a lot of dogs, and he has a lot of experience like helping putting down dogs, and he hunts. He has a huge garden, he has lots of dogs, like he frequently goes goose hunting. And at least for my uncle, I mean, they have put dogs down before, like when they've misbehaved, but I can't ever imagine my uncle like taking out like Chief or any of his dogs like out into the middle of his backyard and shooting them like if they displease them. Like we even had a case like where there was a dog who attacked his wife, and even then, like the dog was immediately taken to the vet clinic to be put down. It was not taken out to the backyard to be shot. So. And it's also not true that like anyone like in my uncle's family views those dogs as merely tools. They're not as sentimental, right, about the dogs as like somebody that like lives in the suburbs, but they're not going to hang the dog up and split them open like a pig, like at the slaughterhouse, right? That's not how these animals are treated either. Like so, and just to speak to like something that was said earlier about like sympathy, like I think you were talking about this, Scott, like, and this is a sidebar to that. there was a wonderful article. It was written by the person that wrote Lolita. It was Nabokov, and he was criticizing Dostoevsky. And one of the things that he criticized Dostoevsky about was his Dostoevsky's overuse of sentimentality in order to try to pull upon the emotions of the reader. And his criticism of this was like some of the worst like leaders in history like have been extremely sentimental people. So he gave like Stalin loved babies, you know, Lenin supposedly cried like after he saw the ballet, right? Like it's not uncommon to like a lot of like dictators like in positions of authority, they will deliberately display themselves holding babies, you know, petting dogs, crying at like works of art, you know, sentimentality like is sort of used as a way to sort of convince the public or the people around them that like they're people with deep emotional lives. And then they'll like order a group of people to go and to shoot, you know, like up an entire neighborhood and to send them to the gas chambers, right? Like it's this thing that happens like in literature, it happens like in politics, like where
Hitler liked dogs.
Well, I mean, like
If it
it's
was a
weird
vegan.
though. Like this happens. Like so, have you guys ever seen The Sopranos? Like you know Tony Soprano. Like a big thing that was deliberately done in that show is you see Tony like being very sentimental about ducks, sentimental about dogs, sentimental about children, about babies, about like all sort. Yeah, exactly. Right. And that's like one of the things that's shown like in the series, right? Like you'll see him crying over the horse being burned alive, right? But he doesn't give a fuck when his mistress is like irrevocably burned and half of her face is melted off, right? And series
we keep using TV characters though.
Yeah, I mean, like Stalin and Lenin aren't TV characters.
Yeah,
though,
she's
right?
just
like there are
illustrating
cases
it,
of
yeah.
the TV character is an illustration of like a piece of like that talked about like something that happens according to like this piece of research, which I don't know if it's like still current or not, that sociopaths and psychopaths often do this like in like individual therapy, like where they'll deliberately like bring up and they'll display like extreme emotion towards these sentimental things to try to buy the trust of the person that's listening to them.
Let's go to Gibbs.
Yeah, I mean,
and
it's typical of.
Yeah, so I want to answer Doobie's earlier question, right? Like, so I do a ranch, and like, I'll use an example like Poncho the barn cat, right? We have Poncho the barn cat, friendly cat. He hangs out and like walks around and does his thing and keeps like it rodent free. He's super friendly. You pet him. He's a nice cat, right? I mean, and like, you know, I'll give him some scraps when we're out there. We feed him some cat food, and that's about the extended relationship. You know, if tomorrow he turned up dead, that'd be real sad. I'd have to go get a new barn cat and we'd put one out there, right? But like he's probably one we go take once a year to the vet. We get him the shots to make sure he's good because he's a useful cat, right? Now then we've had like a rooster, and I mean this is maybe a little less of a good example because it's a rooster that was just a mean rooster. And it was very satisfying when that rooster's time was up to go out and put him down, right? So like I can relate to like, you know, you also have like, say I've had a mean barn cat, right? I hadn't had this, but my mom could probably give you an example of a mean barn cat, good at his job. You didn't necessarily want to go try to put your hand out there. And so when it died, you weren't exactly sad. So like, yeah, there are varying relationships with these animals. You're not out here just like, yeah, I mean, some of them like maybe like Scott's granddaddy where they didn't even name him. That's kind of crazy. But like the rest of us, we have like some relationships with them, but it's most of them like, okay, this is a work animal. This isn't like my cats here at my house here, like, and where I'm petting them and I'm hanging out with them and I'm sad every day or like, and I'm going to hold them and we're going to snuggle. It's not like that. It's not like I'm going out to get Pancho. I'm like, hey, Pancho, come here, boy. And then like, I'm over here hugging him and hanging out with him. That's a work animal. It's a totally different thing. It's like somewhat dispassionate, like as far as your relationship question, like kind of thing.
Could you kill? Could you shoot Poncho if you needed to?
I could. Yeah, I could. I mean, I could shoot my cat right now if we had to. If he was sick, like if it was time for him to go. Like I think the vet is maybe.
You know his border policy.
I'm just saying. Like I mean, two things I really have problem with this vet idea. One, no, I mean, well, depends on if he was rabid or not. Then you know maybe. But
no, you just piss. You were getting his food. You pissed him off, so he scratched you.
I mean, it would have to be like multiple times kind of thing. Like it would have to be like to where he was aggressive towards people, and then he's no longer a useful animal. Like that, I mean, that would be the point where now he's.
What if he killed the neighbor's chickens and was aggressive towards people?
Well, he's an outdoor cat. You could get cat scratch fever from this. This is like a real thing. Like you can get all.
That would be an impressive cat.
Yeah, you can get sick from these animals.
Like, is cat scratch fever an actual thing, not just
yes,
a song?
it is. Cat scratch fever is an actual thing.
Yeah, it's
absolutely.
Yeah,
Oh, wow.
so like, if he was really scratching me up, then yeah, I mean, if it was once or twice, sure. You know, if it was like 30, 40 times, that cat's done. like I'm not gonna think twice about it, kind of thing. And like that sounds maybe like harsh, but like I'm just sitting here. I the vet thing. One, you don't even know my welfare policy. I can't imagine that you'll think I'm gonna pay for the vet to come do any of these wild things, like come to my house. And they're like, that's wild. Like, who can afford that? That's got to be outrageously expensive. And two, I still don't think that's more humane. I still think, maybe having a good happy dog day and then like putting two in the back of the head when it's like, go fetch that ball, bang, bang. Like, that's probably way more humane. It doesn't even know what happened. It's dead.
Ali, go ahead.
No, I
This is
disagree.
the last tennis ball you'll ever catch.
Yeah. So
just make it a grenade, and then we're
to Gibbs's point. The vet even to go put down your animals sometimes is like $400. Sometimes to even like heal your animals. Like different people see different things. Okay, I had a cat when we were younger, and the cat had it went out. It was an half outdoor, half indoor cat, and the cat came back one day with a huge bulge on the back of its neck because it got into a fight with another cat. And you take it to the vet, and you want to be humane, and you're like, it's 2 a.m. The cat's bleeding, it's crying. You take it to the vet, and they're like, well, yeah, it's gonna be $1,200 to fix the cat's ailment. And you're like, fuck. I don't have $1,200 at 2 a.m. right now. No, I'm good.
I paid $2,000 for a cat once.
You paid $2,000. Now,
when I
called my dad,
leukemia. Yeah.
When I called my dad, and I was like, hey, I need $1,200 for the cat. He literally just started laughing. He's like, $1,200 for a cat. I'm not giving you $1,200 for a cat. Like the cat dies, it's fine. Then I was like, well, it's $400 to kill the cat. And he's like,
Ali's not Egyptian.
We're Lebanese. We love our cats. But I'm saying it's just like at the end of the day, these are there are a lot of people. They are still animals. As much as you love them, as much as you care for them, it is still an animal. Now, for the people that are farmers that are doing these things, like it's not so much sociopathic that you take it to the back and you kill the dog, but for you, it's instantaneous. It's not gonna cost you an arm and a leg for literally just. It costs you a bullet versus $500 potentially.
$150.
And to be fair, the majority of people will see it as more humanely, right? You're killing the animal within its home, its comfort zone, its whole thing. Yeah.
Wait.
So
Can I ask a question?
I'm assuming sure.
So then, here in Canada, we have MAID. Should we change our policy to
Oh God.
Oh my
something
God.
different?
Made
I'm not.
for dogs.
Do you think that's more humane?
Yes.
Okay, fair enough.
However the person decides to go, yeah.
I mean, actually, this is a question I've always had. Like, I remember Kevorkian, made sure that the experience was like very pleasurable towards the end in his machine. So, is there that? Do you get 30 minutes of bliss before you die? Like that might be better than a bullet to the head.
Yeah.
Why not both? You can give the dog. Its favorite treats, a large, huge meal. You can go play fetch, take it for a long walk. You can give the dog the best day.
Yeah,
ever.
no, I'm not suggesting pleasure drugs for animals. I'm just saying you were asking me that in terms of MAID. Like, it depends on what that process is like.
I'm saying give people crack before they die. It might be a lot of fun.
Even if they don't want it.
Let's go. Even if they don't want it. Dibby, you want to say something at the end?
Well, I was just going to ask Kelly because I think that I'm trying to figure out where the line is here with suburbanized quote unquote farmers, right? Because I think that majority of people here, if you were broke, right, and you had no way to pay this vet bill, your animal was in a lot of pain, what would you do? I think maybe a lot of you would just take it to the pound and try to get it put down there. It might be cheaper or something, right? But I think some people.
I mean, I would shoot it.
I would shoot it.
Die. Yeah, okay.
Yeah, I would absolutely take it out.
Suburbanized thing then, right? I think that would be a lot of people's answers, right? They'd find some way to put it down themselves, right? To save the money. So
it's not about saving the money.
It's about putting the animal down.
Honestly, I wouldn't, but only because it would be a traumatic
right,
experience for me, right? Like, so I'd rather pay the $400 to have a professional. Like, I would still be there, right? But that's not to spare the animal. That's to spare my, if I were someone who hunted on a regular basis and I was kind of used to that sort of thing, then yeah, I'd have no moral objections to shooting a dog in the head in those kinds of instances, right? But
yeah, maybe that's
because I'm not, then I'd rather pay the money to not have to go through that.
Yeah, so I think
maybe that is a big difference because I've killed a bunch of. Maybe that is a big difference because I've killed a bunch of animals.
Yeah. Okay. Thank you.
But But I mean, like, well, just hunting, right? Like,
Mhm,
but
yeah.
I mean, as far as I'm concerned, right? Like, if I have a dog that's dying and I know the dog is gonna die, like,
Mhm.
I can't imagine in what world you would think it would be better. At least from my like, I'm trying to empathize, and it's difficult for me to empathize with other people's
I
position.
already
here.
know that.
Why I wouldn't just take them out into the field, tell them I love them, and then end it in an instant, as opposed to driving them to the place they fucking hate and they know is like a horrible experience, stress them out, and go through this long, arduous process for everybody. To me, the best humane thing for me, my family, and everyone involved, including the dog, would be we go out into the woods and we shoot it, and I bury it at my grandma's house, probably.
Part of it is
'Cause I
my
know it's
lack of
gonna be there.
confidence. Like I would worry about like what happens if I miss, and then they experience pain and
Yeah, I'm not gonna
and are
miss.
scared for a
So,
while because like
So
well
At point blank range. I mean,
it's
have-
more
yeah.
obvious, right? If you're an experienced
Well, you
hunter,
always
right? But
double.
for
We
someone
have a
like me,
city-
it's
always
be like
double tap.
we have a city here, and this will kind of bring like the suburbanites to the farmers a little bit together. We have a city here that got approved for at-home slaughters for the Eid last year, where they can because we're fasting for a month, right? And then you have the Eid, and then they're literally allowed now to slaughter a goat
What is the
or a
aid?
lamb in their
Sorry.
garage.
The aid?
Eid, it's Eid. So it's like you have Ramadan, which is like the 30 days, and then you have the one day after where you're breaking your fast, and then like that's a big. It's a celebration.
What's it?
Eid,
Spell it for me. Just
EID,
EID.
Okay, fair enough. All right.
right? And so now you're able to bring like a goat to the home and slaughter the goat at home, right? Because halal, blah blah blah, and it's a part of the traditional celebration, right? Is that sociopathic?
No,
Yes.
absolutely
Why
not.
is that sociopathic?
That's not
Wow.
Stop it.
Why? It's a normal person. It's not a farmer.
You can't
right?
you
These are
can't
suburbanites.
medicalize fucking standard fucking cultural practices, Corey. Even that's silly.
I'm
Like,
not
don't try to
medical.
psychopathologize like shit people do that's part of their culture. Like that's not how psychopathology works. And you know it. You know better.
In our
I know you
regard,
haven't spoke much here, but like, come on.
harmless. In our regard, it's harmless.
that's not-
It's almost it's damn near instantaneous,
Expect
and
more
it's
from you,
just
Corey.
cleaner, right? For our regard.
can I give you a cultural practice that I think is a little bit
Well, I just want to know if
sociopathic?
if Fairy Queen or Doobie think that that's okay to like that to do, and if that's like a negative for if these people are sociopaths, if these people are
No, I
like
don't
what's
think
the
it's just like
regard?
it's just a cultural thing, right? People are raised differently with different
Cultural common
same
cultural
for
practices
behavior,
can't be
right?
psychopath. You can't call
Yeah,
it
it's just something that you're
sociopathic.
like, you're
If
conditioned to
you
think this
did
is
it,
normal,
might
so it's
be
normal.
that way.
That's it.
Well, let me give you an
Yeah,
example.
so
Okay.
if I started slitting goat throats, I might be a little fucked up because that's not normalized in my culture, right? But I think for someone like you, like it's more understandable.
Yeah.
So
To
in
kill things.
Vietnam on YouTube, you can probably find this video. It's pretty horrific. So
Uh-oh.
beware.
Uh-oh.
I was actually surprised because I was able to find it on YouTube.
Is
Okay,
it the
and I
Fur Farm horror video?
no, it's got a disclaimer now. Last time it's bad. But in Vietnam, there's this cultural practice where they haul out a pig and they tie each of the pig's legs and they spread it out alive, upside down, and it's squealing and everything. And they're playing these loud drums and everyone's like surrounding the pig screaming. And then this dude with this massive sword walks up and like starts slicing the pig while it's alive in half. And the pig's screaming and there's blood flowing, like splattering everywhere. And then when the pig's in half, all the people run in with their money and they rub their money on the blood. And if they get the pig's blood on their money, they're going to have a good financial year.
Yeah, that's as a Westerner, we see that, and that's disgusting, and that's crazy. And we
Did they
might
eat the
have
pig
a
afterwards?
feeling
No.
that that's sociopathic,
Oh, well then,
but
yeah,
it's
maybe.
not. It's just like when you're talking about. I mean, it might be a distinction without a difference to normal people, right? That aren't dealing in the realm of like talking about like pathologizing things, right? Like it might be better to just say that's crazy.
I agree. It's
or
not a
something.
pathology.
It's just you've been socialized into normalizing behavior that people in our culture would consider like more like immoral or terrible.
Yeah,
And
like
so
if you
Black Toad,
randomly
reminded me of
decided to do
something.
that yourself for no reason, that would be
Yeah.
sociopathic probably.
Like, Black Toad, you
But like
reminded me of
that's a
something, right?
cultural
Where-
practice. Like
Well,
that's normal for them.
I was just trying to relate it to if you have a dog and it's a work dog, or even if it's just a farm dog and you still love the farm dog, if you take it out back and shoot it, what would be the difference of a suburbanite who gets an animal that isn't like it isn't a family animal? You're literally just bringing the animal to slaughter in the suburbs. And so like one has a cultural significance, the other one is just either financial, or that could be just culturally how it's done within the farms, according to Gibbs and Fabian. It seems to be how it's done, and these are our farm experts here. And so I mean, yeah, like, so what would be the cultural difference, and why is it bad to like shoot the dog behind the, if they believe that it is more humane, if they believe it's instant, and they believe that there's an economic what's it called, burden on them if they don't.
You were saying something, DB?
Yeah, because now I'm wondering if like it would be fair to say that some of this behavior, even if it's like normalized culturally, is still like sociopathic or something. Because like, for example, I'd like to remind me of this this type of meal. I forget which country does this, but basically I think it's like Vietnam or some shit, or the
I think it's
Philippines.
Vietnam as well.
They get a chicken, and they will, they hold it down and they get a stick and they break its wings, right? They're for a long time though, they're like beating its wings with a stick, because this makes it taste better or some shit, right? So like torturing the animal, I think I'd consider it to be torturing the animal for long periods is like necessary to make this specific like meal. And then like Japan, you have like the things where they will cut open a frog and it's still alive while they're eating it, right? And it's like fucking looking at them, right? Like this is like pretty fucked up, I think.
Do you feel personally attacked by that?
So when we talk about psychopathology, right? What we are, so this is probably a much longer conversation for another time, but to be as brief as I can.
2 hours later,
when you're engaging in trying to,
the briefness starts now.
When you're engaged in trying to label something as a psychopathology, you're usually, there's a few different criteria, right? So some of it is like, the medical kind of psychiatrists have a view about brain chemistry, right? Neurologists will have a view about brain chemistry that isn't normative, right? Or brain pathways that aren't necessarily normative. And some of the more humanist, more counselor focused, more psychology focused, their primary concern is it affecting your ability to engage meaningfully within the society that you're living in? And so from that perspective, anything that is a dominant and normative cultural practice isn't really breeding psychopathology, but you could make the claim, like as you're saying. Oh no! I'm backing you up here, right? And saying that there is nuance here. That you could make the claim that certain cultural practices would breed behavior that could be seen as psychopathic, or lead to a higher prevalence rate of psychopathy within a culture.
In the case
society.
I gave, right? In the case I think Lactoid gave too, you have cultures have normalized ignoring or even encouraging the suffering of like living beings, whether or not you think they're moral agents or something. These animals are clearly suffering, right? And if you're inflicting the suffering upon them,
I agree with you,
because it makes your
I consider it something.
What if it seems like something animal would choose to
do? I think at some point you cross over from like, oh, this is just in my culture to, it's in my culture, but it's still pretty fucked up. So I would still consider it to be immoral, even if it is part of your culture.
Well, so what about what about cockfighting in Mexico? It's legal in Mexico, right? Why don't you take something where the animals would do this on their own, right? Like if you've ever had roosters, sometimes you can have roosters in the same kind of bin, but generally you have to keep them separate because they'll try to kill each other, right? And so like Mexico, cockfighting is legal. It's got like they have proud traditions where they like breed them for aggression, they breed them for size and speed and all sorts of different stuff. And so you go down there, would you say in that case where this is an animal, this is what it would do naturally, right? Why would that be like a psychopathic thing or whatever you're trying to say, just because like you don't like that culture through that lens when it's got a pre-Columbian influence? Okay.
Yeah. So for example, so if I were to get like if I had a cat and a dog, right, and I knew that if I put this dog next to this cat, this dog's gonna fuck up this cat, and I did it anyway to entertain myself, right? I think that'd be wrong, even if the animals would do this naturally.
I think it's only wrong if it's transferable. And I think with cockfighting, you might be able to make an argument that it isn't. And with your example, you almost certainly would be able to make an argument, at least in our current cultural context, that it is. But I would say, yeah, you're probably right in both. I mean, the problem is you have to understand what your definitions are here. So like, if we're going by the latter form of like psychopathy, then the thing is well, how transferable is it? Does it in and of itself, does it create an increased prevalence that you might do bad things to other people, right? And if that is true, right? Which I could say is even true for people that work in factory farming and slaughterhouses and right under the current situations. Then you could say that that is an immoral practice because now your behavior is negatively impacting moral agents, moral actors. If you have a different version of morality, go for it. But Doobie, you've previously argued for fucking dogs, so I don't think you necessarily disagree with me.
Actually, no, that's not true.
Or having dogs lick your genitalia.
Well, no. So
Get it right, Scott.
So to be clear, it's just a consistency argument, right? Where it's like, oh, if you're not a vegan, you shouldn't be against these things because it would make you inconsistent. That's all it is. Like, it's not. I don't actually want to fuck dogs, or want dogs to lick my dick in any context. Right? So, and I think I was pretty clear about that at the time.
No, you were not. Multiple times.
I don't either.
Throated support.
No,
I'm dead serious.
Definitely wants to fuck the dogs. Okay, he 100% does.
No. I'm personally not into dogs. I'm just an ally to those who are.
Allegedly.
I love that
It's disgusting.
Wait, so moving this back to this gnome lady. So I think you guys are overstating how normalized this specific kind of reaction would be, because it seemed, I mean, just based on the excerpts that I've read, it does seem like she was annoyed that it fucked up her hunt, annoyed that it killed the neighbor's chickens, which is normal hunting dog behavior, animal behavior. I think fucking up some chickens, and she hated it anyway, so she shot it. I think it doesn't seem like, oh, this is like a farmer doing a farm thing. It doesn't seem like it's.
But she raised it until the point. She raised it until the point,
it was
right?
Inconvenient to her. She didn't. She was apparently a bad owner because she didn't train this dog very well.
That's fair.
And because she didn't want to do the work to get someone else to take care of it or put it up for adoption or some shit, she just fucking killed it. So I think this just.
Well, I think she killed it because it was a tag. It killed the other chickens. I'm sure that neighbor
Right, but
complained.
I'm
sure
not
it was
even
aggressive
but
towards people too.
I am not impressed by the chicken killing example. Like I'll invoke like my uncle. Like he has chickens. Like he doesn't own a farm, but he has a huge garden. He has farm animals and he has lots of dogs. And they have killed like the chickens on.
But they're his dogs killing his chickens.
Yeah,
if you have 20 chickens and your neighbor's
that's still a reason to kill the dog.
If you have 20 chickens and your neighbor's dog kills your 20 chickens, that's completely different than your own dogs killing your own chickens.
It might be one thing.
Your neighbor's dog.
Even there, but like what Doobie is saying is that there were other options. There were other things that you could have done with the dog. You could have taken the dog down to the vet to be put down. You could have put the dog up for adoption. You could have given the dog away to like to a friend of yours to take care of. You could have chosen to keep the dog.
I'm literally the only person here who has given a concept of like philosophically of right and wrong in terms of the actions that you take from the behaviors. The rest of you are arguing about fifis. Like if you're going to say that something is morally wrong and make that statement, then like explain why it's morally wrong.
Minimizing those fees.
But I do think that there is some. I think it would be warranted to look at the fifis angle of this for a minute because Prime brought this up like towards the beginning, and I was hoping to get back to this.
Not you specifically, the whole panel.
No. The thing that Prime started to bring up at the beginning of this panel that we haven't gotten to yet is why have people reacted this way and how is it incongruent with other things that people have or haven't reacted to when it comes to Kristi Noem. And I'll say this, the incongruity doesn't come from the people on the left who already hate Noem, right, and now also hate her for this, but it comes from the conservative reaction, specifically the white suburban women who are reacting to this in major ways. And this reminds me of half my family back in South Africa who have said horrible, terrible things, racist things, and many other things in the past, but every time I hear them complain about an injustice online or whatever, it's because they live in Africa, so they're talking about like safaris and stuff like this. It's because of like big game hunters in Africa or whatever, like somebody shot a lion or somebody shot an elephant or a giraffe, and they get mad about that, or they get mad about mistreatments to animals specifically. And it's because, I think it is because of this perception that animals are innocent in ways that that aren't humans, right? But it does seem like there's this massive, if I want to like say something to those relatives over in South Africa, I'll usually try to like get in on Like if they would always try to start these conversations about Trump, and they don't understand why there's anything wrong with Trump, right? Until I show a picture of one of Trump's sons like having shot an elephant, and himself took a picture with it. Then suddenly they're like, "Oh yeah, I guess they aren't so great." And so it's amazing that you can bring that empathy out of these conservatives when it comes to the way you treat animals. It's the one thing they have in common with the left often is animal rights sort of activism. And it's really amazing to me.
Well,
But
selective animal rights. I don't think
Yeah,
it's
yeah.
anything to do.
Except if
non-human animal rights.
it
Yeah.
interferes with like their real estate dealings, and I don't know what the fuck.
They got mad at Mitt Romney too, like with
Because
the
they're
dog.
it's because they're disproportionately.
I'll tell you
white.
where
That's
she
what it
also
is.
fucked up with this is she didn't eat the goat. Like since
Hustling
she didn't
again, I
eat the
see
goat,
you.
that got rid of me.
Okay, yeah. So this is what I was trying to get to with this is that people are asking like, why would you put this in a book? This is crazy. I'll tell you why. Because on most issues, if something would piss off someone on the left, then it's appealing to someone on the right. And she's so used to owning the libs that it never occurred to her that one of the things that would outrage a lib would also outrage a conservative. Like she wasn't able to make that connection in her head. She probably was like, "Oh, this appears to be so cruel that the left is going to go ape shit," and that's when I can say, "See, we conservatives, we have the stomach to do the hard jobs and all
Way
this
too
other
much
stuff."
credit. I think you're giving it way too much for PR.
She put it in her book. She wants to be
3D chess.
Trump's vice presidential nominee, which that's over now. But part of the whole reason she put that book out was to increase that appeal, that sort of schadenfreude that the right feels about doing things that the left wouldn't like. I honestly think that she expected this outrage, but she expected it only from the left.
Some people have also said, because something else you might not know about Kristi Noem, one of the fun things about Kristi Noem, is that she had an affair with Trump's advisor, I guess, or like campaign
Lewandowski.
chief,
Really?
Corey Lewandowski. Yeah.
Oh, that's why I recognize her name.
Yeah, and like,
And they were both married at the time.
They were both, and oh my god, they did not hide. This is an open secret. There's like pictures of them, like her sitting on his lap and everything, like at
Additional
like
value.
conferences. No, family values, of course. Well, don't even question it, Corey. Honestly,
I mean, yeah. Why don't we just?
but yeah, but
Trump should just hire Nala Ray to be his VP running with this correct.
The point is that like, Trump doesn't like dogs, right? Apparently, he doesn't like dogs. That's the thing about him, right? And I think that he's like the first president not to have
without
a
a
dog
dog
for like in a few decades or whatever the fuck, right?
Trump really is a
which
black
was
man. I had
which
no
was
idea.
which was a huge fucking deal by the way.
Rappers were right.
But in any case, it's like some people think, because she's still in contact with Corey, even though she's like, oh, no, certainly not. Yeah, they are. But that maybe she had gotten advice from him. It's like, oh, you got this story. Well, he hates dogs too, right? That the audience is just one person, being Trump, for this book, and then it just backfired. She didn't think the response of anyone else would be this strong. But
This
yeah,
is too
that might be it.
speculative.
I'm just putting it out there. And one last thing. Sorry, because we are way over time for this. But because I don't know. Does adoption cost money?
Dog adoption?
What are
Or
you talking about?
human?
It's like 100.
I think depends.
I mean, if it's a
$100
problem
for, like, a
dog,
cat,
it might cost a
150 for-
little more.
To put it up for adoption.
Yeah, you still have to pay. So like, I had to rehome my dog a few years ago, and in order to do that, you'd like post it on a website. You would then I did it personally. You'd still vet people before before they take your animal, and you'd have to pay a fee to the website where you know.
No,
How
I
long
don't-
ago was
wait,
this?
Hold on.
This was, I want to say 4 years ago.
No, I mean, how long ago was Gnome's?
Oh, sorry.
Oh,
When
like
she
20
shot
years
her
ago,
dog,
Misunderstanding.
apparently.
So when I say
Okay.
put them up for adoption, I mean literally just take them to a pound and say, hey, don't
Yeah.
want this dog anymore. This is a stray dog, whatever, right?
That's what I mean.
Like that doesn't cost any money. I mean, so
I
at least I
don't
don't think it costs any
know
money.
if that's. I don't know
Well,
if
I
that's
think
free. I've
if
never
it was
had
a
to do
problem
that.
dog like that, that's like known to like kill animals, then it might be more difficult to rehome that dog as opposed to your
They would
normal
take it to the
dog.
pound and just put it down. So it'd just be it's just
Farmer
transferring.
can't. If a farmer can't deal with the dog, then like a fucking pet owner literally can't adopt that fucking dog.
And also, it's
No,
like
that is-
these
that dog
pounds.
has
These
to be
pounds
killed.
aren't really humane. Like, if we're gonna talk about like what's more humane for the dog, if you're gonna take
Shit.
it to a pound and put it up for
PETA
adoption,
runs
like,
kill shelters.
yeah, they're just kill shelters at the end of the day, and like they don't live a good life before they die, right? So most of them will keep pounds will keep a dog for like a week to 2 weeks before they have to put it on because of the overflow of dogs that they have being brought to their facilities, and so it's like. They're living 2 weeks in like these dingy cages. It's smelly, it's terrible. They're not near their owners. They're not near anything that they like recognize. Once again, Christine Ohm hated her dog. That's fine and fair.
Yeah.
I'm not like, but I'm saying in general, like to say that the option of taking your dog to the pound, putting it up for adoption, this whole thing is more humane than just taking it out back and shooting the dog and putting it out of its misery. I just completely disagree with.
All of her Twitter comments on every post is just about the dog.
Okay.
I mean,
I
the
can't
real
believe
crime
people
here
are
is not
this
eating. I'm like the
invested
real
in
crime.
this. This is
But what's
wild.
crazy to me is the
Yeah.
goat thing. Like I
Yeah.
don't think like if that's a total waste of a goat, even if it's an old one. Like you just killed the goat, you didn't like chop it up, didn't barbecue.
It was mean.
Yeah.
She didn't like that
You don't-
one either.
Yeah, so it would have
You
been
don't
it
spit on
should be more
someone.
satisfying
Same
to
thing
eat
with
Billy
the
a
goat.
goat
dog.
grubs
You
had
don't
to be
eat- you don't eat
disposed
blood
of,
goats.
Gibbs.
No,
I don't know what
yeah,
to tell you.
yeah, but it had to be disposed of, right? But the goat,
Feed it
goats
to other animals.
were breeding and eating. So why didn't you eat the goat?
Why
Like
didn't
that-
you
You
the
don't eat
dog?
old,
I
you don't
agree.
eat old
Well, I
ass
mean,
goats.
I'm okay with
Like, the
that too,
meat's
but
not
like
good.
that's not legal.
Yeah,
in
you
America.
probably wouldn't want. How old was the goat? Yeah.
Like
so-
you don't want to eat like an elderly animal. Like they suck. They're horrible. Their game is it's disgusting.
Well, then you can feed
That's
it to the
fair.
cats. It'll be fine.
That's true. Feed it to the cats, other
Okay,
dogs, any
okay.
other
I just want to
animals.
say because
Maybe.
with my political theory, I just found a quote from her. This is after the story blew up, where she said that the story has more real, honest, and politically incorrect stories that will have the media gasping.
Oh, it's just there's some.
So-
Definitely
she-
gasping.
I
She's just
think my
she's just rage
characterization-
baiting.
Yeah,
But
Yeah, it's
yeah,
rage
exactly
bait.
what he said. Yeah.
I before we move on, so one of the comments,
Oh,
Prime, in your chat
course.
was that like the left cares more about this fucking dog than it does like a human fetus or whatever. I'm curious, Scott,
Like,
under
except
your
right.
no, I think it was the left. I think that was the comment, at least.
I could be wrong.
Scott, under you, maybe I'm wrong.
Well, the
the
right cares more about them than a human baby because after it's born, you're on your own. But go ahead. Yeah.
Scott, under your philosophy of like killing dogs would be wrong because it makes it like it's kind of sociopathic behavior to kill like another animal or kill something living, and you're worried about that tracking on to like future decisions in your real life. Could you apply this to abortion?
I think abortion is just murder outright, anyways. So I don't need an additional
sure.
evaluation that killing human beings might lead to, being more likely to kill other human beings or that you might have negative. I mean, yeah, sure. You could make that connection if you wanted to add an additional layer to it, but I mean, it's already murder. Like if you have an abortion, you're a fucking murderer. Like, and there's not really any good arguments against that. Every woman that's ever had an abortion is a fucking murderer. Every doctor that's ever performed multiple ones is a serial killer. There's really no argument against that isn't easily defeated. Now I'm an evictionist, but morally speaking, for my personal preference, I tend to be pro-life.
Two things. Or FQ, did you have something to say?
Do you think that if you're used to playing video games where you kill people and shoot people, that you're more likely to be violent towards like people in real
Good
life?
question.
Nope.
I think research from Bandura's kind of like famous experiment into the video games research is scant at best. I think if you could prove like kind of unassailably that there was an actual like a mechanism, a cause, right, where the game itself created those feelings, as opposed to there being simply a correlation between the type of people that are violent people need to let off some steam and go on Call of Duty. And then you go like, oh, look, Call of Duty tracks with criminal behavior ever so slightly, right? Like if you could actually find the mechanism, then yeah, I would absolutely be an advocate to say that it would be immoral in some capacity to engage in that behavior that causes you to be violent towards other people. I don't think the research supports that.
I don't think that it does either. I've seen some research on it, but like what I've seen says that like it does temporarily make you more aggressive, but it only makes you more aggressive, I think, for very
that's just
temporarily,
tilting.
like
In the moment.
afterwards. It doesn't make
Yeah, it's
you
like
like
that's
I think
tilting,
in
like,
the
when you're-
long term more likely.
I've seen a lot
When
of
you're like
data
on
to
a
the contrary.
3 or 4, when you have like a 4 or 5 like loss streak on fucking League, right? Like a really toxic game. Yeah, you get like you get insanely raged out. I mean that's the temporary aspect, but I haven't seen any good causational link between violent video games and creating violence out there. I've seen some
That's my
correlation,
question too,
and there
because
is
I
some
haven't seen
correlation.
that. I haven't seen that. I haven't seen like any evidence to show that like you're more likely to shoot up a store or to commit murder like if you play a violent.
I actually have
games.
like a data dump I'll put in chat for you guys.
Wait, FQ, you didn't answer.
Yeah, sure.
You didn't get the chance to answer my question from before about the slaughtering, the goat slaughtering. You seem like to be thinking about it. Do you think that was like that's okay to be able to do?
Well, you were asking whether or not that's any different than the farmer who takes
Yeah.
their dog out and shoots them like when they
Yeah.
dislike them.
Not when they dislike them. Have to. I get that this lady didn't like them, but for the farmers, I'm saying they have to put the dog down. This to them seems to be the most humane way of doing it. Plus, economically, it just makes more sense. It's more feasible. I don't. The person doesn't have to hate the dog. There's no torture. There's no nothing. It's just simply like this is just the best route they see. They see fit. If is there a difference, and then if not, like.
I mean, there is a difference just purely because like the example that you gave, like it was cultural, right? So it's a cultural reasons. But I mean, you could say the same thing about growing up on a farm,
about the
like
farmers,
putting
yeah.
down animals, and you could say, well, but
One, you're bringing
It's not
a
exactly
farm
the
animal
same.
to the suburbs. The other one, you're bringing a home animal to the farm. And they're both, the cultural practice is to kill the animal within the home. Within
yeah,
the
but the
home.
difference is that the suburban example that you gave before, like I'm assuming that like everyone in your community that you interact with is also bringing an animal home. So it's accepted within the community that all of these people that you interact with.
It's an accepted practice. Not everyone is doing it, but it's an accepted practice if you choose to do it. And I'd probably agree that the farms have the same like agreement.
Well, I mean, like I would agree that like it's normal for farmers, but like the difference is that you might be the farmer who lives here, but like, is it normal for you to do that? Like when you like, would it be just something that you could casually like catch up like a conversation within the grocery store? I don't know.
My dog down. Yeah, they'll be like, "Oh, how's your dog? Oh, I had to put her down last week. It was, a whole thing." Like, have you? I don't know. I go up North Michigan. It's pretty rural, and it's like, yeah, these people.
You guys seen a philosophy of right and wrong.
What?
It's getting boring.
All right.
I'm sorry, Scott.
Engaging in different fifis.
My apologies, Scott. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. I'm not entertaining you.
Right
I'm sorry.
We understand 2016 is past. We understand that facts don't care about our feelings. Okay, but it's 2024, and it's about time we realize that feelings do, in fact, sometimes involve the facts, and that's what we're talking about. And I don't think that there's anything wrong with that.
Absolutely.
Feelings are lame, and I don't understand them. Anyway, go ahead.
You don't have them.
That's an interesting fact.
I mean, we are talking about somebody who might have been president of the United States until this.
Which is why you should have a conception of right and wrong as opposed to fifis.
Yeah, but it's not about it. Sure, but the fifis in this case are more universally felt. Like that's one of the reasons that hurt her, right? If it was just hurting the left, like then it would have been an asset for her. Actually.
Yeah, but that's descriptive. That's descriptive about like political strategy and whether or not you choose her. It's
right,
descriptive about, like,
yes, I'm talking about
of the.
That's why you have to pay attention to fifis, right? Because even if you don't think they're important, they become important.
Now I'm bored. Where this has become way too much about the facts and words and. Now I'm unentertained.
We're just vibing it out for like the last hour. It's just like I don't know, man. Like you guys got to have a conception of right and wrong and then figure it out.
Okay. So I was going to say that
vibe this shit.
One, I was curious what our friend FK would have to say about this. FK is a veterinarian, so I'm just curious what his opinion would be on something like that.
It would be interesting.
But also, I think something it says something about us culturally, and is that like our propensity to I'm not sure medicalize is the best word, but like at least professionalize things, right? And to assume that if we get an expert in the industry to do a thing, right, professional industry to do a thing, then it becomes okay, right? It's like the distance between like putting down this dog, like taking him out, like as we all said, like to the country and killing it, or like driving it to a vet and then them doing it, right? That puts some sort of emotional distance and it legitimizes it in some people's minds, right? Like taking to a vet, in a way that like like, oh, Scott's just so bad, he's or Gibbs such a bad guy, for killing the cat or whatever, right?
It
But in the end,
depersonalizes it.
yeah, but in the end, it's the same thing, right? Like,
Well, no, it's different. It's different if you have a conception of morality about the transferability of behavior, because there's essentially zero likelihood that you could consider it immoral if you drive to the vet and have someone else do it, right? Assuming that the vet is like able to emotionally handle it, right? As opposed to like someone like me or Chris Noam going out and shooting it, if your concern is that that might change their behavior towards other people. So you could actually say that the more moral act is going to the veterinarian in that case.
I hear you. Excuse me. I hear you there. My voice cracked for a second. I'm sorry. Still working on that. Still growing into myself. But I hear you. But my perception as to how people were internalizing this isn't that they're having that philosophical analysis, right? They think
No, of course not.
that they think that Noam is a mean person. They think this is just a horrible thing to do. They think that dogs are innocent and that they understand the concept of death, obviously, but this is a death that was sped up. It's a baby dog apparently, right? That's what I'm hearing. And their conceptions of dogs is completely different. All the things you guys have already said.
That changes it if it was a baby dog, just so we're clear.
Yeah. I mean, it says 14 months. I don't fucking know dogs
months.
like
It's
that.
it's a puppy still, but barely.
Yeah. Okay.
Yeah, that changes it a little bit.
Yeah, but in any
Does
case,
it though? If it's just a terror,
but-
like if it's
Well,
a terror?
no. So like the whole her hating it, whatever. My argument was that she at least raised it to a point where she had to attack someone else's animals and cause such a ruckus. Yeah, it does change it a little bit.
I'm not entirely sure if she raised it or if she adopted it.
I thought she had raised it.
adopted it,
I
but
thought
she
it was
trained
old.
it for
I
some
thought it
period
was
of time.
old and sickly. I think someone said the dog was old and sickly in the beginning,
Yeah.
and I might
No,
have just ran
No,
with
the
that.
goat was old and sickly. Oh, the goat. Yeah.
No, they were trying to. She was trying to train the dog, and to be a quail.
Can I ask
hunting
this
dog,
question? This is
And
like
she couldn't get it to work.
This-
Sorry, guys. Before you ask that
It
question,
was a
guys,
lame. It was lame, essentially.
guys. So I'm gonna ask you this. Do you guys want to go on to the question I actually prepared? We are 40 minutes over.
Yeah.
I've been trying to move us off this for a while, but you guys are interested in this topic, and if we're interested and we have more to say, assuming we're not going to go around in circles, right? We have more to say, then we can do so. But it's up to you. And I can always save this to later on this topic.
You thought this was gonna be a short topic that you were bringing
I
up.
really did.
A
I mean, look,
short
actually.
one.
Well,
Little
I
one.
was planning on. So here's the thing. I was planning on introducing this at the start, right? But we got sidetracked on the other thing. What was the other thing? I forget what the other thing was.
Nala.
Who's
Yeah,
grifting?
yeah.
Who's not?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Pearl.
Hypergamy. I mentioned hypergamy,
yeah.
and that led us to that. That's what I thought would be short, and then we have time for Christy Gnome, and then we move on to the prepared topic. But in any case, so I'll put it up to you guys. If you still have more you want to say on this, then let's do that. If not, then let's move on for the remaining time we have for the other thing. So, do you want to raise your hand if you want to move on to the next topic? Simple.
I don't mind. Yeah, but
Yeah,
I haven't said much
sure.
anyway to begin with, so I think it's pretty clear.
Okay. Okay.
I think I've made my position clear. I think we all have.
We have
No, I made my position clear. The rest of you fucking argued about fifis for an hour.
God. I love you too,
Right.
Scott. Okay. So
More
let's move
fifis from Prime.
on.
Prime, how do you feel
I love you
about
guys.
Scott's statement right there? What do you feel?
Oh, fuck you. Fuck you so
I'm making
much.
those PPs right now.
Fucking
I'm
chair
like-
therapy over here.
When it comes to Scott and his outbursts, I'm dead inside, so it's okay.
We'd say it's a more
It's
fact-based
comfortably numb.
analysis.
Yeah. But anyway, yeah. So we'll continue on to our a topic. Hey, everyone out there, if you support this channel, if you like this channel, then support it. If you got If you got Amazon Prime Gaming things, like throw your sub here. We can use that. We haven't gotten any support today, guys. We do need support. We haven't gotten support in a little while, actually. So if you're out there, consider supporting the channel so I can keep doing this. If you don't, then I really, really can't. So, get bits, or if you're on YouTube, of course you can put a super chat, and at some point, we will get to it. But we will definitely get to it. We'll definitely react to it. But support the channel however you can, so I can keep doing this. If not, we can't have this. So we do need your help. Support the channel. Especially for donation chat. If you want to support the channel without supporting Twitch, that's okay with me. Because monopolies exist, and I don't have much choices. All right. Let's go to the next topic. See how long this takes. So the mistake I had, well, it was only to lag to it, actually. But the mistake I had was that, like, when I sent the invite, it was all black everything in the title, in the invite for Lactoid.
Only to Lactoid?
Only to Lactoid.
Well,
only to Lactoid.
Not black everything, only to Lactoid.
The blackest of us.
The black. I think so.
This is why I'm wearing my FUBU today, specifically for that.
For Black History Month. Yeah.
Repping the squad, repping the brand, baby.
But the reason why is that, like, this question, I actually asked it on All Black Everything like a month or so ago. And it had a big response. But I realized I didn't say it to you guys. And this question kind of evolved for something else that I'm trying to turn into a topic, but I just couldn't do it in time. But in any case, on a recent podcast, the host discussed a woman who has been having marital trouble. At the start of her marriage, her mother had given her the advice to start a private bank account. She would put a bit of money into it regularly and use it to escape the relationship if things went badly. During a time of financial hardship, her husband discovered the account, and it caused huge turmoil between the two. Was this woman wrong to have created this account? Should everyone take reasonable steps to protect themselves in case the relationship goes sour? Or is this a violation of trust that becomes a self-fulfilling prophecy and ruins the relationship itself? So yeah, the husband and wife, woman she has stay at home, and the husband gives her money to handle because she's handling the finances, and she like squirrels a bit of it away. Then they hit financial trouble, and she offers to go back to work. Husband says no, I want to be a provider, whatever, right? And he takes a look at the finances later on, and discovers this discrepancy. She admits that she's been hiding the money, and it causes a huge rift. We don't know if the marriage ended, but he had to leave the house. I think he went to his mother's house or something, and he was real broken up about the whole thing. But the question is, was it wrong for her to hide this money? And yeah, so we'll start with our friend Lactoid. And keep it brief, guys, because we have a limited amount of time here.
Yeah, so I like the idea about keeping finances separate. I do think that if there was a divorce, this may be communal property. This may have to be split. So it would come up in court. But generally speaking, I like the idea of people keeping their finances separate and going into a marriage with some kind of backup fund in place. I think that's a good idea.
Scott.
Oh yeah, I think it does depend on the circumstances and the individual, which I know is a bit of a cop-out answer, but it really just does depend. I think the secret account where you're squirreling away money shows that you're not committed to the marriage, right? Like you don't trust that person. You're already have one foot out the door. You're already leaving that marriage. And women that try and say that it's okay to have a kiddie account to do that, they're coping, right? Like they're just setting up their backup plan. And you're not committed in a marriage if you have a backup plan at all times. That being said, I would say, as Lactoid did, I think it is probably a good idea to have some level of separate finances, even just for normal shit. Like, I don't want you seeing what I bought you for your birthday on Amazon. You know what I mean? Like, you know, like, or for Christmas or something, right? Like there should be some level of individual money. And if you want to put that money somewhere, or save that money, or invest for your own retirement separately in some capacity, that's fine. But you know, I would also say that under a real traditional marriage, without the state being involved, a marriage contract would likely have stipulations for this very thing, right? So even if the state wasn't involved in marriage, if I was going to have a marriage contract, I wouldn't advise any woman or man, if the other spouse is a primary breadwinner, to be in a contract that says, in the event that we break up due to these issues, you're liable to this amount of income, et cetera. Because I do think that should always be there, so that people aren't kind of like trapped in a situation because of abuse and potential issues and things like that.
Right.
I'll try to be brief. Assuming she wasn't lying and like being explicitly dishonest about, you know, having a secret account, then I would say like she's not morally wrong in my opinion. But I think there's a larger conversation in terms of like, you know, again, what I've been saying for whatever multiple weeks now of like, it's important to you to be able to like recognize and vet a person. Like, what does it say about you? Of like, if you chose a husband that won't allow you to work? It seems like in the video, yeah, that was like a revelation. Where it's like, I can't work. I didn't know that my husband would allow me to work. And then also the husband, it's a revelation that they're keeping a secret account. Well, if you can't vet these things, well, no surprise, it's a bad outcome. I'll leave it there for now.
Ali.
Yeah, everything she did was correct, and this is just kind of for me. This is normal Arab or Muslim practice. This is a normalized thing in the community. He didn't allow her to work. He said, hey, he came home. He was having financial struggles. He got injured, went back to work, wasn't making as much money. Said, hey, I think we need to start downsizing what we're doing. She said, nah, I don't want to do that. I'll go back to work. He said, nah, you can't go back to work. This is exactly why she has that nest egg, for that reason. Now he got butthurt when he found out that she had all this money. The only reason you're butthurt is because she has the money and you don't, and technically you gave her the money. She's well within her rights to have her own little nest egg, especially to leave. Every woman should, do that. And for the record, a man should have that too. You should have money to the side for your own, that, like, for a rainy day for yourself. This isn't, I don't know. I don't necessarily think it's being 1 foot out the door, but lawyers are involved in this shit. Like, shit costs money. Like, you have no idea who the person they might turn on you. You divorces get fucking sick. And so no, I think she was well within her rights to do everything. Also, I think Scott's a Muslim because our marriages are contracts that you have written in, and it's not even, you don't get part of the finances. You just get a set amount. Hey, you want a divorce? This is the amount you get, and it's agreed upon from the very beginning. Just saying. MashaAllah, Scott.
Actually, he kind of looks like someone from like the Caucasus, with a beard, like in the dark hair, right?
I'm part Lebanese.
Oh, there you go. I was gonna say Lebanese.
Habibi.
I'm part black and I'm part Lebanese, and the rest of me is just a mixture of all kinds of white. Classic American mutt.
It all shows. Every part of your background.
You are definitely a Muslim.
Yeah. Shout out to you. But FQ, please. Who's very
sure.
Irish.
Yes. So I have like mixed feelings on it. So the mixed feelings that I have. So first of all, I don't think that it's wrong for you to have separate accounts. I don't think it's wrong for you to have separate finances. I think actually that's probably a good thing to do. But if you are going to be married, like, I think that you should be honest with each other about like you having accounts and like what like money you do have. It can often happen like in marriages, like where, especially like if you are the spouse who is going to stay at home, where one thing that can happen to you, like this can be a tactic of abuse that like some partners can do, which is that like it's financial abuse. You can't leave me because you have no money, and you don't have any access to the money because you don't work. And so you don't get to make any decisions, right? And the uncomfortable like reality of it is that the person who holds the purse strings in that arrangement is the person who holds the power, like in the marriage. So if you show up and you choose to get married to somebody and you don't have any education, you are not licensed in a trade or in any type of job, and you have no savings whatsoever, you're setting yourself up to be screwed potentially, like if things go wrong. So I absolutely think that it's a good idea for women and for men for people to have like a separate private for a rainy day account. I think that that's a good practice that everyone should do, like before you get married. I think everyone should have like an account of like just a fat stack of cash that you don't tell anyone about and that you forget about and that you leave alone and that you don't mention, and then you choose to get married afterwards. But in order to protect that, you should probably like, I actually wonder like if getting a prenup beforehand like would be the right way to protect it. I would recommend that like if you want to do that, like probably getting a prenup would be probably the best thing to do. I'm curious what other people's thoughts are on that, but no, I think that that's wrong. But however, I do have a question though. Like, so if she is taking this money and she is investing it into an account that he can't see, and they're married, and this isn't money that she worked for, this is money that he worked for. I mean, that could potentially, I could see that being something that they argue about in court. Like, you're taking my money that I worked for and you're putting it into an account that I cannot see. Like, I don't think that that piece of it is right. I think that piece of it, like there, he has a legitimate complaint against her. However, if like she tried to work or tried to get money or tried to have access to finances another way, but there's some proof that like he didn't just say you can't do it, but I will divorce you if you choose to work, or I will, or there will be some sort of heavily negative consequence if you choose to leave, then I don't think it's as bad. And like it's as Scott said, right? Like it is a case by case basis. If this is a person who is beating her nightly, right? And like she's ferreting away $7,000 so that she can get away, right? Like what is it? There's that story, like there's a movie from the 90s, like with Julia Roberts, where she has to get away from this highly abused. Like if it's that kind of situation, then no, I don't think it's wrong for her to take the money and to like store it away and then to leave. But if this is just a normal like marital disagreement, then yes, I do think it's probably wrong.
Well,
but I still think you should have a separate private for a rainy day account that you walk in with before you have this problem.
There's a movie from the 90s, and then subsequently 200 movies from the Lifetime channel with the exact same plot. But like,
I was thinking the exact same thing. I didn't say anything, but exactly what I was thinking.
What is that movie called? It's from the 90s. It is Julia Roberts.
Admiral Gibbs.
There's like 100 Julia Roberts movies.
Yeah, there's a lot of those. Yeah, I mean,
90s movies were all Julia Roberts movies.
I mean, first of all, I feel like one prenup.
Runaway Bride.
Yeah, prenup obviously is a big one. The other one I will say is, yeah, I mean, if you're not hiding your money from the government already, and you're not hiding it from your spouse, then you really don't deserve that money. First of all, that's fucking terrible. Because these people are awful nowadays. They're gonna take half your shit plus more if they can. So like, as the only divorced one here, make sure you get a prenup. That's the key. That's how you get a lot of shit. And then secondly, yeah, I don't have a problem with it. Yeah, well, sure, I don't know, maybe you ought to, but yeah, hide your money. But I'll say this, though. This is where I have an issue with this story, right? Is I wouldn't have had a problem with my ex-wife if she had her own finances. In fact, I preferred her to. You know, that would have solved a lot of problems, right? But I would have had a problem with if upon discovering that we're having major financial crisis, she had a hidden nest egg that she wasn't willing to put towards our major financial crisis, and I had put basically all of what I've had into like solving this financial crisis.
She was willing to work though.
Okay, sure, but say she was. I mean, I wanted my.
She was willing to pitch in.
Come on.
All right, so like I said, like this is a
intros.
case by case. Yeah, this is like a case by case. But say like I had a situation where like I don't know, I got like cancer and I was like gonna die, or unless I had like $80,000 tomorrow, and I obviously wouldn't tell her to go like work. I mean, obviously that's a pretty extreme, but I wouldn't tell her like, oh, well, don't go work. I mean, I wanted my ex to work. But if I had like a similar situation and she had the money stashed away and was like, well, I'm going to need this for when you're dead, like, yeah, I'm going to have a problem with maybe like that situation, you know, or like, you know, maybe not even that bad, but like, you know, oh, the car broke down and you need the car for your work. I need the car for work. Guess what? You're not going to pitch in for this, even though you have $8,000 stashed away. Oh, this is your get out of jail free money for everything that goes bad. Well, it's going to go bad if we don't get this car fixed. So like, I mean, I at some point, yeah, I think it's all situational. I don't really know how you get around that in this case by case kind of situation.
Let's go to our friend Aiko.
Yeah. So that was what Fairy Queen said was one of my initial takes for possibilities. But then when I read the article, she was very clear. In fact, she said to her husband after he found out that this was not personal. This was not about you. I would have done this with any man I married. And in fact, this was advice that came from her mother that she intended to be the advice that she would give no matter who she married. So this wasn't triggered by, oh, he's abusive, I need to save up some money and get away. She was going to do this like from the beginning regardless. And still, like, I could kind of see it under a few other circumstances, but I think what makes this, what would have made this okay would have been communication, right? Like if she had said from the beginning, listen, I will marry you, but you know, these are the precautions that I want to take. These are the precautions that my family has advised me to take. I don't expect to ever need it, but this is what we're going to do from here on out. And I think because that kind of communication never happened, I suspect that maybe she was afraid that he wouldn't marry her if he was honest, if she was honest in that way. But that's what it comes down to, like whatever rules she agreed to when she came in, right? So I'm not like, I know some people have opinions as to whether or not separate accounts is the right thing to do in marriage, or whether or not like a two-income family is a better family than a one-income family. Like there's legitimate room for disagreement on a lot of those issues. But at the end of the day, if you're agreeing to that, if you're coming into the marriage saying, I agree that a woman should work, or at least I'm willing to like play by those rules, then if you're not actually playing by those rules, at this point, you're just lying. It might not even be lying by omission at this point. It might just be straight out lying that your marriage is based on a pretense that you yourself don't believe in and don't even plan on adhering to. Those things I have problems with, even if I do sympathize with the idea that people should like, be prepared. We'll say. Yeah. Although that's another thing too, is like the little Catholic side of me wants to say that when you're going into a marriage, the idea of anticipating failure from the beginning and making it so that when you split up, it's easier to make that decision, that can be setting up the family for failure as well.
And then let's go to
I agree with Echo.
Great. All right.
This only works if you guys don't think
You want me to repeat it? I can
deserve an
just say it
income.
I think I go ahead. Pretty good take. Yeah.
So
if stay-at-home moms don't deserve an income, then this works out. But like the only argument here is that stay-at-home moms don't deserve an income, because all that was happening was he was giving her money to handle the bills.
But
she was handling the bills, and then she had a little squirrel fund on the end.
let's
That's
just
Okay,
kind
the-
of hang on.
Yeah, but
Do you
the
think
flip side
stay-at-home
of that-
moms-
The flip side of that traditional arrangement where the man is the provider, the flip side of that is that the woman's contribution has earned her half of that income, right?
She didn't
Because
take
he's
half of the
able to
income.
be the provider because she handles the other end of things. And so they've
She
earned
was.
that money together. That's also a traditional concept.
She
which
was. She
means
was
that
handling the
half
bills
the
and
money
taking
they
care of the
own
house.
really does belong to her. The only problem I have with it was the dishonesty.
I don't think it was
Dishonesty-
dishonest.
Well, Ali, the reason why it's dishonest is because, like, if you think about this
A
rationally,
lie of omission is a lie.
if he doesn't
Okay.
get some fund as well, like he's working, bringing in money, and
Mhm.
like they're both benefiting from that money, right? They're
Mhm.
both living in the house, they're both living with electricity and et cetera. And
Yeah.
I assume that she's using his money to buy things for herself as well, as marriages
His
go.
choice.
But then there's this extra money that she's squirreling away that, that's money that he could have spent on himself. That's money that they could have spent on
That
something
was his
together.
fault and his choice. He didn't listen. If we're going with the example given, she literally wanted to work. He said, "No, I don't want you to work." So therefore, the only type of income for like
He was
personal
clear.
income-
She wasn't.
I mean, she was very clear. She
He was
took the
honest,
money.
She
he-
wasn't honest.
I don't think
What
she was
what she should have done then is, no, fuck you, I'm gonna go work because we need more money or something along those lines. And then if it came to divorce, then what it came to divorce, right? But the reality here is like he was making his feelings clear and she was not making it clear that she had this money. I think that they should have been clear at the beginning.
I think
Yeah,
it should have
but,
been.
like,
I think,
yeah,
it's,
but, like,
I think it's an
yeah,
obvious assumption to make that if you are having someone live under your thumb financially, that they're going to have some type of nest egg. This should be an assumption, especially when you're telling the person not to work.
Yes.
They are going
Ali,
to have a nest egg. This
yes.
should be an assumption that you have.
But
If you don't,
that's
if
not-
she
that's
you
not-
divorces
you
him-
don't have that
discussing.
assumption, that's on you. You
No,
are
Ali,
going with
No,
the person's
Ali,
life.
Ali,
in the United
you're-
States,
you're not
if-
engaging.
In the United
How am I not
States,
engaged?
if she divorces him, right? This is the concept of marriage. Like they would split
Okay.
the assets anyway, right? in a community property state, like there would be
Assuming
half of
someone wasn't
everything that was
hiding
made.
money somewhere.
Well, assuming somebody wasn't hiding money somewhere, right? Which somebody was in this case, right? Like, so if I'm curious to know, like, depending how messy the divorce is, would she have even? I mean, legally she would have to disclose those assets, but if she actually would or wouldn't, it's unclear. But that's the recourse, right? The recourse there is you divorce and take half the shit. But like there was this extra like drain that was happening on their collective finances to go to this separate account that he wasn't made aware of. And maybe if he, maybe he wouldn't have married her if she told him this. But that's also his choice, right? He shouldn't be like tricked into marrying somebody who maybe he thinks shouldn't be doing this.
Let's go to Doobie and then FQ.
But yeah, I think that the way that she handled this, I think makes it clear that she was actually like half in or had a foot out from the start. So I think not telling him is dishonest. I think if this was just about her making sure that she had a nest egg, just in case it fell apart, well, if that was really her concern, why didn't she make one for him? Right? I think the saying that, oh well, she's handling the finances and she's putting this money aside and it's his fault for not checking on it. Well, if they never had that conversation, why would he? He trusted her to handle the finances. And she puts him away for herself and not for him, right? And if they were to divorce, like I said, she's still gonna half his shit, right? So like I don't think it's reasonable to say that like, oh well, you should just expect it, even if it's never communicated. You should just expect that she's gonna take $750 a month and put it away somewhere and never tell you about it, even when you're like struggling and working 2 jobs and doing Uber on the side to pay the bills.
Actually, by the time he was struggling, she reduced it to $250.
She still
she did take into account. I mean, it's literally you're literally pocketing change at the end of the week with that type, right? You know, at $750, what is that? $100, like $130, $150 a week.
It was a sizable account at the end.
That's probably 2 nights of Ubering that he wouldn't have had to done if he'd known about it.
But like
that was eventually when she was pocketing $250, so it might be like an hour of Ubering. 2 hours.
It's not. Listen.
$250 an hour would be amazing.
$250. No, wait.
Ollie,
I gotta go start
it's
doing
not
Uber.
about like guys. Ali, listen. It's not about like no one here. I don't think is vehemently against the concept of a person having a nest egg, right? Like that's not the issue here. The issue is that you have someone that is being dishonest in their marriage. That is, especially when we get to the situation where there are financial troubles and you're managing the finances and you're not, and someone else has to discover that you have this nest egg. It's perfectly acceptable to say, look, if I'm going to manage the assets and I'm not going to work, right, then I'm going to have some me money off to the side. And that's important. And it's even acceptable for him to say, cool, and I'm going to do the same thing or not do the same thing. What's not acceptable,
you guys only say that because the nest egg is $47,000. If the nest egg was $3,000, we wouldn't be having this conversation.
Well, that's not, and that's bullshit.
If the nest egg was $3,000, you'd be having this conversation and saying, oh, the assets, and how could she, and how dishonest.
Probably not, because it's not that much.
So the fact that she was
to engage, honestly,
I'm
why are you being
literally
dishonest right now?
Well, what if the
I'm not being
reverse
dishonest.
happened?
Maybe I wouldn't steal a penny.
You don't agree.
The only reason doesn't really matter
you're
with
not engaging with the argument,
I-
and you're trying to throw random shit against the wall and say, and instead
I
of
had my hand up
dealing
at
with my
some point.
argument,
Oh yeah,
you're
that's
talking
right,
about
you did.
47,000.
Because I don't think that having, I think the whole purpose of a nest egg, a rainy day egg, is that that's money that's private to you, that for you personally, just in case something happens. I don't think you tell people how much money is in that account. I don't think you tell people that you're saving. I'm sorry?
It doesn't.
The money
even
wasn't
matter. It
earned
doesn't even
privately,
matter.
right? He earned the money,
Well,
and then she puts it away as a nest egg.
So she once again, so at $750 a month, we're talking how much weekly is that? Like $175 at the end of the week? So if you're getting a weekly allowance,
she's
to
literally
pay,
taking and squirreling away my entire rent payment.
she's
every
handling
single
your
solitary month
finances and being a
without
stay-at-home
telling
wife
her
without the
anything.
ability to work. Also, yes. So once again, I'm saying her income
Ali,
at that point
so
is yes.
What is it okay to lie about? So because you believe that it's okay to lie to your husband and to keep secrets from him, right? Because so what else is it okay to lie about and keep secrets about?
So that's
Infidelity?
why I asked you. No, once again, I think you only care about this lie because of how much money is in the account. If the account only had 3,000, you wouldn't care, and so this wouldn't be a moral argument. You wouldn't say she was lying. You would say she just saved money on the side.
What about the reverse?
You're saying
what about the reverse?
I can't. No.
What if it was like 8 million? What if it was $8 million in the account?
Stop stopping on this. He's accusing me of having a position that I do not fucking hold. I do not fucking hold that opinion. It is not to me about how much money is in the account. It is about lying and squirreling away money without telling someone. And then if you save money personally, you have to tell people. Like that's what I want. I don't believe that you believe.
What if? Well, this is the whole thing.
I don't believe that. How much money
you're not saving money personally.
We have to stick. We're going to stick to the order, right? We're going to FQ Corey because he had been waiting, and then Gibbs, right?
And then Lactoid.
Yeah, finish your point.
Still doesn't fucking engage.
Okay,
I am engaged. She is. That is personal money. Okay, if someone's running the household, if someone's taking care of your home, you're giving them the money to budget the bill. So they're an accountant at that point in time. They're handling the shit. If they're squirreling away money on the side, yeah, I don't think that's a lie. I don't think there's anything wrong with that. And once again, if it's at a certain point, it's an allowance.
Do you not believe in the lies of omissions?
I just don't believe this is a lie. I don't believe. Well, okay, that's why I don't believe this is a lie of omission. I believe saving money.
Why is it not a lie of omission?
Because you were given a budget. You were given a budget and an allowance. You handled all the bills. She didn't not pay any of the bills. She did. I didn't hear any complaints of her not taking care of the home.
You're not engaging with the question. Why is it not a lie of omission? When you are in a situation
I don't think saving money is a lie of omission. I don't think putting money in your piggy bank is lying.
You're not engaging.
Go back.
It's not the saving of the money that was the lie. It was not telling him that was the lie.
I mean, who's going to accept that agreement? What if he's just like, all right, cool. So then you got to give me the money that's at the end of the week. So now you have someone living under, which is the whole reason of having the squirrel fund, because you don't want to live under someone
that you can lie,
under their finances. I don't think.
Yeah, so that you can lie. Listen, sociologist. Let me give you a different example, right?
Yeah.
Let's say same marriage, right? The husband has a job, and in his job he has a female boss. And the female boss takes a liking to him and makes like sexual comments that aren't like super overt, but they're kind of subtle, and it kind of makes it seem like there's something there. And then people at work start calling him, oh, that's my work husband, that's my work wife, right? And there's a subtle kind of sexual relationship, at least in the sexual tension that's going. And he's starting to benefit from this because he's getting like promotions that maybe he hasn't necessarily earned, but right. So there's all of these incentives, but he's not cheating, right? He hasn't actually done anything wrong whatsoever, right? And then his wife starts to have like questions based upon things she's hearing from friends, right? Would you say it's a lie of omission for that husband to not be like, here's what's going on, and tell her none of those things and make her investigate that this is what's occurring at the workplace? And wouldn't she feel insecure and feel like he might be doing inappropriate things, stepping outside of their marriage? Like all he's doing is working his job and trying to bring home money.
And so, like, if this is found out and he just admits to what happened, he goes, yeah, this is what I did. It benefited us, benefited me. This is what I did. Yeah, I think that's fine, which is exactly what happened with her. He found out about the finances. She said, yeah, hey, this is exactly what I would have done, whether it be you, any other Tom, Dick, or Harry. This wasn't a personal attack. No, I don't think she lied. Any
onus on the husband as she's starting to have questions, as she's starting to feel insecure, as her friends are telling her things, for the husband to fess up. You have to wait until she hires let's say a private detective to discover what's going on here.
Well, I think her friends telling her would be him looking through the records. And so if she brings it up, she goes, hey, this is what I'm hearing. And then he doesn't confess, then he's lying. But if he confesses, he goes, yeah, this is exactly what I did, then no.
Okay.
I think that's fine.
So then you don't believe in a lie of omission.
That's wild.
We got to move. FQ.
Do your thoughts on it change depending on whether or not we change it to if the wife was working? So if the wife was working, if say he didn't say don't get a job. This is to any. Well, this isn't really to Allie. This is more to everyone else. This is that's criticizing Allie. So would your answer change if she was also working and from her job, like she was just ferreting away all of this money privately, but she just didn't tell him. She never told him that she was saving this money, but she was working for this. Like this is money from her out of her salary that she's been saving. Do you care if she omits like saving $47,000 if it's from her salary as opposed to their job?
It doesn't change it. It doesn't change it for me at all. It's still
not for me either. It's
still a lie. Yeah.
I don't consider it a lie, though. Well, again.
Yeah, I mentioned several factors in my decision, and one of those factors goes away if she had a job. The other factors would still be there. So I don't think my overall opinion would change, but I would be maybe, let's say, less certain of it, right? Because I know that there are multiple ways to look at it, and that would be one way that would be reasonable to say, well, she earned that money, she should be able to like say what it is. The reason it wouldn't change my mind overall, though, is because his income is still being split by the whole family, and then all of a sudden hers is exclusive. And if she's not telling him that, if he's under the impression that all of their income is being pooled together and then split, evenly, or whatever arrangement he thinks is happening is not the arrangement, then the lying is still happening, right? And it's also still unequal. Unless he was keeping all of his money and she was keeping all of hers, well, then it would be equal. And if that's what their arrangement was at the beginning, I'd be fine with that.
That's just it. So I got another question, and this is, I think Scott, I don't know if Ico, actually, I don't know if any of you other than Scott has kids. I know Scott's mentioned being a dad before, but like remember like the advice, like part of the reason like why she saved this money from the beginning, it was because her mother sat down and told her, you should have a nest egg, you should be saving money. And I know that like I've received counsel from my parents, right, that don't ever tell, your partner that like you're saving this money here. Don't ever touch this money. This money is for a rainy day. If you touch this, it immediately goes kaput, right? And I think like if you're a parent and if you have kids, it's probably pretty sound advice to tell them to save and to invest, to have an account with money and to forget about it or to never tell anyone about it. Is that advice you would give to your kids? Like if they were about to be married, should they share if they have a nest egg?
We'll do the example. We'll keep the genders the same, right? I have a daughter, right? When my daughter decides for whatever reason, hopefully, to get married, I'm not going to tell her to have a secret account and start a marriage based on lies. What I'm going to tell her is that if you can't trust a man to say, this is my individual money, and this is a specific portion of money that I save for myself for whatever my future plans are, and potentially maybe even use for our kids, college money or something if we end up not needing it, et cetera, however I want to use it. If you can't trust a man to do that, then that's not a man you should be marrying. If you have to keep secrets
kind of like
from
what I said.
him, so yeah, I mean, like if you have to keep secrets from someone so that you can have like an out in case of emergency, then you should never have gotten in that marriage to begin with.
Okay, so I want to interject a little bit here, because I haven't stated my opinion, and it was me and Bam, my friend Bam, who's been on this panel before, against everyone else during ABE, and like. So let's take the example of your daughter. Let's say, well, we'll make it my daughter, right? So we don't make this personal. But like, if it was my daughter, I would say yes. If it's a man that you have questions about and you don't want to, and he would drive you to this impulse, then don't marry him in the first place. That's like a red flag. Let's pay attention to that red flag. They don't do it.
Right.
Fair. But the reality is people change. Right, we've talked about this before. People change for a variety of different reasons. They change for getting older. They change because life events happen that like totally shift their perspective. They change because they got sick. Excuse me. They changed because they got hit by a fucking car.
What does that change though? How would the circumstances change in such a way where my scenario is disadvantageous?
Unless I misheard you, you were saying that if you have had like the only type of man you should marry is the type of man that doesn't give you this impulse in the first place, correct?
Right. So let's extend the analogy, right? So let's say 2 years into the relationship, because 80% of finances are managed by women, right? Like, or 80% of the market choices are made by women. Like the economy is run by women. Men like have very little say.
We can blame them for everything that we see wrong in the economy. I agree. Yeah, sure.
No, obviously not. I'm just saying like most financial choices in terms of supply and demand are made by women, right? And so because they tend to manage assets, they tend to be the ones that take kids out, et cetera.
Yeah.
And so the first year she's working and she's putting money away and she's managing finances. And then the second year she's encouraged because, they have a kid or whatever, to quit her job. And now the husband is giving her a meager allowance and is completely cutting her off from managing the finances. I would say that in this scenario, whatever nest egg she had before, she still has. And so and if she's in a situation where she can no longer add to her nest egg, right? And now she's being manipulated and abused because there was a previous agreement, the person changed, and now he's trying to financially control her. That's the reason for that nest egg, to leave. What I don't understand is this fear that you have baked into the marriage where you're going to lie about the finances while you're managing the finances. It's like how Rich said, it's 1 foot out of the door. You're already in a position where you're planning to leave.
What?
And on top of that, where you're potentially hurting your family, because if you're squirreling away money that people don't know about, as opposed to, let's say you have a joint savings account that is invested in 401k or something like that, like the more money that are in those accounts, the more those exponentially grow. So you're actually harming your family's retirement for your nest egg situation that you're lying about. Right. And if you were upfront and honest about it, those decisions could be made.
I hear you. And so
unless that was invested too.
Yeah, hold on. That's the other part of this discussion.
Well,
right?
it wouldn't matter.
So that's
because it would be a smaller account. 2 small accounts are going to make less money than those money combined invested in a larger account.
At the same interest rate?
Yeah, and like how it's invested, there could be a whole lot of factors there.
I mean,
if it's the same interest rate, you're going to make the same amount.
I don't want to get distracted by this.
It's going to be exponential. It's going to compound off of the principal.
Do the math later. Do
more money
the math later.
No,
stop it. Do the math later.
It's not how it works. I'm sorry. Anyway, go ahead, Prime.
That is how it works, but that's okay.
Okay. You guys agree.
Socialist lactose.
So that's the other part of the argument. So one, things change, and things change oftentimes not suddenly, right? You aren't suddenly being slapped around, right? These things escalate. That's escalate for a while, and the longer it takes to escalate, especially if you're a housewife, right? The longer you've been out of the workforce and all that, like the more disadvantageous you are. And on the other part of it, the other half of this argument is that, like, part of financial abuse, and I thought FQ was going to bring this up, but like part of financial abuse is like, hey, I know you have this money, give me this money, right?
Yeah.
Either by guilting them,
Okay,
was my
that's my question.
point.
I was asking about.
coercing them, or all these other things. So the secretness of the account is necessary. Now, I'm not saying this doesn't have a cost to the family. You are correct about those costs to the family, but like, there's also a cost of, hey, I made a bad gamble, because marrying anyone's a fucking gamble. And now I don't have a secret backup plan because I told him about this. I was honest previously, and then he forced me somehow, some way to drain the accounts. After you wanted to
how did he force you to drain the accounts?
He told you to, and you did. Like,
You did,
what's tiny sliver of a percentage of people are going to be forced to drain an account they know about, but they're not going to have someone abusive enough to look into the finances and control the finances and keep them from scrolling away anyways. Like, they're going to force you to drain your known about account, but they're going to let you manage the money. Like, that doesn't make sense. Like, that's a very, very small
it could make sense. It could make sense if the money that you're managing is like $200 a month, like in an account that like you both can see, that's highly micromanaged, but also like the secret account that you were honest about and like gave him access to, he now has complete control over and is managed to persuade you, have sole dominion over it. And to answer, like, and just to go off of like what Prime said, like, it's just true. Like, oftentimes, like, abusive, like abuse that happens in the home often does not happen all at once. It does happen incrementally and gradually over time. And it can be, and you just being upfront and honest and blunt, hey, I have this account, I've been saving a lot of money in it for years, before you get married, that might be the more moral thing for you to do, be very straight and honest about it. But the existence of that money, the existence of that account creates problems, and it creates tension, and it creates a dynamic that would not have otherwise been there if you like had not been honest and you had not told them about the money. So, because now what will happen is, oh, we just bought this new house. well, the mortgage payment might be a lot nicer if you dumped, all of that money that you've been saving in. I really want to send the kids to private school next year. Oh, what about that account that you've been having for so long? Wouldn't you like to go to Aruba? I've wanted to go for years. It's my dream. What do you mean?
Now it's not a nest egg. It's not a rainy day fund anymore.
You're like
yeah, and now and that doesn't happen at first. It doesn't happen at first that you suggest that you crack open the piggy bank to spend it on you going to Turks and Caicos to go scuba diving, right? That's not what happens at first, right? It takes years, and the reason that's proposed at first will always be a good reason. It will always be the kids, the mortgage, right?
It's
a health
not so much
fund,
a draining, but
Put it in a trust where you can't touch it.
Hold on. There's also a reverse for financial abuse system to this, right? Let's give you a different scenario, right? Say I had been working and we had agreed that she would be the stay-at-home wife for the majority of the time, as long as it was in reason.
Instead of you being the stay-at-home wife, yeah. Go ahead.
Right, yeah, right. So, but sure. And she was gonna stay home. We have no kids, and we've been working, and I'm doing most of the money investments, and I have all this, and I have let's say 100K. I have 100K put away in a side account, and I have all this other money. And instead of it being a nefarious thing, like this could arguably be, it's hey, I have this over here for savings. Now we come to a time where, I get hurt and I can't work. And I turn to my wife and say, hey, I'm hurt. I need you to work until that time. Now, if I just went and touched this savings, we wouldn't even have our life changed for any indefinite amount of time. Would it be then abuse if she was to do all the things you just said and go, oh, well, I shouldn't have to work. We should be able to wait this out. And why don't we use that money you have stashed away over there for that? Yeah. So why would you, what's the difference between here going, oh, well, why should I have to work? We agreed I wouldn't have to if I didn't need to. Why don't we go use that 100K you've got stashed away?
Yeah, I'd agree.
Wouldn't that be abusive in that case?
I'd agree.
So in this case, isn't the same thing? The guy is injured and he's got a game. Well, how is that situation different? Except now he wants her to use that money instead of going to work.
Savings account.
Because because she made the offer to compensate. He said to downside. She offered to work. He said no, so she shouldn't have to touch her savings. Versus in your situation, the wife had agreed that if you need to work, you will.
Oh yeah, mine was not even it's a secret account. It's I have it invested, and she doesn't understand how it's invested, but she finds out.
I think
later.
That's the principal difference that most people are having here. It's not about whether or not you have I don't know which arguments you're engaging with, because I think most of us agree that having a kiddie account is an acceptable thing within the marriage. The moral issue, I think most of us agree, with the exception of Ike Rich saying maybe a little bit his trad cat side coming out a little bit, that having one at all might be against the concept of being fully committed to the marriage. But with exception to just that specific argument, most of us are saying it's not about having the account. It's about lying about the account by hiding it.
Yeah, that's not the part of engagement at all. Would you still say this is the same situation, or would you? Yeah, I know. I'm trying to change the picture a little bit here, Papa. I'm saying so. In this scenario, right? We could take this and we could just move it through, right? And we could just live. But instead, I'm going, oh, you should work, and we're not going to go touch this money. Is that financial abuse on my end, or is it financial abuse on her end for the one to take it? Because it sounds a lot like the scenarios that Fairy Queen was describing, where the man is like, oh, we're gonna not let you have access to this money, or oh, we should use this money to put it down on our mortgage. What's the difference in that scenario from what I'm describing?
I will just
answer.
Is
whether or not you control someone's behavior.
You can go ahead, answer that, FQ, and then I got to move on to Corey of the Gibbs. Lactoid now, because and then Doobie.
Yeah, I was gonna say that I'll echo what Scott said. It is about controlling someone's behavior, but also I don't know that there is a terribly huge difference, right? If you stated at the very beginning, this is my money and I am going to keep this money separate for a rainy day, right? You don't get to then go and then bully the other person and say, hey, could you really crack open the piggy bank? I really want to do this. No, you made the agreement. That was the agreement. And so you're going to follow through on the agreement that you had at the very beginning, right? I'm not saying it's not immoral for you to lie, but what I'm saying is, I can understand behind why, if you have been sitting upon a big stack of cash for years, right? Why you might feel reticent about letting your partner know that, because it will create a dynamic and it will create problems and conflict that would not have otherwise been there, if that account didn't exist. Unfortunately, that's just
Corey. And then
lies catch up to you. They get worse over time. Yeah.
Uh, just to maybe clarify or understand some things better. So, so Lactoid, I'm mostly trying to consult your legal mind, even though I understand you're not, from my understanding, you're not a divorce attorney. But I think someone made the clear, alluded to, like, given the fact that the husband was like giving money to the wife, and therefore they're stashing it away. At some point, like, would there be a legal claim to that by the husband? Like, would that hold up at all?
Yeah, yeah, anywhere. So the only difference will be whether it's a communal property state or if it's a common law state. If we're talking, if it's communal property, which is the minority of states, but it is my state. Basically, from the moment you get married, all the money that's made after that is considered like communal property, and it's cut in half if the divorce.
No. I understand that part, but I mean, like, would the husband have the like? This is all of my money, as in like whatever the 45,000. It's all mine because I gave
Half.
it to you and I earned. Well, so that's what I'm trying to clarify. I understand the half part because that's more or less like the same in Canada. Besides, I guess a prenup and all that. But like, I'm talking about like, can they make the 100% claim of like, this is actually my money because I earned it, and I gave
She
it
didn't
to
work
you.
for any of it. She didn't do it. He just
They
gave her
both
money,
earned
and
it
she just.
equally.
Well, no,
Yeah.
he couldn't claim 100% of it.
Okay,
right?
yeah, that's exactly what I wanted to clarify.
Yeah,
As
he
in, like,
would say it's half, and then there it was.
it's the
almost
standard
referred to
arrangement in
kind of
most
equitable.
marriages. Yeah, but
Yeah.
that's what I'm trying to
He's
say. Like,
understood to have earned it as well, right? Because she gave up whatever her earning potential was
Yeah.
in order to
They
be a
earned
stay-at-home
right.
wife.
well, yeah, that's what I understand. I'm trying to tease out or distinguish of like he cannot claim 100%. He cannot make the argument. Well, I earned it. Like, this is the product of my labor, right? That type of argument. And to maybe clarify ICAO's position. So well, first, I guess, do you believe in lies of omission, and do you believe like the woman was
Yes.
lying through? Oh, so do you believe like she was lying through lies of omission in this instance?
Yes, absolutely. Yeah, of course. I don't even think it's a close call.
As in, she was obligated to say, even if let's say she was working for this money, like she would, like, this is employment money that she was stashing away.
I think that, like I said earlier, that would take away one factor of my problem with it if she was working for that money. But I still think, yeah, she would still be lying if she worked a job and then made him think that she was depositing all of that money into their common account in order to help the family as a whole, and didn't say that she was actually subtracting $750 a month of that. Then it would still be a lie of omission. You just wouldn't have that other problem, but you would still have the problem of deceit. She
Okay.
has an obligation to basically to not lie, right? That includes not lying by omission, not to mislead him about the finances of the home.
So I'm curious then, say for example, she had like, some small investment or stocks before the marriage, and then they got married, and then whatever, the value took off. Is she obligated to disclose that?
We'll put it this way: if she doesn't disclose it, then he shouldn't have a reasonable assumption that he knows everything, right? In other words, she couldn't say to him, I came into this with nothing. Everything we have is like owned in common or whatever. If she did own something separately, I personally think that she would have to say yes, like I do have this other thing or whatever. But, and this is what I was suggesting earlier, is I think she could put that money in a trust that says, okay, if I ever get divorced, then I can access it, or if any of the following kind of emergencies can happen, then I can access it, and make it literally so that she can't do it. That way she can be honest with her husband about its existence and not have to worry about being forced to tap into it.
Sure. But does my scenario with, like, let's say, an investment before the marriage, after they get married, the investment, whatever grows, does that qualify for you as a lie of omission?
Yeah, it would still be a lie, of course.
Okay.
You might argue that she has some justification for lying or whatever, but it would be a lie.
How, as in they're obligated to disclose all of their financial whatever background before they
Yeah, I mean,
Sex
you are
dependent.
you are legally and also, according to many religions, one person now.
Well, no,
Your
yeah,
souls have intertwined or whatever, right? You would want to know everything about yourself, right? Like that is, you are one unit, right? Now you are a family.
Yeah, I
and not
understand
just
the legal
individuals.
aspect. I'm talking
I
about
feel like
yeah.
sometimes we don't take we take for granted what marriage is, and sometimes I think we forget what an awesome responsibility that is.
Yeah, a legal aspect aside in this, but like, yeah. So for you, like morally, that is a liable mission. Okay, fair enough.
Yeah.
I don't agree with that.
Wouldn't it be
Okay,
wouldn't it be
let's go
context
to-
dependent though, right? Like,
let's
if you're both
okay,
millionaires,
I just gotta keep moving.
like, it wouldn't matter if you have like a penny
Black-
stock that did all right.
Blacktoid.
Okay, so firstly, I want two quick things. So firstly, going back to what if it was your child? If it was my child, I would tell my child, hey, if your marriage is going to be the point where you fear for your life, come to me and I will help you and I will make sure you're safe. You don't necessarily need a separate account. I'll make sure you're taken care of.
And you're
If there was
also
some question,
yeah.
of course, oh yeah, I'll make sure you're taken care of, right? And if there's any question about whether or not I could do that, then I would tell him or her, start a separate account and put that in the prenup. Okay, this account, and you can have your own account. We can figure out some kind of thing, but this needs to be discussed beforehand, right? I would
If
not.
that man hurts
encourage
you,
her-
I will take him to the gravel pit. All right.
Sure, right, absolutely, right. But I wouldn't start this off on a lie. Ali, I wanted to ask you, based on the logic before, and let's say we flip the genders a little bit here. Let's say that typical setup. He's working, she's not. She's taking care of the kids, and let's say he's making $150,000 a year. And then when she asks him how much he makes, he tells her that he's making $80,000 a year, and the rest of the money he's putting in a separate account without telling her that he uses for gambling. Is he lying to her?
I mean, directly, right? So especially if it's like the agreed condition that she's staying at home, and then the finances will to be handled by. She asked him how much he makes. He did not tell her, and then he's using the other money that could potentially put him in like a deeper hole that could fuck them way longer potentially. Yeah.
Okay, so changing it slightly. She didn't ask him. He says like, I'm bringing home $80,000 for the family. That's what he says. I'm bringing home $80,000 for the family. Technically not a lie, because the other is not for the family; it's for gambling. Is that wrong?
Being nice. I mean, is it wrong? Do I think it's kind of sleazy? Sure, but I mean, if 80,000 covers their house and
definitely lying. It's definitely lying. Because now the family misses out. The kids don't get to have as good of a life because this motherfucker's putting away half of his income for gambling.
Yeah, I can agree with that. But I mean, once again, he's telling them what he's bringing home for the family. It is a lie. I get the point, but the only difference is he's taking that money, using it for gambling. That could potentially put them in a way larger debt. That is an addiction that you're not even lying more, not even just lying about the money. Now you have an addiction that the person doesn't even know about.
He sticks to it though. He sticks to it. He never burns.
He never breaks his.
He never goes into the money for the family. Okay, because she's watching that money.
Ali,
he's the perfect gambler.
Ali, I think this might be maybe the thing we're missing here is that I don't know if you've ever been in a marriage or at the very least a very long-term committed relationship with someone where you manage all your finances together.
No.
And if you have, I think you'll recognize from experience that there are a lot of conversations that happen around the dinner table, and there's really no way for her to have done this without directly lying to him multiple times. You discuss the bills, you discuss how money is going to be invested, you discuss kids' futures. You're probably having, you have to be astronomically uninvolved in a weird way for her not to kind of already be actively.
Wait. Let me respond. Okay. I agree with you. If you guys want to call it a lie, we can call it a lie. I'll agree with you. However, the only thing that you guys are painting to me is that you should only marry this ideal, perfect human being that's never going to wrong you, lie, or any way, shape, or form. Well, I have seen. I've never been married. I've never been married, but I have seen plenty of women, my mother included, be taken advantage of in a marriage when they don't have an education, when they're not able to work, and even when they are able to work, and how the finances directly go to the patriarch of the family, right? Especially considering what condition you live in. If this person does not even allow her to work when he's struggling, right? He's struggling, and he feels like oh, it hurts my masculinity if you go to work. No, you can't work. Then once again, these are both people who are normal humans. have little lies. If you want to call it a lie of omission, it's a white lie. I don't think it's a big enough lie to what that constitutes. Honestly, anything. I don't. It's a savings fund. You wouldn't tell me right now how much you have in your savings. We have no real relation to it, no relationship to each other. I understand that, but because your savings are private, and especially if someone who's a libertarian, I kind of figured privacy would be really important to you, and regardless of even if the person that you're marrying, because you understand that the other person that you're marrying can be hostile.
Do you know what's more important to privacy to a libertarian? The sanctity of a contract. And marriage is a contract, and you're fucking lying and defrauding the other person about all of the things that you're doing, especially when you are taking $750.
So you were just completely honest in your marriage, 100%.
Well, I mean, but hold on. What do you say?
That's what I'm saying. Is like,
what are you saying? Is this like so? There's 750 like a month,
I wasn't
right?
a libertarian then, but even setting that aside,
Socialist,
I absolutely would say that there were white lies that I told, right? Some of which I'm ashamed of, some of which I'm not happy about. I don't think.
Did you say one account was better than two? Was that one of the white lies you said?
I don't think that that saying, honey, I don't think that ass, your ass looks fat in that, right? I think you look fine is kind of equivalent to like nest egging, $50K somewhere against
sounds like fifis to me.
While we're having no, it's not a matter of fifis. I would say that lying is not in the domain of the regression principle when it's a white lie, and it absolutely is when it's in the capacity of defrauding the contract.
That's why I said the amount mattered, because I think someone having a 2K nest egg that you didn't know about is like a white lie versus in your opinion the $47,000 would be a full. That was my point.
I do agree that increased value. I do think that the increased value certainly, changes the consequences of the lie. But the difference there in the value is what makes it a lie of omission in that scenario. So if I have, let's say, $500 and we're struggling financially in a nest egg, well, it's not really a lie of omission when like $500 isn't going to change our situation at all. But $47,000 is going to change our financial situation. I have the means of doing so, and I'm refusing to bring up that I have the power to change our financial situation when we're in a problem.
She just brought up a different power.
We got to move on. Let's go to Doobie, FQ, and Corey.
I think that what's more interesting to me is I feel like we're all just kind of accepting that it's fine for her to like squirrel away this money in the first place, right? If she is not, if her working was something that he wasn't okay with in the relationship. And I think that the way that that's framed so far has been like negative, like that he's doing something wrong, or he's like trying to control her by saying that he's not okay with her working. When I think even the way that it's framed in the video is, he thought it was his duty as a guy to be the provider, right? Which is a very common attitude. I think it's an attitude that most of us, I think, here would probably share. I definitely have that in me. It's just like a cultural thing, right? And I'm getting married soon in the next 3 months now, just over 3 months. And so we had this conversation early on, and when the relationship got serious. She has a career, I've got a career, and the conversation was, I make more than enough money to cover both of us. So I don't think she should have to work. I don't expect her to work if she doesn't want to. If she wants to, that's totally fine. Right? I don't really care what she does with her money. That's her money. And she does, manage a lot of the finances. She makes sure shit's paid on time. And I feel like that's like, I don't see that as like if she were to quit her job tomorrow, right? I think that it would be wrong for me to be upset with her for sure if she did want to like have a nest egg of some sort, right? She did want to put away some of my money, our money at that point, to have some kind of like protection for herself. But I think that it'd be also, it's understandable for him, for this guy to not be okay with that, right? Because I think that if they actually don't have that much money, I think it's reasonable for him to say, hey, actually, you can't have an nest egg. Sorry, we're in bad straits right now. It's things are tough, so we need to like actually work as a team, and you don't get to have your parachute because I don't have a parachute either right now.
Yeah, so you don't get to have savings.
Yeah.
You don't get
FQ. Sorry, we gotta go. FQ.
Which is why the way that you actually handle this is you walk in before you get married with a pile of cash and with a lot of money that's saved. And you're honest about the fact that you have that pile of money and that you've been saving for a while, but you have a prenuptial agreement and to make sure that it's protected, to ensure that like you don't dip into it beforehand. That's like honestly like how this should be, like the way it should work.
That's a completely different situation. I mean, if someone was working and then
I'm not getting a prenup. I think I disagree with prenups for the same reason I disagree with the way that she did this. Like, I think having some kind of I feel like you're planning for it to end, right? Which is, I think, the wrong mentality to go into a long-term relationship with.
I can see. Like, I don't think. My thing is, whatever you do, have a prenup, don't have a prenup. I think there are good arguments on both sides of that. But whatever you do, like everyone needs to be like honest about putting their cards on the table. That's more important than whether or not you actually do a prenup, to me.
But having a prenup and like having the option of getting a prenup might be the barrier, like whether or not you get that honest answer or not, right? If somebody is afraid that like that their asset that they've been working on for years might go kaput if they choose to get married, right? It probably like helps them in making that decision if they know that they have a prenup to protect their assets before they get married, right?
I mean, Lactoid might say differently, right? But I suspect that at least in most states, the courts like calculate how much you had before going into it when they do their settlements as the divorce happens, right? So even without a prenup, it's taken into account that these are the resources you had before the marriage. Those don't get divided equally the way the rest of the assets do, I think.
Yeah. So the general idea is the assets you bring into the marriage are not communal property in the communal property states. And then even in the non-communal property states, when there's the equitable split, the courts are mostly focused on the assets acquired during the marriage. So a big reason for this is, again, like you guys get married and now you're a team. And so she's making sacrifices to help you or whatever, or he's making sacrifices to help her. And then that's seen as the collective income going forward. But before you got married, I mean, that's not really what happened, right? You guys just had your own shit.
Literally, don't strike it rich before you get married. After you get married, excuse me. Yeah, like
after you get married.
After you get married, yeah, you don't want to do that, right? Do it beforehand. Come in, right? Like you'll have all the power, all the leverage, and which way because you're rich. It works out for you.
Be super fucking careful though. If you're in a communal state, be super careful. If you have an account that has a fuck ton of money that you're bringing into the marriage, don't put new income that you make into that account and mix it with the other money.
Change all the money there.
Okay.
Keep that different. Keep that separate.
Interesting. I will trust you, friend. Corey.
Information that's dope,
Gibbs.
But I'll never need. Thank you.
Fair enough. Also true. Also true. There you go.
I appreciate that information. That's really interesting and good advice. That for rich trivia. People.
Yeah.
A couple of things, maybe to clarify and understand better. So, So Scott, like you mentioned, conversations around the dinner table. You mentioned all these conversations that should be had in terms of like clarifying things and whatever, how to raise children, et cetera, et cetera. But would you agree that maybe you wouldn't agree, but like I agree those conversations should be had, but clearly in this case, like the conversation probably at some level wasn't had in terms of like, again, it appeared to be like a revelation that like, oh, my husband does not allow me to work. Like that conversation never was had at the dinner table. Where it's like, I think that's a symptom of like a larger problem of like, yeah, if you don't know the charge is not going to allow you to work, if you get into hard times, like maybe you didn't do enough vetting. Where I don't know if I don't know that it's universally applicable to assume that people have these conversations.
Yeah, no, I agree. I think one of the problems that we are faced with in our culture is like kind of the 17th century hang up of romanticism, where we have overly romanticized marriage as like this like true love, cinema, film, romance, etc. And often I think people, what they do is they fall in puppy love and they find someone that they're smitten with, and they kind of they go into marriages without proper discussion, etc. And I think, maybe I'm not saying we ought patriarch is passing,
You,
on to
you
the
just cut
next
out for like
male.
5 seconds for me. I don't know if it was anybody else.
Yeah.
Oh,
Yeah,
sorry.
me too.
So
We
what
can
I
now.
was saying, what I'm saying is, I don't think we ought to, have this situation where like the patriarch is passing on, to the next male and like paying a dowry or anything. But I do think maybe a more realistic understanding that marriage is a contract is something we really need to revive in Western society. And I think that means having these discussions about finances, potentially going to a marriage counselor or a therapist to discuss like, what the process of marriage looks like and like what your hangups might be, and make sure that your communication is good, and certain things like that, because it is a deep committed thing. So yeah, I think there is a fuck ton of problems within this shitty non-communicative relationship that we're seeing, where everybody's kind of not being forthright, and engaging responsibly in the marriage.
That I agree with. Yeah.
Let's go to Corey and Gibbs. Oh, sorry, Corey and FK. Sorry, Gibbs and FK. I know you're all white people. I can't tell the difference, honestly. But let's.
Yeah, so
I'm a
I was,
woman. You should be able to tell some difference.
I was gonna say this was
Wow.
What is a woman?
I'm an egalitarian, and I don't see the difference.
You're an
between
egalitarian.
You can do and be anything you want to be, including a man. So I don't know. I'm putting it out there.
That's a very egalitarian
2024.
thing of you to say.
So this was the Doobies thing earlier that I wanted to say about like the prenups. I would actually argue that the prenups are more of a guarantee that you're more committed to the marriage, right? Because you can put things in there like the infidelity clause, right? So like that's saying, hey, I'm not only committing to this marriage, I'm committing that we're not going to be fucking around. And then if we do fuck around, there's going to be tangible consequences that one of us is going to suffer if I'm the one that's cheating. So I would even
I
argue
don't like that.
well, I understand you don't like that, but it goes with it kind of goes against your argument that it's like less of a commitment because it's 1 foot out. This is almost like you're guaranteeing now you got both feet in, right? Because like now we're not fucking cheating around on each other.
Because it sounds like at that point you'd be like there was like some kind of outside pressure that's preventing you from cheating, right? Whether it's like legal or financial. I feel like it's in some ways it's healthier to just allow the person to cheat if that's what they're going to do, right? And instead of saying, oh well, I would cheat, but there's this piece of paper I signed that says I can't. I feel like that's fucked.
I think that's good.
That's
I think the fantasy of romance is what's stepping in the way of like recognizing that this is a unit that we are creating for the purpose of procreating and having children, and part of that means not fucking divorcing and fucking actually being here for at least 16 17 years so our kids aren't fucked up, okay? And I want to have more than one baby, right? Like I want 3 or 4. And when you're like in this situation where you're kind of going into it because you're head over heels in love with this person, as opposed to going into it like it's a business contract and that this is a serious fucking commitment that you're saying 2 decades of my life at least we're gonna fucking stick to. I think it's better to have those stipulations in clear contracts that really help bring things together. And I think what we've lost especially is when we got rid of those arranged marriages, when we got rid of those patriarchs, when we moved kind of like the Durkheimian enemy into nuclear families in cities separate from our families, is we lost massive amounts of social shame and massive amounts of family structures that came together that made you fucking work together and made you work it out when there were problems. And so we live in a very laissez-faire system where our divorce rates are through the fucking roof. And yes, some of it is because of new factors, but a lot of it is that breakdown. And so I think the more committed you are contractually, the better. And if you're not ready for that commitment, then don't get fucking married to that person.
Yeah, prenups are the answer to the Hallmark Channel, because if you've ever read women's romance, all women's romances is just cheating. So what we need the prenups, boys.
That's an
True.
interesting statement. All women's romance is.
I mean, just think about it. Think about it. Like
that's
Sleepless in
interesting.
Seattle. What is that? Cheating. The Notebook. Lots of cheating.
Oh,
I could go down the list.
I might not remember the movie Sleep, but where's the cheating in there?
I might have picked the wrong
Harry
one.
Met Sally.
Yeah, Harry Met Sally.
She's
There's a lot of them. Yeah, there's like
that
ton
was
of
the
them.
John McAfee true life autobiography is what that was. I guess none of you. I guess Primetime is the only one that knows he.
Yeah, I remember.
Right.
I remember.
Titanic, cheating. It just list goes on and on.
Interesting.
So I think I disagree with both Doobie and with Scott, and I agree with both of you in a really weird way. So Doobie, I understand like the idea of talking about like a prenup is icky, especially like if you're talking about getting married to someone who's very special to you, who you want to spend the rest of your life with. But if you're walking into a marriage and you have a lot of assets beforehand, and you're worried about being that we keep talking about lying and honesty over and over and over again. Like, you not having this piece of paper, this prenup, will prevent people from being honest about like what assets that they have. Okay. I mean, I understand like why we're talking about lying and, you know, the morality of it, et cetera, et cetera. But the reality is, if you want people to make more moral decisions, if you want people to behave better, it's not enough simply to like instill moral shame. You have to make it so that people are able to be honest without having to suffer dire consequences if they choose to step up and to be frank about like what's happened to them. If you want people to be honest, you have to create the conditions that will allow for people to feel like they can be honest. And if those conditions aren't there, then people will lie. And you can say that they're liars and they're dishonest and that this, that, and the other thing, okay? But if you're creating an environment, like, and if I've had this problem with like a couple of people before, well, they'll talk about how people are constantly lying to them and constantly being manipulative and how it feels like nobody is honest these days. And this person in question was extremely belligerent. They were rude frequently. And when they got pissed off, it was difficult to like get a word in edgewise with them. So of course everyone lied to him. Everyone lied to him, and they didn't tell him the truth, or they would simplify like what was actually happening because they didn't want to have to deal with like somebody really getting in their face and screaming at them for the 8th time that day, right? If people are lying to you, that there's usually a reason consistently across the board. There's usually a reason for that. But to answer, my criticism of Scott, though, I know you said earlier that like we spend too much time like talking about romance, thinking of marriage as like a romantic activity, and not enough thinking about it as a business contract, as a financial agreement that you are making with this other person. I'm not quite so sure that's true. I know like that there are many people who exhibit like what you're describing, but at least in this corner of the internet, at least with the many conversations that I've seen and I've participated in regarding getting married, regarding dating, again, like the analogies and the rhetoric that's used is usually like pretty sterile. There's usually a lot of discussion about dating markets, about algorithms, about physiognomy, body count, income level, like, you wouldn't date, you don't date a broke kid. Like, well, but I understand he's not referring to that. He's referring more to like what an average normie person off the block probably would say like about marriage. But I think it is true that there is a lot of conversation that's happening right now about marriage and about dating that really reduces it down to a numerical, algorithmic, kind of a decision you can make, as opposed to as a emotional, spiritually rich and fulfilling relationship and meeting of the minds that you're having with another person. So I actually don't think I would agree with you that like people like that it's good that people aren't serious enough when they're thinking about marriage and they aren't talking about finances and all this other stuff. I don't think that's true. So I think people are really sterile and sad when they talk about dating.
I think this is an availability heuristic. I think this is an availability heuristic of online politics, right? Like when we talk about like the problem with divorce rates in America, we're mostly talking about serial monogamists, right? We are mostly talking about people who, either religious or non-religious, feel the need to jump into marriage quickly, and then they end up getting divorced, and they end up in another marriage, and they end up getting divorced, and they end up in another marriage, and they end up getting divorced, and they end up in their 5th, 6th, 7th marriage. So I think there is certainly a large portion of people that do not do their due diligence in terms of marriages. I mean, when you look at the military, for example, so many which is like, a good, maybe like, I think what is it, about 0.5% of the US population, right? It's not, it's not a huge chunk, but you see so many like young privates that are just immediately getting a marriage so that they can get out of the barracks, right? There are a lot of, I do agree with you that the red pill community and that like the online politics community uses sterile language to discuss relationships and is talking about lizard brain and body counts and things like that. But even those things, I don't think necessarily, it might just be another layer of complexity to the same problem, which is that people aren't going into marriage. I think it's actually another layer of fusion of bullshit that is getting thrown at us and regurgitated by people that have no idea what the fuck they're talking about. But because they have a six-pack and they sell losers a fucking course on masculinity, everyone thinks they have some idea of what the fuck they're talking about. Selling things that are getting in the way of what I think is the necessary component here. And maybe you're right. Maybe it's not purely just romance. Maybe it's other online bullshit that has infected this mind virus, if you will. But ultimately, what I'm saying is that the issue is that people getting married should be going to marriage counseling. People getting married should have their parents sitting down together, all at a dinner table, where your parents and my parents talk about what is good for my daughter, what is good for my son, where we get together and we discuss finances and we look at everything and we're open and honest, so that we go in fully aware of the consequences of the decision of making this giant life decision to the best of our ability. And we start with a clean slate, right? You don't want to discover anything 1 year into your marriage, because right as soon as you get out of that honeymoon phase is the most dangerous time to ruin things, especially if you just had a kid, right? You get a marriage, you have a kid, and then you discover something that you didn't know about your partner. And sometimes that can be all you need to break that relationship, because you're already under so much stress, because one of you's in grad school and the other one's trying to work a career, and you have an infant baby, and it's like you want all that shit on the table when you start. And if it's romance in the way, or it's red pill bullshit in the way, I don't care what it is. We have to start recognizing that we should have clear contracts, and we should have a clear understanding of families coming together, so that all our cards are on the table, because it's a very important life decision and children are involved. And I think we're starting to see in what is happening in a society where marriages are breaking apart and families are breaking apart and kids are being raised by single parents. It's not doing good for any community right now.
Not enough vetting, as I said all along.
Okay, finally, let's get Aiko, and then we'll wrap things up.
Yeah, I just want to respond to the first of the two things that Fairy Queen was said, because I think I agree with you. If my choice is between the lying or the prenup, I would take the prenup every time, right? So I might be uncomfortable with it on several levels that I've talked about a couple of times, but at the end of the day, I would prefer that to all of the lying and the deception, right? Like, if that's what it gets you, then it's worth the trade-off. We're kind of like, Catholics like to play this game. Fairy Queen probably is very aware of this game, because we like to rank sins, right? We have venial sins, we have mortal ones, and even within those, we have all these like subcategories. Some of them you can wash away just by crossing yourself with holy water. Others require like a full confession to the priest or whatever, right? Some things are worse than others. And I actually think this is a very practical, sort of pragmatic way to look at things. And sometimes you are choosing between two things that you may not see as ideal, and you have to choose, like, make that choice between the two of those things. I suppose Scott would say that's too utilitarian or consequentialist, but
no.
But I do think that often you are faced with two less than ideal choices,
that.
and you have to pick one over the other. Sometimes you have to steal a penny to save the world,
Not that.
Wrong.
Wrong.
What if it's a Canadian penny? Is that okay?
I mean, if it's not real,
not even Canadian pennies.
Yeah.
Like, I mean, then
if it's property, it's property.
Let's. Okay. We'll start wrapping things up here. We're gonna have an outro to all these great individuals. Before then, everyone outside, thanks for being here. Consider supporting the channel. If you've been here, you enjoy the topics, and I see that you guys are having a lot of conversations in the chats about this, and of course, it's about relationships, and that gets people fired up. Then consider helping out the channel. We didn't get any support today, so consider supporting the channel by subs to the channel, gifting subs. That's how we make this happen. So support this channel so that we can keep going. We do need your help. All right, let's start with our friend Lactoid. My friend Lactoid, he's not a divorce lawyer, but still, I would hire him in my divorce case, because the man's a killer, right?
Want to get divorced?
I just need to read up a couple of
So
books,
do
and
I.
I'll be good. Don't
He'll
worry.
be good. He'll be good. And he's an assassin, and he'll do it dispassionately and destroy the opponent, being my soon-to-be ex-wife. So
Like she's a dog.
like she's he'll be my Christine Home, and she'll be my cricket. Okay.
Whoa.
Delete
Don't
that.
divorce Prime. Do not
Delete that. Delete that from the VOD. To protect my future beautiful wife. Lactoid.
Thank you, Prime, for having me. Thank you, all of you, for talking to me, and thank you, all of you, for watching. You can find me at Lactoid TV on Twitch, Twitter, and YouTube. I got a debate tomorrow at 6 p.m. Eastern about abortion, and then I have a debate on Thursday. Specific time not yet set, but it will happen sometime after 6 p.m. Eastern about O.J. Simpson with Fnatic. So two fun ones coming up this week.
I'm really excited. Yeah, guys, check out Lactoid's channel. He's always doing interesting things. He has interesting opinions, and you'll have a passionate response to whatever that might be. So it's definitely worth giving a follow. All right, no matter if you agree with him or not, he'll give you something to talk about. So thanks so much, friend. Next, our friend Scott, Fabian Liberty. Thank you for coming through.
Of course. Yeah, these are fun. Check me out, Fabian Liberty, everywhere. I am an anarcho-capitalist, which is just a fancy word for libertarian.
All right. Well, thank you, Brandon. I do appreciate you, and really good insight. I appreciate the farm insights, and well, your views on marriage at the very end is extremely poignant. So, oh man, it's really good.
Appreciate you. Thank you.
Let's go to our friend Corey as well. Thanks for being here, friend.
Yeah, thank you so much. As always, this is a pleasure. I'm grateful to be here. Well, so during the first part of the panel, we started off talking about, I guess, the OnlyFan to religious pipeline, but we never talked about the religion to OnlyFan pipeline. And with that, I'm gonna wait for iCal Rich's closing statement. Well, yeah, you can find me on Twitch, twitch.tv, Corey Campbell 84. You can find me on Twitter, Instagram, YouTube. It's Corey Campbell. And Doobie, iCal, Gibbs, Fairy Queen, Ali, Scott, and Lactoid. Always a pleasure. Love you, Brian.
Love you too, friend.
Nice.
Thank you for that. That was really nice. That was a good period to that. Ali, I love it when you come in and you're like super active with these things, right? Like, and I really loved your perspective from Islam, right? Like how they look at these things, because I think it's really important. We get too Christian brained here, whether we're Christian or not. So it's helpful to have someone to break that up. Thanks so much.
I'm glad to be a diversity hire. I love being here.
Exactly what you are.
It's a pleasure arguing with you guys. Truly, I love these things. Thank you for having me.
All brown everything win.
I fixed the the handle. It's 2 L's instead of 2 C's now. There's SEO everywhere. Gibbs, you'll be able to find me on Twitch, YouTube, Twitter, all that shit.
How many underscores though? I'm just curious.
None. I did everything in my fucking power. I went double L like Lloyd.
Oh,
so I can
I'm
avoid
sure
the
it was
fucking
so hard
underscore.
for you to press the shift and the underscore button. Wow.
The other option,
I bet you were afraid of breaking your pinky. I'm so glad that you protected the strength of your fingers by not using an underscore in your name.
I didn't want to be in the same category as UFQ.
You're in a different category than me. Well, you're right. You are in a different category than me. Okay, you're in like the one that's below.
I'm glad I started this, by the way.
I found your Twitter. I found your Twitter with the 4 underscores under. By the way,
yeah, you found my Twitter. Yeah, with the 4 underscores. Let's look at each other's Twitters. How many followers do you have on Twitter?
I have like 13.
How many of you followers? How many?
How would we do it now?
Where are you? Okay. You know what? If you're gonna come at me with this bullshit about how many underscores I have,
how many Twitter accounts have you had banned? All right.
Let's have followers on other
like
platforms.
number 6.
Okay.
You want to argue about followers on other platforms? I'm just saying,
if you're gonna come at me for how unfindable my Twitter account is, I'll just let you know. Okay, my account is doing fucking awesome. Okay, so it clearly can't be that bad. Okay?
Doing all right.
How many of them are bots? Really?
That's the real question.
Okay. Wonderful. Let's. All right. So after that outburst, let's talk about how great Fairy Queen is. FQ, you're fantastic, and I really appreciate your perspective. I was like, I write these things, and I was thinking about you, FQ. I was like, she's gonna have something super interesting. I really hope she says yes today, because this conversation won't be good without her as with her. So thank you so much, FQ, for coming through. This was really fun, and like just having a different point of view here, like it really enriches everything. So.
Yeah, no, thank you so much. Guys, if you want to follow me, you can find me at Fairy Queen's Cottage, or you can find me at Fairy4X_Queen on Twitter. Okay. You can find me at one of those two very astute locations. Thank you. Which are findable, and I will drop the link for in chat.
Please do. Please do.
You need one.
Because people get lost.
Hey guys, just search Fabian Liberty, even though it's my 6th account, and you can report me. I'll just make another one. It's really easy to find because you just search Fabian Liberty without any fucking special characters.
Yeah,
stupidity.
An underscore is not a special character. You guys, for some reason, are just babies about the underscore.
I gotta say,
your name is something that Elon Musk would name his daughter with all the extra fucking characters.
Wow, I mean the ducks.
No comeback for that. That was just too good.
That was so good. It was
I'm never going to top
listen,
that. I'll shut up about it now.
Listen, if my account like has the same is something that like a billionaire would name his daughter, I don't think that's such a bad thing. Why would that be a bad thing?
He would pay to get the account with no underscores.
Literally a scammer.
Look, as long as Elon Musk gives me a nest egg beforehand, I think I'll be fine. Okay, I think I'll embrace my underscore name. Okay.
Let's go to our friend Admiral Gibbs. Yeah, please.
I gotta say, on this note, since we're on this note, this guy here, he brought my name up about not being able to find his name. Let me tell you what he did. He must have changed his name right after he went and followed me, because I went to go click his name to follow, and it took me to some random like thing that wasn't him. It just like was a thing. It like gave me like a Twitch not found thing. So he's got no room to talk about being hard to found. This is how bad her name is. I had a command in my chat. Yeah, like I went to go click his name, and he must have changed it like to fix it with the 2 L's right after, because it took me to like a not his account, and I just now got it today. Yeah, and then for Fairy Queen here, her name is so bad, my bot that I had given a command for to like shout her out has actually stopped working because it is having problems finding
Oh
her.
my god, are we still talking about my name?
Yeah,
call yourself out.
Hey, listen, that's the bot. So on that note, Admiral Gibbs, you can find me everywhere. We got some stuff coming up. Announcements after this will be good times. Thanks for having me. Always fun.
It's anti-human and it's anti-machine. Like this is really
Look,
I don't know.
My name
if
is
you're going to be a
fine.
regular here, all right, there's going to be something that you're going to continuously get shit on. Factoid's Canadian, right? I am the siren song of fucking retarded philosophy, right? I mean, you know, we can keep going.
Corey is nice.
This is your thing.
It's my thing. It's my thing. It's my thing.
Corey's a nice genocidal communist, you know?
Yeah.
True.
All right. All right. So let's go to our friend Aiko. Thank you as well. Like I loved your contributions today. They were really fantastic. Thanks so much, friend.
I think you're muted, Iko, or I can't hear you.
And that's what they would make fun of Aiko about, right there.
Yeah,
Exactly.
that's something I have to do
That's his
once.
thing.
That's something I have to do every episode. Yeah, I almost made it all the way through, disappointing everybody, but now everyone feels like they've gotten what they came for.
Right at the end. I appreciate it.
My name is like unique. Like one of the reasons I did it was so that because I know there are no other Icon Riches anywhere on the internet, so you can spell it that way. And if I have an account there, you'll find me instantly, and there won't be any duplicates. So
So
that's
you
kind
decided
of
to be original. That was your strategy. Okay.
I just wanted a name that I wouldn't have to compete with, like you know, for everything under the sun.
Maybe
So,
some people here should
be
learn
easier to
from
find
that.
me.
I don't know, but okay, yeah, sure. Go ahead. Anything
Oh
else?
wait, to be fair,
Yeah, because I'm sure there's nobody named Fairy
underscores.
Queen on Twitter. You know? Very uncommon name. No, actually, the first time I asked her about it, I thought it was a different Fairy Queen. I thought it was from Spenser, and it was from Shakespeare. So there you go.
There you go.
Okay, so to answer,
It's a
so
drag person.
to answer Corey's like question about the pipeline, I
Like they were a
will put
queen and
it
a
in
fairy.
Billy Joel's words. It's I'd rather laugh with the sinners than cry with the saints. The sinners are much more fun. And then come out, Virginia, don't make me wait. You Catholic girls start much too late. Both of which speak to the Catholic to OnlyFans pipeline. It makes them just more marketable if they wait. And they keep their old uniforms.
I love Billy Joel. I grew up listening to him. My mom used to listen to him all the time. So like, great reference. Love to see it.
Fucking gross.
What?
I don't know how many black cards you have before you become white. One of them is getting taken right now.
Really? All right. Okay, fair enough. But thank you for that FQ. I'm sorry. There's only one I got. There's so many FQs here, but there's only one iCourage. iCourage, thank you for that. Much appreciated, Fred. Next, and finally, we have our Dark Lord and Savior, my friend Doobie. Oh man, I wanted to really hear more from you as a person who's like going to get married. I really want to hear. I'm going to ask you about this. I promise you, I will. Later on.
Stream the wedding.
Stream the wedding. But yeah,
seriously, we'll watch.
I would. Yeah. But Doobie, wear a fog mask.
Hi. Yeah, I'm getting married in the next 3 months or so, unfortunately. And yeah, I'm Doobie. I run the politics server on Discord, discord.gg/politics. 250 to 300 people in voice chat all day somehow. Very chaotic place, very busy place. I'm sure you'd like it. Okay. And another thing. If you're into reading, you should read the Sun Eater series. Disquiet Gods just came out. I just finished it a bit ago, and I think it's a sci-fi masterpiece. I think you would all love it.
Hey, that
Sun Eaters.
Sun Eater series. It starts with Empire of Silence. It's very, very good. It's like obviously inspired by Dune, but it's much better, I think, than Dune.
What's the author's name?
High praise.
Christopher Rucchio.
I don't know how to spell that. I'll figure it out.
I'll send it to you. Okay, Prem, if you want it, I'll literally buy you the book. Okay. I got the I pre-ordered Disquiet Gods, and I got the signed copy from the author. It's very nice.
Oh, nice. Yay. But yeah. So thank you so much, friend. I put exclamation point DB in chat. We haven't mentioned that before in quite a while, really. But yeah. That's the link to DB's Discord server. So yeah, easy way to go find it. Check it out, everyone. Thank you all for this. This was a lot of fun. This is such a great group. You guys make great conversations out of literally anything. I just mentioned hypergamy, and it spiraled into a lot of fun talk. And then I mentioned Chrissy Gnome's dog, and it was so much. Like we
barely small topic that you. I
didn't think
there's still more to say about the gnome's dog.
I think there probably is. Yeah. And this is the group to actually say it.
Please don't.
Yeah. But I'm so grateful to all of you who continue to come over here, share your opinions, make this such a fun panel. There are much more profitable ways to run this. To like just be like chasing clout. And to be frank, I really do need to chase more clout. But
you do.
Yeah. But I am still grateful for you all. I value the time that we spend together. Because like we have so much fun. And we get to know each other. And because we know each other so well, these conversations are even smoother, right? So I don't know. Thanks again. All right.
Thank you.
Yeah. So who is streaming? We got Lactoid streaming. I'm gonna send you off the Lactoid. I don't want to think, so I'm just gonna send you off the Lactoid. So off you go. I really do appreciate everyone. I'm just like wasting time until this countdown finishes. I can click those raid buttons. Always quite awkward. Just me waiting for that. There we go. Bye.